going to go. Pistons are needed right here. Look at that. It works. And with this little redstone clock done, we can now create the workings for what generates the stone that'll get turned into pale moss. On top of here, I need to place lava, but I didn't bring any, and I haven't got any in my storage room either. Don't worry though, in the most SP737 way ever, I'm going to take 4 shulker boxes, and when needing just 1 lava bucket, I'm going to farm hundreds of them. So now I can place this on top. The stone generator is fully operational. The redstone down here is going to use a copper bulb, which is quite exciting, isn't it? In fact, it's going to use 2 of them. I feel like I don't use these enough. They're very, very handy. This right here is the block that, when bone mealed, will turn all the stone into pale moss. These composters are going to turn some of the moss back into bone meal, which makes it self-sufficient. And then the rest of the moss will go into these 4 chests. Now, to cover everything up, this needs to be an air block. And in theory, once I get rid of the snow, I don't know how crucial it is to get rid of that, but just for good measure, I can then flick this lever and we're getting moss. It's working. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Pale moss is generating, some of it going into these hoppers, some of it collecting into the chests, and stone is also being generated, pushed along, and converted. And with that, I'll leave the farm to it. I need 40 stacks of these pale moss blocks, so I'll safely put myself into a hole and let the farm get me loads and loads of pale moss. Enough time should have passed. Let's go and see what we've got. Yep, this is plenty. Look at this. Loads and loads of it. And I can put it all into these shulker boxes. There we go. And I would keep collecting items, but there's something that I'm absolutely sick of. The warden that I can hear in my house, it's just so noisy. He lives through here, yeah, down that tunnel, but I've got to move him. I had him so that I could get the how did we get here advancement, but a warden in my house is not something I want to be a permanent feature. The only issue is, last time I tried to move him, it didn't go so well. Okay, we popped a totem. Yep, I was a fraction of a second away from losing everything. I think for now, I'm going to put him back down here. But yeah, as you can see, things got a little out of hand. Yeah, keeping a wither trapped is usually a disaster waiting to happen. So I'm going to do a few temporary minor repairs, which at the very least will get things to start to look a little bit more presentable. That ought to do it. The area is now ready. And before I move the warden, I'm just going to make a few very minor preparations. All right, warden, do your worst. I mean, seriously, what could possibly go wrong, Mr. Angry Man? All right, he is about to get a little bit angry at me. That's it. All right, you follow me up here. Okay, he's angry at me. He's done his little thing where he's not happy. Come on then. Come on then, big fella. That's it. I'm not afraid. Okay, well, we've already gone down to 3 hearts. Maybe I should be afraid of him. The worst part is I can't even see him. And I can't really see where I'm going either. Maybe I shouldn't be in 3rd person. I want to get rid of the darkness if possible. I don't even know if he's behind me. Do we eat a notch apple? Just realized that... Oh, he's over there. Okay. Yep, you're so slow, mate. You know what? Let's eat a notch apple. Why not? I've got loads of them. The world ends in like 400 days, so I might as well use them now. Is he even coming? Hello? Mr. Warden? What? Okay, what's he doing up there? Wait, is he above me? No! This is actually scary. He's above me, and I can't stop him. Oh, no! He could just keep attacking me. Right, don't panic, SB. You've got out of worse situations than this, but this is a little bit of an awkward one. He was meant to come down the staircase. What an idiot. Now I've got to try... Okay, I can hear him. I've got to try and get him over here again. I think he detects me from smelling me, by the way, because I'm walking on carpet. I might be safe. Okay, come on, Warden. Where are you? I don't even know where he is. He better not be killing the camels. Get away from them. Okay, do you see me? He's in the water. What's he attacking? No! Don't kill the camels. Oi, pick on somebody you're up. Oh, no. He's angry at me. No, I'm trapped in here with him. Oh, no. SB, you've messed up now. Quick, get out of here. I think he is now angry at me, but I can't see him. Yeah, okay, I just about got far away enough so he couldn't do his sonic boom attack there. I do think that he is trapped. Okay, he's going to do it. Okay, we're good. I've got to try and get it so that he can get out. I've got to free him. We're going to pop a totem, okay? Let's not be afraid. We've got loads of them, all right? He should be able to get out. That's it. We're okay. I can do this all day, mate. I've got loads of these totems. See, you thought these were unnecessary preparation. Okay, he's behind me. You thought this was unnecessary. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, it was not. All right, mate. This time you're going to go down the staircase. Bring it on. I can take it. Okay, I've just been punched in the face as well by him. Okay, he's following me now. If he wasn't following me before, he is now. Let's get moving. Hopefully he goes straight into my trap. I haven't really worked out how I'm going to get him in once I get there, though. That is where things can go wrong. I'm guessing he follows me down these staircases. It gives me a little bit of time to prepare because I am quicker than him. He should follow this across. Can he get in this gap? Okay, I'm going to have to eat a notch apple. I've got no saturation left. We've got a load of hearts from that at least. Okay, if I can get him to come into here... Do I just have to stand and wait? Is he coming down this? Here he comes. Okay, I'm just going to have to... Oh, this is dangerous. This is dangerous. He's going to attack me. All right, here we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Yes, he's in. That's right. That's right, Mr. Angry Man. You are back behind bars where you belong. Thank goodness for that. I don't think he can hit me from there. Yeah, that's right. 2 notch apples and a load of totems. But the warden is once again trapped down there. You know, that was a lot more stressful than I thought it was going to be because when he went above, I didn't know what to do. But the good news from that is I can now gather items up in peace from my chest room. And I don't have to constantly listen to a warden making a racket in my house. Now, another item that I'm going to need is a load of resin bricks and resin brick slabs. Very conveniently, I've already made a creaking farm. So collecting all of it up should be pretty easy. And realistically, I think I've spent enough time here now. I've got loads of blocks of resin. And has anyone else wondered what would actually happen if I went into this with all of the creaking? Like, would I die? I don't think I would. I feel like I mean, if you look directly down... Oh, they all go for me. What if you look directly up? Do they... Well, let's do it. How much damage? Okay. You know what? That's not actually that bad because they can't actually get to you. Like, they're not really doing that much damage. To say, yeah. Okay, hold on. They are doing damage. Am I out? Am I out? I'm out. Okay. What are you doing, SP? I didn't think they were doing much damage, and then suddenly they all started hitting me in the back. My game started lagging. Oh, okay. Yeah. Those guys are just kind of terrifying. Imagine if I survived the warden, but then just died to all those creaking. Yeah, with enough creaking, it can be dangerous. All of these resin clumps need smelting into bricks. I've now officially got enough blocks and slabs. There's still loads more smelting. I'll leave it to it. And pretty much every other item that I'm going to need is going to be pretty easy to get, except for coal. Yeah, I'm going to need 40,000 pieces of coal. I've already got quite a bit, but I still need another 30,000. I could have just used black concrete, but where's the fun in that? At least if it's coal blocks, it's a real challenge. And don't you worry, because I do actually have a bit of a plan as to how I'm going to do this. I just hope that the plan actually works. So if you watched the previous episode, you will have seen that in order to get a load of blaze rods, I built a peer pressure fortress farm. As you can see, it spawns loads of mobs, and a side effect of this farm is it gets a load of coal. In fact, we've already got quite a bit saved in here. Looks like I chucked away everything else, but decided to keep the coal. Good thinking, SP. So what I want to do is have it so that these chests automatically sort the coal out and put them into a crafter so that I'll get the blocks. Should be a foolproof plan. Just going to take a bit of clever redstone wiring. And to do that, I'm going to need to build a much bigger platform using glass. So everything's going to output into these chests. All gold nuggets are going to go into this one, and then they'll go into the crafter where they'll be turned into ingots. And then all of the coal will go in here, where it'll get turned into blocks. And thankfully the redstone on the crafters is ridiculously easy. It's just observers constantly activating them. And so if all goes to plan, I can place hoppers like this, have that go into there. Now everything should be going through. That one goes like this, and it's working. Fantastic. The final hopper to be connected is right here. And Operation Auto Storage is now complete. And we're already getting lots of coal. The ingots are flowing. And I'm not even using the farm right now. So I'm going to spend a bit of time right here taking out the mobs. According to my calculations, I've now been here long enough. And I have got...
Whipping up a new family tradition. That calls for Saputo cheese.
A decent amount of coal. Nah, I'm just kidding. I moved it all into this chest because, yeah, this one kept filling up. So I was like, yeah, you know what? We'll just fill this chest because all it has is where the heads and they're not taking up that much. And so armed with all of this, I'm going to head back and just craft a few extra ones because I'm a little bit short. And then I can focus on absolutely everything else. Like I say, there's tens of thousands of blocks, but most of it is in my chest room. Or I already have a farm for it. So I'm going to get busy collecting them all. And once I grab a couple of shulker boxes of stone, I have almost now gathered up every single needed item. However, there is a few things missing. And those are various types of concrete, various types of glass, and various types of tuff. Now, 2 of those I can farm. And as for the final one, Tough, yes, it can be found underground very, very easily. But I say, why hunt for it underground and collect it, when in reality you can find absolutely loads of it in trial chambers. I do need quite a lot of it, and as you can see at the moment, it's quite time consuming to mine each block one by one. However, if I just very, very quickly nip home to grab this bundle which has my ender chest in, yeah, not very smart to leave it there. And then I can also grab a couple of shulker boxes ready to be filled, build a nice little haste 2 beacon, and then collecting the tough bricks will be much, much faster. And I also apologize for the destruction of the spider's face. I tell you what, it's actually crazy how fast you can get it. When you find the right spot where it's nothing but bricks, you can really get loads of it. And it's very, very satisfying too. And that right there is 1 shulker box completely filled. And look at that, whilst doing it, I've even found diamonds. I found some here, some there, a few over there. Not what I expected at all. Is it just a 2 vein there? That's a little bit of a disappointment to say it's not even connected to any air. But having said that, there looks like, yeah, there's another 8 here, which is pretty good. And hey, we've even got some normal tough trying to get in on the action here. Anyway, we've also got another 3, 4 over here. Nice. 14 diamond ores just like that. I mean, I don't really need them, and I know where I could find more diamonds if I did end up needing some, but it is still very cool indeed. And hey guys, I know diamonds are for peasants, but that means diamond gear is for peasants. The diamonds themselves can actually have uses. And on a side note, I now successfully have every single needed one. Any extras are just bonuses. You know what? I shouldn't even be touching that. I'm just going to flood the area around it. So I'll take what I've got. I'm going to leave the beacon here. I've got that many beacons that it's honestly not worth my time to mine it up. And all that leaves me needing is glass and concrete. Both of which can be farmed right here if this wasn't so broken. Yeah, I had to respawn the Ender Dragon. It broke a lot of things. But if I grab all of the needed redstone items, I can once again remove the bedrock. And then I'll grab all of the needed materials to repair the machine. There we go. It should be working. If I flick this lever, yep, it's working exactly as intended. And now I just need to remove this block right here. Because, yeah, they shouldn't be coming onto this platform. Instead, they should be spawning on this block of granite. So hopefully, I'll just get rid of all these first. But yeah, hopefully, when I flick this lever to send the concrete powder through, I should be getting concrete on the other side. Okay, I've come to the wrong place. It looks like it might have worked. The concrete's moved along. I think this is all going to be good. And what happens to the concrete is it goes down here and into this storage room where whatever block it is will fill up the shulkers. The machine's going to require 20 shulker boxes worth of white concrete. So I shall flick this lever and let the machine do its thing. That should be enough. I also miscalculated because I only need 12 shulker boxes of the white concrete, which I now have. Fantastic. And in order for the storage to actually work, I also had to add a load of ender pearl chunk loaders. And ender pearl chunk loaders only load entities in the chunk. They load redstone in the adjacent chunk, but only entities in the chunk. So I had to do one on every chunk. And the reason for having to add that now is because the spawn chunks are a lot smaller than they were in older versions. I can also make a cool little tweak to the farm. If I go ahead and change this to be a trapdoor that's at that level, which also happens to be a waterlogged one, then anything that comes through will stay in the powdered form, which is what I currently need. I'll just change this right here to be a hopper to collect up all of the powder. And so that way I can get all of the black concrete powder that I need. And I'll need loads of sand for all the stained glass, so we're grabbing that at the same time. I reckon that's enough for now. Yeah, it has to be. Look at it all just funneling in. And this, well, this great one in that I didn't even know. It looks like the hopper is kind of struggling to keep up. That was the main limiting factor. But we're now sorted in that department, which means I can now focus on getting all of the sand. Following that, the sand can go in here, where it is smelted into glass. And I now have absolutely everything to get this mansion built. And to get things started, I'm going to grab my shovel and mine out this massive area so that I can build the mansion. And that is that. I'll also get rid of the nest. I don't know if in reality the area actually looks any flatter. We can see kind of where it's all going to fit in. Also, I've no idea what's going on in this hole. I'll probably just cover it up. Snap. Yeah, I have no idea how I just got out of that. That was... Oh, SP, what are you doing? I didn't really want to do this, but I think it's probably wise that I get rid of the golem. And thank goodness for totems in Minecraft. I seriously had to use all my brain cells to come up with a way to get out of that one. And had I not paused the game, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't have made it. Anyway, the bees can live here in the village. All of these items can be put into storage. My shovel can be repaired. And now I can build the entire perimeter of the mansion. And then I'm going to focus on this little section right here, which is going to be made up of pale moss, just to give it that textured stone feel, and I want to use a new block too. Inside of that, I'm going to have a nice little row of frog lights to act as the lighting, and then a prismarine floor inside of that. And now I want to focus my attention to this little back area. There's going to be another garden behind it. And once again, it's going to have a big pale moss pathway, and it's going to connect all the way up there. So everywhere that I've dug out is going to be filled with pale moss. In this little trench, there's going to be more frog lights. And this right here is the bottom of a massive gate, which will stop anybody coming in that's not welcome. I am going to need leaves to create a hedge here. I'll worry about getting them later. I'm going to make some sort of new farm for that. But in the meantime, I want to focus on getting these walls to be higher and higher. It really is starting to take shape now. I'll give you a bit of an aerial view as well. And it just goes to show how crazy big of a mansion this is actually going to be. Right here, I'm going to add a bit more flooring. So we're going to have this, and then it's going to connect like so. We're going to get some bricks just to create this kind of pattern. And finally, granite in all of the gaps. And this pattern is going to get repeated over and over again all the way around. So, I'll put my best foot forward and get busy building it.
Don't crack now, thinks Derek, 7 rounds deep in his job interview. Bell Pure Fibers sure won't. That's reliability under pressure that, dare he say, matches his own.
Very, very nice indeed. And I am actually going to have this floor slightly staircase upwards here. But before I can do that, I also need to first raise the height of this wall. And that is now all of this nicely railed up. And you'll be able to walk all the way around here. You can even see these windows starting to take shape too. And in places like this, there's going to be bamboo and grass as decorations. And I've also begun to map out the inside here, but I need to connect these oak planks so that all of this space is filled in. And from there, I can start to build up these inner walls. And this room right here is going to be a bit of a dining room area. And these inner rooms are now really starting to take shape. I haven't fully decorated them. I've got to add a bunch of accessories and extra things like that, which is why there's a bunch of holes in the floor at the moment. But at the very least, it should let you see just what the mansion is going to look like. There's going to be a pool at the front here. This is going to be a kitchen. And this will be a bit of a dining area. And upstairs, there'll be some bedrooms and a nice little balcony. Out here, there'll be 2 outside gardens. And there'll be another story here to make the mansion even bigger. And the next thing I'm going to do is grab a couple of buckets of water. Then add in a load of glass. Followed by filling this entire thing up with water. I'll also add some nice little sun loungers in, looking out over the pool. And whilst the grounds really are starting to look very nice, yeah, I'd be happy if I was here. I can even make this into a nice little hot tub. But yeah, I'm happy with how it's coming along, but I feel like not having the needed birch leaves is kind of halting my progress. The entire build requires around 17, 18 stacks, something like that. I was going to build a farm to get those, but realistically, by the time I built it, you know, it's kind of a complex thing. It would be so much quicker to just take my shears, grab an empty shulker box, and search for a birch forest. I know these forests have birch trees in them, but I'd rather have one that is solely a birch forest, just like that. And from there, I can get busy collecting extremely, extremely fast. The shears have almost broken, and already I've got 14 stacks. And if I just grab some XP bottles, I guess like a stack should do it. Before you know it, the XP will mend the shears, and I can continue harvesting the leaves. Mission accomplished. It really does kind of make it look like Herobrine's been here, doesn't it? All the leaves mined away with just the trunks left. But yeah, that's more than enough leaves for this project. And whilst the mansion's looking pretty big, it's still got a long way to go. It's going to be much, much bigger. I mean, if we're going to have a massive mansion that's bigger than anyone else's, it has got to be absolutely huge. And I bet you guys are glad that this time I'm also doing the interior. To begin with, I want to make a 3-wide birch hedge that goes along here, and in total is 4 blocks high. And from there, I can add a layer of moss above. And then on top of here, I want a load of grass, but I haven't actually gotten it. I have got my shears still, so I reckon my best bet is just to go to town on collecting up loads of it. I could have probably created some sort of farm for this too, but it's really not worth it. The time it takes you to build the farm and the time it takes to harvest grass, which is extremely quick to do. Yeah, this method is definitely oh my goodness, who are you? What are you selling? Not grass? Okay, well, you're annoying then. I've got to spend the rest of my days being spat at. Yeah, that's not how I was planning on spending my night. This entire area now is kind of been ransacked of grass, hasn't it? And I've got quite a decent amount. If I end up needing more, it's not exactly hard to collect it. I just took it from that tiny area. But more importantly, I can add grass on top of all of this moss and also alongside the bottom of the hedge as well. I can also now do this section, which is going to be absolutely full of orchids, and these are also going to be made a bit higher with moss on top. You can probably see the general theme with these leaves, can't you? Whenever we've got loads and loads of leaves to be placed, we place moss on top of them, and then grass on top of that. The same thing is also to be done on this little platform up here, and also at the front right here. And before I extend these walls and make things higher, I'm also going to fully now decorate the inside of this lower level. And a bit of plant life always makes things look good. So we're going to include bamboo, which when it grows, I'm going to use string. I've put a string somewhere. I forgot where I put it now. Yeah, you can see I put one string there, which is what I'm going to use to block the height. And I think I'll let these other ones grow a bit taller and then trim them down. And yeah, use string so that they can only grow to a certain value. To keep things cozy, I'm going to light this netherrack on fire. I'll put a few extra bamboos along here, fill these gaps in with pale moss, and I reckon this is all now ready. Ready for me to put the ceiling on. I've laid things up much further, and you can now see that all of the rooms are kind of marked out by the walls. This is the little balcony area I was talking about, just at the top of these stairs. And then there's going to be bedrooms on either side. Plus, you can walk into this section, and there's another room, as well as one right here. And in the rooms as well, little balconies where you can look out. And as for this little garden area, that is completely finished. And so is this one right here. I feel like I should give you a more zoomed out view of the mansion. You can see it is absolutely massive. And the crazy thing is, it's not even finished. I feel like I've done so much building. Yeah, if I show you what is in this chest right here, look at all the concrete I've still got to place and stone. There's loads of stuff, and I've got all this stuff in my inventory. That is still to be used. But right now, my main focus is going to be to get the ceiling down on these rooms. And then, I think I'll do the interior decorating, because they're just not quite ready yet. It definitely needs tidying up. We can't have holes in the floor and all that kind of thing, can I? But before that, I shall get busy completing the ceiling. And that is the ceiling fully complete. Which means I can now focus my attention on the interior. The whole downstairs is done, and it looks really nice, although that bamboo does need to be reined in a bit with string. But as for the upstairs, the rooms, yeah, they definitely need completing. To begin with, I'm going to start with this little room here. We're going to start with the bed, which is going to be made of cyan wool, and then all the way around the outside is going to be dark oak trapdoors, which just make it look a little bit more like a bed. These slabs are what will be the pillow, and then I just need to grab some deep slate tile. I'm going to put that on top, just as like the headboard of the bed. And the room is still a little bit bland, so I'm going to place down some upside down stairs, and that will basically act as a bit of a shelving unit, and a lampstand right here will look pretty nice too. I'm going to have cauldrons as decoration in the hallway all the way around. You can see I've got another one there. I'll chuck one over here, and some at this end of the house as well. The area for the bed here is marked out, but once again, we're going to fill this in with cyan wool, add slabs on top, and then build a wider shelving unit, and also a nice little desk. I have to say, the resin is such a cool block to build with. Right here, I'm going to build a bit of a settee, which to actually look like one, yeah, it's going to need a few slabs. Perfect. And this room, whilst being a bit bigger, is still going to be decorated in much the similar way. But I'll add a nice little flowering azalea in a pot, just for decoration. This room's furnished similar. You can see it's kind of the same furnishings, just in different areas, so every room doesn't look exactly the same. But we'll have another flowering azalea there. This is quite a cool little desk. It's even got bamboo growing out of it. I've just put a string here, so once that grows one more time, it'll look perfect. And I think the only room with the interior left to do, yeah, is this one. It's not going to be a bedroom. Instead, it's more of a sitting area just before you can go to this nice little balcony. Wow, what a beautiful view that is. Rain. Tell you what, that's all it ever does. But yeah, it's got a nice little table here, which I shouldn't really be stood on. Let's make these settee look a little bit more like one, and the same for this one here. And I think I'm going to make this a little... Oh, not like that, I'm not going to. But yeah, I'm going to make this a few blocks taller. Fantastic. And that is the interior now completely done. I think it's looking absolutely fantastic. But I do also think that some of these walls look a little bit bare and could probably benefit from a few paintings being added. So I'm going to grab my rockets and fly home to grab some because, yeah, I completely forgot to get the paintings. I don't think I'm really going to need that many. So I'm going to grab 64 sticks, 8 wool, and then I will craft 8 of them in total. Also, downgrading your world. I got a new recipe unlocked to painting. Newsflash game. This is not the first time I have ever used a painting. I'm going to start with one right here. And Minecraft, as you can see, it added some new paintings a few updates ago. I want to get one of them. What about that? I believe that's Pack PNG. That's a very OG one. And it does look nice on the wall. I don't really think that painting's too... I mean, that one's kind of cool. Any other good ones? I'd love Pack PNG, but I can't have it absolutely everywhere. Should we just go with that one? Let's go with that one. I don't really know what it's supposed to be. You guys probably do. And then here, okay, we can't have the same one twice. I tell you what, because that one's so hard to place. That can stay as it is. And this one, yeah, you know what? It's Pack PNG again. I feel like this one here needs to be smaller for the wall size. So, okay. Well, I don't even know what that is, but I love it. And right here, let's go. Ooh, that's an interesting one. What other ones do we have of this size? I mean, we know about that one. Is that new? I feel like that's new as well. I don't know what it's meant to be. I don't know what any of these are meant to be. Oh, okay. It's like some pillars. I do like that one, though. I've never had so much fun with the paintings because since the update Minecraft, I've never used them. Let's go with, yeah, I like the look of that one. This wall probably could benefit from something new. Yes, villagers. Perfect. I do really, really like that one. I think it's cool. And we'll finish, yeah, with the old Donkey Kong one. Really feel like I got a bit distracted with the interior, but I think it's looking fantastic. But I tell you what isn't looking fantastic, the outside of this thing. Just look at it. Look at the work that still has to be done. Actually, it is looking very, very cool, but it is still too small. It'll never be the world's largest mansion at this size. Instead, I need to layer it up and get it looking like a proper mansion. Fantastic. The mansion is now completely done. And isn't it absolutely massive, especially when you're down here? It is huge and I love it. I love the resin. I think it adds such a cool effect along with the red nether brick. And it's so satisfying to actually have an interior. I think that's a really cool thing. But there are still a couple of things missing. Right here, there's going to be a tree. And here are going to be 2 more. So, I'll get those built right after I actually finish this gate. Anyone could just waltz in round the back. Like you guys. Yeah, if there was a gate here, they'd never get in. There we go. That's more like it. And now I shall get these 3 trees completely built. And there we go. The mansion is definitely now 100% complete. And it is massive. And I absolutely love it. And you know what else is massive? This diamond that I built. Yeah, that is also huge. So if you'd like to see me build that, click the video on your screen right now. Or if you'd like to see me build the world's largest castle, which is also absolutely massive, then click the other video that is currently on your screen. And don't forget to head to SB737 store to check out my winter merch. You can get a cool sweater or a mouse mat. I love the design, and this is the final month that you can buy them. And the countdown timer is ticking. Minecraft's newest update, The Garden Awakens, is now here. It adds the Pale Garden, a brand new spooky biome, which is home to the Creaking, a mob that is completely invulnerable to attacks. And it follows you around as soon as you turn your back on it. So I'm going to track down this brand new biome and defeat this brand new mob. And then I'm going to farm it, getting loads and loads of creaking and loads of resin, a brand new item that lets you make brand new blocks and a brand new armor trim color. So if we're going to find this place, we're going to have to travel pretty far to brand new chunks. This should be far away enough. Yep, that means brand new chunks, lava's flowing, and diamonds. Fantastic. I actually kind of want to explore this place because you never know, we might find a few more lurking about. Look at that. There is a couple more here, and also in this spot too. Underwater's also a great position to find them. And to be honest, I can't believe how easy it is for me to get distracted. I'm meant to be looking for a pale garden, but yeah, when there's loads of diamonds up for grabs, I just feel like I might as well get them, because sometimes they do come in very, very handy. Tell you what, the more I look, the more I find. I really just need to get out of here, don't I? So after I've got those, and those, I'm going to dig out with 34 diamonds, and then I can track down this brand new biome with the scary new creaking. And from there, I can't wait to build the creaking farm and get absolutely loads of them. Over here, we've got a ruined portal with nothing exciting.
Beating the heat with something fresh. That calls for Saputo cheese.
And the Pale Garden is a variant of the Dark Oak Forest, which means they'll probably generate right next to each other, in the same way that a bamboo jungle is a variant of a normal jungle. I've spotted a Dark Oak Forest, which is it's definitely a good sign, but sadly no Pale Garden attached. Hang on a minute, there's a much bigger one right here though. Surely there's got to be one around here somewhere. Aha! There it is! Look at that! Doesn't it look so cool? It looks very, very spooky indeed. Oh, and the skies! Oh, we got adventuring time back! Oh yeah, I completely forgot. Last episode was awesome. We got every single advancement back again, which included how did we get here. I had to move a warden for that, and I very, very nearly died. But anyway, yeah, we lost the adventuring time one because there's a new biome. And we've lost the monsters hunted. Because somewhere in here, creakings will spawn that I need to defeat. But they won't come out till nighttime, so I'm waiting for the sun to go down, and in the meantime, I'm going to use shears to collect these. Now, what exactly are these called? Pale hanging moss. Right, let's grab a load of hanging moss. I believe this is farmable if I use bone meal. In fact, should we grab leaves? We don't really need pale oak leaves, but we do want to try if we can and get some saplings. So I'm going to chop down this tree. Oh, these are opening. Hold on, I want to just grab these. Yeah, these are eye blossoms, but you can get closed and they all open when it goes dark. So this one should at some point open itself. There we go. There we go. You see, just happened before your eyes. Basically, if one opens, it alerts the ones near it to open, so they kind of just spread. It's very, very cool. And if you break an open one, then you get open ones in your inventory. So you can either get open or closed. Very, very cool indeed. And now I have to be careful. It's just a cow over there. Yeah, this is where I've got to be a little bit more careful because creaking will be spawning. Just to be safe, I think I shall put my chest plate on. And remember, I'm going to take a mace, but this guy is invulnerable to damage. I got a pale oak sapling. Fantastic. I need 4 of them, though, in total to actually make it back. I'm going to try mining up another tree just to hopefully help that out. I love the little falling leaf particle effects, by the way. Very, very cool indeed. I'm going to grab some pale moss as well. And that is 4 saplings obtained. Perfect. Right. Chest plate's on. I am ready. I've even got the mace out just in case. So let's try and track down a creaking. I can't see any through the trees so far, but the worrying part is, if they see you and you don't see them, they will walk towards you. Yeah, that definitely slightly... We found one. I don't think he sees me. Okay. That is absolutely terrible. Look at the way he walks. Oh my goodness. Now, if he sees me, he should stop moving. Okay. There we go. He's frozen in position. We can get a good look at him. What a creepy, creepy thing that is. Oh my goodness. Now, the worrying part is, if I look away, break some grass, he's going to come after me. Ah, you're stuck, are you? Yeah. Nice. Oh, he's not stuck anymore. Okay. Every time I turn... I don't like this at all, guys. I really don't like this. Okay. Oh! It's behind me. This is terrifying. I can't take my eyes off him. Oh my goodness. And like I said, the mace, useless. He will not die to the mace. But notice what happens when I hit him. And this doesn't matter what you hit him with. Particles appear, okay? Stay there, you. Particles appear, and if I trace those particles, and this is kind of scary. They go somewhere. Just leave me alone. I'm just trying to talk. Yeah, they connect. Oh my goodness. They connect somewhere. Okay, they're not connecting to this tree of the particles, are they? But these particles... Oh, they're going all the way... Oh, he hit me. Okay, we're okay. They're going over here. I'm running to it. Okay, is that... Oh, okay, right, look, this is perfect. Where's he at? All right. You just stay over there. And yeah, this is... Stay. But this is... I'm just terrified. This is resin, all right? And every time you hit him near a creaking heart... I just... He's so quick, guys. He's so fast, okay? Every time you hit him near a creaking heart, resin gets produced, okay? You stay there. So, I can keep hitting him. And every 5 seconds... Oh my goodness, will you just leave me alone? Imagine if you had loads of these. If I had like 1,000 of these and I jumped in, that would be very terrifying. So, it creates resin every time. And what's in there? Somewhere. A creaking heart. Now, if I can break this without being attacked. He is defeated. Yes, you break the creaking heart, you break this guy. And interestingly, this resin is actually what is going to allow me to get more of them. Because if I put all 9 of these together in a block of resin, there will be more creaking in this forest, by the way. I have to keep my eyes out. But if I put more in, and then I believe I do something like that. Yep, we can make another creaking heart. We can place it down, and it does nothing. As you can see, it's not lit up. It's useless. However, did I just lose it? I just lost my one and only creaking heart because I didn't use Silk Touch. Alrighty, guys. Well, looks like we need to... Oh, I was about to say we need to find another creaking. We might have enough resin. No, we're 1 short. Yeah, we need to get another creaking so I can make another creaking heart. Imagine if that was the only creaking in the entire place. That would be very, very sad indeed. I don't think it will be, though. It's a very, very spooky mob to defeat because it moves so quickly when you're not looking at it. It's literally like Minecraft's version of the boos from Mario, isn't it? They stop when you look at them and come after you when you look away. And I guess it's the reverse version of an Enderman as well. If you look at Enderman, it doesn't end well for you. But if you don't look at them, you'll be alright. So yeah, that's an interesting comparison. It has actually become day. Look how grey the sky is when you're here, by the way. And that means that until night, no more creaking will spawn in this forest. But there are other ways to get resin to spawn creaking. And I'm going to show you now how to do that. Also, has Herobrine been here? Why is there just a random pile of logs without leaves? Can you imagine if they secretly added it? I mean, the patch notes didn't say that Herobrine has been removed. Oh, never mind. It does say that they removed Herobrine.
Smile while you can, big bro. You're deep in it now. This calls for speed, reliability, Bell Pure Fiber Internet. Crisis contained.
Anyway, if I'm going to get more resin to make another creaking heart, it is not a ruined portal that I must find, but instead a village. Also, on a side note, that must be the world's smallest mesa. It's literally so tiny, poor thing. Anyway, mission to find a village has been successful. Now I'm going to grab some paper from my ender chest and make a cartography table. Also, how cool do the new pale planks look? Very cool indeed, if you ask me. And on a side note, you can make everything with them. Doors, boats, trapdoors, slabs, you name it, you can do it. I have also thankfully got loads and loads of emeralds, which are going to be very, very useful. So, let's place it down and do a bit of trading with this guy. Glass. Okay, we're going to need a lot of glass. Just give me a second, good sir. So convenient that we're in a desert because I can very, very quickly mine up a bunch of sand. And then I would grab some stone, but I tell you what, you've got to go quite far down in some places, haven't you? So yeah, we're going to grab 8 stone, craft a furnace, and get busy smelting. Yes, I'm actually going to use the pale logs as fuel. Yeah, that's kind of cool, isn't it? Another thing to tell you, if you put the open eye blossom in the crafting table, you'll get orange dye, and if you put the closed one, you get grey dye. So that's cool. 2 sources of dyes right there. I'm going to use the bundle to save some inventory space. That's what they're here for, isn't it? And I didn't realize you can actually use the scroll wheel to pick out exactly what you want from the bundle, which is, yeah, it's very, very useful indeed. Now to craft a load of panes and keep trading with this guy to get a woodland explorer map. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we need to head. I'll just take 1 more emerald for the road and leave the rest of the panes here. Plus, check the ruin portal. You never know. Something like 1 in 100 ruin portals have a notch apple. So if I keep checking them, eventually I'll find one. And then I'll be able to get a creaking heart. In other news, I've found another pale garden. So they're not too rare to find. And is there a creaking inside? Seems that they're pretty rare mobs, aren't they, really? But it took me so long to get the map that it's gone dark again. So these guys will be spawning out here. Oh, there's a guy there. I didn't even see him. He blends in so well with the trees. That's probably why he's kind of terrifying. Okay. You stay there. Where Where's your little creaking heart? Okay, it's over here. Right, I'm running. Nope. Stay back, stay back, stay back, stay back, stay back. Things I keep having to go back to him. I can't really look at where it is without him coming. Oh, I don't like this. Okay. We must be getting close. If I find the resin, it'll probably mean... Wait, is he... I think he's stuck. And I found the resin. Perfect. So, I would guess... Yes, right here is his little creaking heart. And he's been defeated. Pretty straightforward once you know how. But like I say, there's another way to get resin. There's 2 of them? Okay, this is where it gets very difficult. 1, I can handle, but 2, like, I need to go over there, but then where's his? Okay, they're both... Oh, what? This one's right here. Stay back. Okay, so this one's right here. I can't keep them both at bay. Oh, I don't like this. Thankfully, it's very nearby. Let's break that. There we go. We got rid of you. And if we kind of head in this direction... I don't know. Where is it? Oh, it's way further down. They have to be within 32 blocks. I found it. Okay. Stay. He's gonna get me. Nope. We got him before he could get me. That's right. Yeah, they have to be within 32 blocks, which means it's not completely impossible to quickly find the heart. Oh, I see more resin up there. I tell you what, when you start looking, you realize that these places are full of creaking hearts. Now, this must be one I've already got. Yeah, it is. And there could be others, but I think I'm going to get out of here. As you can see, got a lot of resin, and I'm going to go and get... Oh, I need to put my electro. But I'm going to go and get more by flying to its location. There it is up ahead. And now we can begin searching. In fact, I should put my chest plate on so I can deal with all of these guys. And yeah, now in order to get the resin to make a creaking myself, we check the chests of a woodland mansion. Got loads there, and it would seem that not every chest has them. But yeah, if you want to get a bit of resin without going to a pale garden, a woodland mansion could be the answer. And you can actually get the pale oak saplings from a wandering trader to get the logs that you need to craft the creaking heart. So technically, you can get a creaking without ever visiting a pale garden. Now you might be wondering, SB, how do we actually get the creaking? When you place the heart on the ground, nothing happens. Now I'm going to break it with Silk Touch this time, which apparently takes ages. But when it eventually drops, I actually get the item, which is nice. And I can't actually show you the creaking heart in action until the sun goes down. So I might as well take this opportunity to at the very least begin flying back home. What a cool place for a ruined portal. The side of a mountain. I've never seen that before. Would be even cooler if I had a Notch Apple, but it sadly doesn't. Don't know why I'm so bold about Notch Apples. I've literally got over 100 of them, but yeah, there you go. And it's almost now gone dark. This is a great flat area to show you in action. So if I place the creaking heart like that, again, nothing happens. If I put a log on top, facing the correct way, it activates. Now, it's still not going to spawn the creaking until it is fully nighttime. But as soon as that occurs, there we go. He's here. And as you know, I can turn and he'll follow me. I can turn my back on him. That's it. Follow me all the way, mate. But he won't follow me all the way. No. He'll only come so far. And then we've reached the edge of where he can go. If he goes any further, he'll die. As shown by the fact that I can place down some water. And there we go. He went out of the range. But it does mean that another one will spawn over there. There you go. Straight back over. So yeah, that is pretty cool. Also, yeah, his eyes only light up when you go near him. Did you see that? Just as I got close, his eyes lit up, which means he's now detecting me and will come towards me. Anyway, Creaking Heart collection. Pretty easy indeed. See you later, bro. And let's now go ahead and get this guy home so that we can farm absolutely loads of them. And to save a bit of time, I'm going to travel above the nether. I've now made it back. And there's still a raid going on at my house from the last video. So I kind of feel like I'm going to have to defeat it. And there we go. Victory is mine. And the battle wasn't even close, except for a totem pop here and there. And now it's nighttime, which is absolutely perfect, because to get a load of creaking, I'm going to first of all need a load of resin, which is easy enough to get. I just hit this guy, break the resin, and rinse and repeat. Now, I don't know how many of these creaking hearts I'm going to need to initially get the farm going, but it is going to be quite a lot. So far, I've got 56 clumps, and now that is a total of 6. Excuse me, mate. I love how I just look at him and he stops what he's doing. Yeah, with 63... Let's go. Now, this could be slightly risky, but my idea is to make 7 of these and then put them all in a row. Yeah, is this going to be a little bit of an overload? Might be a good idea if I wear a chest plate here. But I guess it's as long as I kind of look at them all at the same time, and keep hitting them, they'll generate plenty of resin. I mean, look at all these particles. You stand still. And then... Oh, look at this. Hi, guys. Oh, my goodness, it come from the other side. Well, yeah, I should be good. I mean, they're not doing a crazy amount of damage. Oh, this is great. The thorns is just making the resin. This is not the resin farm, by the way, guys. A creeking farm will work so much better than this. But to set up a creeking farm, I'm going to need loads and loads of resin. So this is actually quite a good strategy. And any minute now, they're all going to disappear anyway. My armor is holding up, which is very good. And they're all gone. Oh, perfect. And what I did forget about is that resin also appears on top of the logs. So that's good news. Because as I've said, for this farm, I'll need a lot of resin to set it up. I mean, 15 more creaking hearts, that's not bad at all. And the other thing that I'm going to need a lot of is the pale oak logs. So I should probably set up something to farm them as well. First things first, I will grab a load of bone meal. And right about here, I shall get a tree grown. Then, thanks to the fortune on my axe, I can mine away at these leaves, hopefully getting at least 4 saplings back, preferably a few more than that. And now with 8 saplings, no 9, no 10. It's actually loads down here. I've got 12 saplings. I can do the exact same thing again, not once, not twice, but 3 times. That then gives me a grand total of 29 saplings. But yeah, getting wood this way, it's okay, but it definitely could be better. It could be farmed, couldn't it? And what if I told you I don't even need to build a new one for this? Because, and I haven't tested this, but I'm assuming it's correct, a dark oak tree and a pale oak tree look very similar. So I'm assuming that my dark oak farm will let me farm pale oak. There's loads of bone meal to go at. I've got plenty of saplings. I can't fully remember how this farm works. I guess, do I just go here? I reckon I just flick that, jump in here, and then, is this how it works? Hold on a second, ladies and gentlemen. I just hear a lot of explosions down here. I don't know if that's a good thing or not. What on earth has happened up here? Okay, there's still wood there. Oh my goodness. And this farm's going to... Wait, did this farm not only break itself, but then it also broke the farm next to it? Are you kidding me? That's kind of impressive. I guess it's back to the drawing board. And instead, I'll just accept that, you know what? Maybe 4 stacks of logs for now will keep me going for a while. And instead, I need to get busy and collect loads and loads of resin. Oh dear, guys, looks like you're out of time. And that brings me another 19 blocks of resin, and therefore another 19 creaking hearts. Positional wise, I'm going to build the farm right here over the ocean. I'll need 48 creaking hearts to set the farm up. Already got 34 there and a load outside, so I'm nearly there in that department. So I'm going to spend my time focusing on getting everything else. Starting with deep slate. I want the farm to look cool as well as be functional, and I think it'll look nice. But I did use up all my deep slate on building this absolutely massive castle. But don't worry, I know where there's loads and loads available, because the Infinibore version 2 did clear out loads and loads of this massive tunnel. And if I fly far enough, we'll start to see blocks on the ground, because I haven't actually collected all of them up. There we go. There's loads and loads around here. Wow, look at that. Already got so many stacks so quickly. So I'll fill up a shulker box and my inventory as well. I just love the fact that as I'm flying, there's so many diamonds in the roof. Look, there's 1 there. There's some up there. 3 veins in that position. In fact, 4. This is... Oh, no, don't... Which way you going, SB? Yeah, and I got excited about finding about 20 diamonds in a cave. Yeah, I forgot just how powerful the Infinibore really is. So now I can make all the deep slate tile slabs and the 2 required stairs as well. From there, all of the other items are fairly straightforward, as it's pretty much just redstone things and plenty of water. Although I will be building it in an ocean. Also, since it has now gone dark, I do kind of feel like I should go back over here to get the last of the resin that I need in the snow. I reckon at this point that's probably going to be enough. And I find it funny how they all think they're going to chase me into my house, but yep, that's it, guys. Stay down there. You ain't coming any closer. Although they did a lot of damage to my chest plate pretty quick. They definitely actually pack a punch. Could also at this point manually with my Silchus pickaxe take up all of the creaking hearts, but I can't be bothered with that. Especially when if I head down these stairs... Okay, well, that wasn't very good flying. But yeah, if I carefully head down these stairs, we've got a mushroom block farm. And in this shulker box, we've got 2 Silk Touch axes, which is absolutely perfect. Because these can now be mined up really fast. And with all the ones I need now obtained, I'll grab all of the other remaining items so the building of the farm will then be able to commence. And whilst I do that, I'd also like to tell you to check out my new winter merch. It's a really nice navy sweater. I love the design. And you can also get a mouse mat with the same design too. The products are directly under this video, or head to sb737.store, and if you buy both of these items together, you'll get a great discount on both. And now I have every item that I need, so let's go and get loads and loads of creaking. Also, the logs right here, they're just kind of temporary, just so I have somewhere to stand as I build. And this right here is the collection system for the resin. All the resin is going to get crafted down by crafters into blocks, you know, just to save on storage space. So I shall get that system implemented in. So basically, the creaking will be here, I'll be hitting them, and resin will eventually come down here into the collection system, into the crafters, where they will constantly be making them into blocks. Let's get some water down right here. Already I've run out. Good thing I can easily collect up more and continue adding it in. And then on top of this platform right here is where I can add in all of the creaking hearts so that creaking will be able to spawn. But it's nighttime and I don't want them all to spawn whilst I'm trying to build the farm. So whilst I will place a lot of them down, I'm not going to place the final logs on the edges of them, because, yeah, otherwise I'll just be inundated. In fact, to solve this issue, I should probably just go to sleep. That'll save me a lot of time. Then I can actually activate them all and make the farm fully functional at night. At least by the time it's nighttime, I hopefully will have it all done. And you may be wondering what the pistons are for. Why don't I just use water to wash the resin off? Well, as you can see, water does not break resin. So that's not an option. But if you move a block that has resin on it, the resin breaks. So that's what the pistons are for. And this farm's design is actually by Razeworks. It's very, very cool indeed. I don't think anybody else has actually come up with a design. And it's going to get me so much resin and so many creaking. The water's going to be pretty key because it'll push any of the excess resin around. And the creaking that will spawn on these logs also need to be pushed down into the middle here. Although I don't want that water going down there, so let's stop it using gates. Having this redstone is also pretty key, because in here we're going to have a load of water with trapdoors in it, that is. And this redstone then controls the cycle of them opening and closing. And basically, when a piece of resin pops off, that water will wash it down to the middle. I don't know if it fully makes sense, but once you see it in action, it'll be pretty clear. And this redstone is also controlling the opening and closing of the pistons. Some final slabs are needed here just to spawn-proof everything. We only want the creaking to spawn there, not up here on top of the redstone or anything like that. And that should now be creaking farm complete. I will, however, change these blocks to be something else. I feel like they still need to be there, but they could be something a bit nicer. Or at least something that looks a little bit more man-made and intentional. Because before it looked like I threw it together at the last second. I do also in my ender chest have a load of ladders, just for getting up and down. And once it becomes nighttime, and hey, the sun's setting, it's getting exciting. We will be ready. We will be ready to get loads of resin. And if I want to get 1,000 creaking, that means I need 9,000 resin or 1,000 resin blocks. That's about 15.5 stacks, and they're all spawning. Okay, perfect. So there should be like 48 creaking here, which is really, really cool to look at. Oh my goodness, look at the way they all follow me. Nice try, guys, but you can't get me. And they're all jumping down here. Oh, well, I didn't think it was going to be that easy for you to do it. Okay, well, welcome down, guys. And yeah, this activates the auto crafters, and this activates the cycle of releasing the water. So, if I grab my sword and use sweeping edge to hit them, look what happens. Loads and loads of particles appear. And I can just keep doing this over and over again, and it will get loads. And look at that, the resin is falling down. It's absolutely perfect. And the trick is to time it with just as that trapdoor closes above my head, because then there's no water and the resin can come down. So there, just hit it every time at this exact moment. And the way this works is as they get hit, loads of resin is produced and pushed by the water down to the middle. And from there, the auto crafters are working very, very hard, and the chests are filling up very, very quickly. I feel like I can put more in here as well. And as I said, I need about 16 stacks in total, so I'll keep using the farm, and hopefully I'll get enough before the night ends, but if not, I've got plenty of time to get more. And I think at any moment now, they're going to disappear, because it's almost daytime. It must be really, really close, and we're just going to have a load of creakings all just disappear at once.
Don't crack now, thinks Derek, 7 rounds deep in his job interview. Bell Pure Fibers sure won't. That's reliability under pressure that, dare he say, matches his own.
Yeah, look at that. Oh, that was so satisfying to watch. But yeah, we can no longer use the farm now. And just look at all the resin pouring in. I reckon one more night of that. And I might have enough. What on earth's gone down here? I was about to say, and I might have enough for all 1,000 creaking. But yeah, clearly this farm doesn't quite collect every single bit of resin. Some of it can drop out. But I suppose it's not the end of the world. And something that I would like to do before I spend another night collecting these guys is get one more creaking heart. And then I'll be able to add the creaking to my collection of every single Minecraft mob. I started adding them in the middle. Okay, I was about to say, where's the breeze? The breeze is sat in the corner. As you can see, we've got a bogged down there and an armadillo. Now, for the creaking one, I am going to mine up this poor little snow golem's face. This would be so much quicker if I grab shears and... Wait, are shears not more effective on carpet? No way, I didn't know that. Well, I take it back. It wouldn't be quicker with shears. It's as fast as it can be with my fist. But yeah, because the creaking goes in at night, I'm going to have it where the creaking heart will be there, spawning the guy in and out. So by night, I'll have a full mob collection. By day, I won't. So I'm thinking at the top of here, kind of like in the armadillo one, I'm going to use wood. In fact, 2 of them have wood. By the looks of things. So yeah, we are going to use wood like so. I reckon for the walls, the pale planks will be pretty cool. Might as well get some actual use out of them. And then for the floor, it may look like I'm placing stone. And that's because I technically am, I suppose. But then, if I go into this bundle, pull out the pale moss, and add one. Also, now I know how to use bundles correctly. They're so useful because you can scroll through these things. Oh, I could get some of those vines as well. Yeah, let's grab those. But yeah, I'll grab a bunch of bone meal. And the pale moss is now normal moss. I kind of bone meal it all the way around so there's absolutely no stone left. We've got grass in here as well, which I would be tempted to keep, but I just feel like it's the wrong color. If we were in the right biome, it would look correct. But yeah, it's just not the right color. Can I... Yeah, I feel like having this, though, growing up on the side, whatever the moss carpets are creating, I do quite like that. In fact, if I take a carpet and go, oh, yeah, that's cool, okay? I think more of that on the side really adds to it. And then I'll add the glass up here like so, with pale hanging moss. Yeah, oh, it's coming together now, isn't it, ladies and gentlemen? And a few eye blossoms. Now, I think some will close on their own and open on their own. They'll all look exactly the same, I guess. But yeah, I'm very impressed. Next... I'm going to dig down, how far? This is probably a good amount. Place a couple of logs, and I'm hoping that once I add that and place all this down, I should get a creaking at nighttime. Okay, well, it is night, but he's not there. Okay, where? What are you doing in there? Okay, I suppose I may need to move this creaking heart to be a little bit lower so that he can only spawn where he's supposed to. I'm going to be honest, guys, I've read the wiki, and the area that it can spawn them is pretty massive, so I'm just gonna put it up here. Sometimes it'll spawn where I want it to, like this, and sometimes it won't. So yeah, unfortunately, I can't make him persistent. He's not gonna let me out now, is he? This is it. This is how I died to the creaking, because I can't get out of this stupid hole. No, this... No, stay. Whoa. That was... Get out of here. That was just so unnecessarily close to death. I can imagine if I died to the creaking. That would be... I wouldn't say it's embarrassing because it's not an easy mob, but I would not be happy with myself for letting that happen. You must forever stay in your cage. And I need to get a new totem and get back to farming. But yeah, sometimes he'll spawn in there, but there's a chance he'll spawn where these other guys are. I think even in the bogged one he could spawn, and where the breeze is, but he won't harm them. So technically we have every single mob trapped again. And I shall spend a load more time farming these creaking until I have all of the resin that I need. And I think I have now spent long enough here. Wow, there's loads on the ground. And they've all disappeared. Yeah, it must be daytime now. But, ladies and gentlemen, just look at this. An entire double chest worth. Okay, I'd better get a shulker box. Conveniently, had an orange one available. And fill that up. Shall I fill this brown one as well? Can't be any harm in doing so. And to say I only needed 16 stacks of these, I've gone a little bit overboard. We could probably get a lot more than 1,000 creaking with that. Well, we could if we had enough pale oak logs. And as I showed earlier, when trying to get more here... Oh, wait, is there saplings there? Oh, well, can't say no to free saplings. Might as well mine the logs as well. But, as shown earlier, for whatever reason, this farm did not work. I don't know if it's broken in an update or I did something wrong. Whatever the case, I can't use this to get more. But, don't you worry. I've got another plan. Although before I do that plan, I'm just going to quickly move the creaking heart because I've actually thought about where it really needs to go. So from here, I need to count 17 blocks in that direction and that direction, which brings me here. And then if I dig down a total of 10 blocks, then it should now always spawn in the correct place. And now with the bone meal and the saplings, I'm going to head to the place where I built a farm for every single color. This is the gift that just keeps on giving. Because right here, I have what was a dark oak tree farm. As you can see, dark oak saplings. However, if I go ahead, do that, the TNT comes down, and I bone meal this so the TNT is inside, it blows it all up. Instantly getting me a bunch of saplings and loads of wood very, very quickly. And you just have to make sure that the TNT lands on the obsidian before you bone meal up the tree, then it's inside, then it all gets broken, and you basically just rinse and repeat. Yes, it's not fully automatic, but it's pretty close. And remember that for this project, I'm gonna need 32 stacks of pale oak logs, which in reality probably isn't going to take me too long. So, I'll get busy collecting them. And that should now be enough. All this pale oak log. Yeah, I've got loads. And on a side note, my helmet is actually not that far from breaking. It's a bit dangerous as this farm. I only just got back the ultimate helmet in the last video. I'm not losing it again. So I shall press this button to put this Silverfish XP farm to good use. And now with that all brand spanking new and repaired, I can grab plenty of these logs and then start crafting the creaking hearts. So, that right there, I don't know if it looks like it, but it is 1,000 creaking hearts. And in reality, I probably have enough resin for like 3,500, but you know what, I'm happy with 1,000 for now. And I've just realized to actually activate them all, I'm gonna need a lot more pale oak logs. But you know what, I'll worry about that later. First, let's just get the area prepared and all the creaking hearts down. I do think it'd be cool to build a place out of resin bricks, so I'm going to have to smelt a load of resin clumps, which, when all of these come on at the same time, you can see makes a load of resin bricks that can be turned into a block form. I reckon at this point, all of that should be enough. Hopefully it is anyway. And I reckon a load of glass will be useful too. So my first thoughts are that the best spot for this is going to be not too near to everything else. Somewhere in between the giant house, the ocean transformation, and the farm for every color. Yeah, I reckon right here is the perfect spot. And whilst I'm pretty sure that creaking can't spawn on the water, I'm still going to build it up 10 blocks so that that definitely doesn't come into play. Next, I'm going to do some temporary building with resin. Now, why would I use resin for that? Well, as you can see, I can build outwards using this, but also with resin, instantly breaks. So I'll be able to break loads and loads of resin very, very quickly and easily. And thanks to that farm over there, it's super easy to get now. That is the area fully marked out where all 1,000 creaking hearts should hopefully fit, assuming I've got the calculations correct. And now I'm going to fill in the gaps with a load of resin, and then I'll put all of the creaking hearts in between. You'll see, even though it's nighttime, no creakings will spawn because I haven't put the logs down yet. Yeah, that's going to be last and done during the daytime because I feel like SB737 versus 1,000 creaking just wouldn't end well somehow. I don't know what makes me think that. And it's pretty important for me to place the resin because I need to correctly align the creaking heart so that it is like that. I can't have them going like that because then they just won't work. And they're going to take forever to mine up now. I didn't really think that through, did I? And I would make building all of this into a time-lapse, but unfortunately, the replay mods haven't yet been updated to this version, so I've just got to do it the vanilla way. And that is every single one now placed down. And the good news is I calculated it perfectly and didn't miscount, which is always nice. The viewing platform is kind of important just so I can come here and look at them all, but it needs to have carpets on it so that no creakings can spawn up here. And then I'm going to add a glass wall all the way around the edge. And in total, this wall is going to be 3 blocks tall with carpet on top to spawn-proof it. There we go. And at this point, I think it's ready. It's ready for me to remove all of the resin, which is now going to be the new temporary block of choice in Minecraft for building. And I shall now, after collecting them up, and I'll farm all of the pale oak logs that I need. I'm pretty sure all of that should cover it. And so whilst it's still daytime, I'm going to get all of these logs down. I just love the way that they all activate one by one. And the entire thing is now... Oh, no! No, it's nighttime! Okay, that scared the living daylights out of me. Whoa! Ladies and gentlemen, 1,000 creaking... That actually gave me a small heart attack because if I'm in there with all those, I'm not sure I survive it. I should probably put a roof on this. But just look at them all. You turn away, and then behind you, they oh, careful, speed, don't fall in. Like, yeah, they start moving behind you. This is so weird. I mean, just look at them all under there. There's loads of them all just trying to get me. There, this is very, very strange. But, ladies and gentlemen, 1,000 creaking in hardcore Minecraft. And I do think that if I went in there, I probably would not survive. So yeah, thank you very much for watching. That was actually 10 times cooler than I thought it was going to be. And if you'd like to watch the previous video where I got this OP helmet and had to trap this one, I probably shouldn't hang around there. But yeah, I trapped that warden to get How Did We Get Here and every other advancement. So click the video on screen if you want to see that. Or if you'd like to see how I farmed all of this bedrock, then click the other video that is currently on your screen. And don't forget to check out my new winter merch. It's not going to be on sale that much longer. If you get a mouse mat and a sweater, you'll get a nice discount off both. The products are literally below this video or on sp77.store. Today, I'm going to build an absolutely massive medieval castle. It will be the largest build that I have ever done, and it's going to require over 1 million blocks. Plus, it will completely take over this entire forest. Yeah, I feel like I might regret starting this project. And to start things off, I'm going to need to fill 3 double chests with shulker boxes full of stone equaling 279,936 blocks. And yeah, whilst this stone farm is okay, I feel like it'll take years to get all of them. So we're going to build a new one that's bigger, better, and much, much faster. To build it, it's going to require all of these items, which I have plenty of in my chest room. There we have it, every single needed item. And this farm is going to produce 72,000 stone per hour. So yeah, it'll still take a few hours, but it will be much, much faster. Right about here is where I shall build it. And so I shall get to work building it. It's a very, very cool and compact design. And there is an item I'm going to need to grab to make it work. I'll just get it from the wheat farm. That should be fine. Once upon a time, this is more of a tower of slavery. Now it just sits here doing nothing. And I basically need these seeds to slightly fill up the composters so that they give enough power to the machine to make it work. Crazy, isn't it? That composters can literally be used as a power source. And I also find it very satisfying to place pistons that instantly extend. I am also going to preload the machine with a bit of stone just to get it going. And the waterlogged quartz stairs are also kind of crucial. Once they add lava, stone will be able to generate very, very fast. And to truly get as much stone as the player can physically mine, we've also got an extra layer of generators all the way up here. Although I should probably make sure that I actually put the lava in the correct place, not down there. And that is that. The entire machine is done. I'm just going to cover the entire thing in glass because I don't want it to start snowing and break all of the redstone. Now, to successfully use it, I will need haste 2. At the moment, it's way too slow. So I'm going to take this shulker box, which should be full of iron, and then refill it at this iron farm. I should definitely hook this up to an autocrafter sometime, shouldn't I? I'll build this beacon right about here. And now, when I use the farm, just look at it. It is breaking blocks so ridiculously fast. It's literally replenishing them as fast as I can insta-break them in Minecraft. So yeah, it is now... That's a lot of stone very quick, by the way. But yeah, it is now time to build the stone's storage. Bro, what are you doing in my house? Why have you taken that? I'll no doubt find a random dirt block somewhere soon. That is everything right there that I'll need. And now I shall very, very quickly build it up. And whilst I do that, I'd like to thank Displate for sponsoring this video. But to do that, I'll need to be at my office, so... Nice one. And the wall behind me looks pretty cool. But you see this wall here? Yeah, it looks pretty boring. But there's a solution. Displate. Just look at this. It's a metal poster. Oh. Didn't break anything. Look, brilliant. It's so big, it just looks really cool, and it's really unique because it is made out of metal. You can even see the reflection of my lights in the background, can't you? And there are over 2 million designs to choose from on the website, including Minecraft, Marvel, Sonic, and loads more, so there's 100% something for everyone. And now to put it on the wall. Actually, you don't need a hammer. What? Really? Instead, it's a magnetic mounting system, so you attach the magnets and just put the poster up. The right way up. Don't all 5 of them look really, really cool together? And if you want a super fast war makeover too, if you order them, they'll arrive in 4 to 5 business days. So yeah, it's a super fast turnaround. To do that, just use the link in the description, use code SB737 at checkout, and you'll get discounts of up to 27% off. So thanks again, Display, for sponsoring this video, and I will get back to my bedroom.
Don't crack now, thinks Derek, 7 rounds deep in his job interview. Bell Pure Fibers sure won't. That's reliability under pressure that, dare he say, matches his own.
There we go. And now I can finish the storage. Mission accomplished and nicely spawn-proofed. I do also need to fill all these barrels up with shulkers, and I could craft them all. But come on, that sounds far too much like hard work. Especially since Minecraft literally gave us a blog that'll do it for us. I kind of feel like I haven't really used the crafter enough in my world, but this is a nice, neat little contraption. This is the size of it in its entirety, and I just simply preload this one with the shulker shells and chests, and this one with the dyes. Then this dropper will keep the dye stocked up, and all of these keep all those materials going. And from there, I'm pretty sure all I have to do, flick this, and it should start crafting them. Yep, perfect. The only issue is that kind of happened. There we go. Now it's working. You should always have some shulker boxes in that hoppers. That was why it kind of went wrong. And with that, it'll now be working perfectly, filling up these barrels, as you can see. And once one gets full, it'll start to fill the next one. This is seriously so much faster than manually crafting the barrels to be light grey. And now with everything being completely full and the droppers being empty, that's not a good thing. Well, it's kind of okay. As you can see, it's just crafting the remaining ones in there. But I can now turn on this machine and mine away like crazy at full speed whilst all of the stone gets collected up. And now whilst this is kind of working brilliantly, my pickaxe is already nearly broken. So to sustain this super fast mining, I'm gonna need a load of XP. I bet you didn't think that building a super fast stone farm was gonna be this complicated. Thankfully, there is a farm that solves the problem. But to build that, I'm gonna need 4 shulker boxes worth of obsidian plus a load of other items. So I guess it's time I got to work. Perfect, I've successfully got everything, even if it was kind of eventful. And now I'll go ahead and get this entire thing built up. And at this point, it is ready. The portals spawn pigmen that come through here and fall all the way down. At the moment, they're trying to get that turtle egg. If I hit one of them, they'll try to attack me. So I'm going to offload all of my items. And then I just need to add a lever right here to start this clock, which is going to keep extending the piston and pushing the XP all the way through here and up the chute. To get it so the pigmen will drop me XP, I just need to punch one of them like that. Now they'll all get angry at me. This guy and this guy up here will keep them all alerted. And look how the XP is coming up and repairing my pickaxe. It isn't normally quite this fast, it was just because there was a bit of a backlog. It's actually going to repair it all the way. Now it's coming at a pretty normal rate, steady away. So I'll turn on this machine, put food in my offhand, and hold down right click so I'm constantly going to be eating when I need to. And then just continue mining. I can keep mining away. Also, so that I don't pick up any stone, I can fill up my inventory. The door stops the stone from flying out, but the pigman up there means that because that guy can't see me, he still can. And we just go for it. Mining away now, getting loads and loads of stone. And as you can see, my pickaxe keeps repairing itself. Now, to get all the stone I need, it's going to take me about 4 hours. That's the equivalent of 12 days, so yeah, I will just get busy mining away. And without a doubt now, that has got to be long enough. And in the chests, oh, just look at all that stone. Have you ever seen so much? Have I just backed up the hoppers? Oh my goodness, the storage really has overflown quite a bit, hasn't it? Why are there so many Endermen down there? What are you guys doing? It's literally Enderman Mountain. Is this like a group effort to grief the entire thing? Guys, what are you doing? This poor cow is wondering what the heck is going on here. Anyway, I do feel at this point that it is probably time that I start clearing out this forest, ready for where the castle is gonna go. as you know, it is going to cover an absolutely massive area. And whilst at this point, it is going to be pretty easy for me to mine away a load of the trees, and I am going to have so much spruce wood by the end of it, I do feel that it's going to be kind of annoying that I'll have to keep repairing my tools as they break. Or at the very least, I'll have to go flying somewhere else to repair them. So to combat that, I'm going to get an entire shulker box worth of XP bottles. Now, the most important way to get those is through emeralds, and I'm going to do it through void trading. I'm also kind of worried that this guy has been throwing snowballs through the end bottle for absolutely ages, which when I go through might mean that it's super laggy. We're about to find out. Okay, it was laggy for a second. I think all the snowballs have gone. So then I just jump in here, unlock this guy's next trading level, and look at that. He now sells the bottles of XP, 3 emeralds a pop. And so I can void trade with him as I go through the portal. The only thing I have to make sure I do is wait 15 seconds after going through the portal for the chunks to unload. So yeah, it's a lot slower than it used to be, but on a plus side, it's still faster than waiting ages for the villagers to restock their trades. Although, it has kind of given me a little bit of an idea. Because what have I got right over here? Absolutely loads of... What on earth has happened here? Who did this? And why are you all jumping up and down? What on earth is going on? Looks like some idiot left the front door open. I wonder who that could be. Okay, well, we'll have to fix this right away. To do that, I'm going to need a bunch of weakness and golden apples. Man, I've left the door open again. Don't come in here, guys. All right, nope, stay out of here. When you've not had a mob switch in that long, it's easy to forget about this kind of thing. Okay, I'm pretty sure, yeah, that did splash him. Now the same for you, both of you guys. And I'll leave these in here just in case there's any more mishaps. And back to business. Let's go ahead and get all of the bottles of XP. Yeah, this is actually a pretty speedy way now that I'm doing it this way. And now it's been long enough, it looks like they're all cured, so I'm going to find the new ones and also buy from them. And about 1.5 minutes after the sun rises and the new day dawns, they will all restock their trades. Any second now, it has just done it. There we go. So what we'll do is we'll just go through and trade with every single one, and they're going to kind of instantly restock for me as well. Basically, from playing loads of Lifesteal, which is so much about trading with villagers, I know all of their trading cycles now, which is absolutely perfect. There we go, and I can straight away go back around again. And from there, they're not going to restock for quite a while now, which means it is now the perfect opportunity to spend my time void trading. I've accidentally messed up and traded too early at one point, so he now is not refreshing his trade anymore, so we'll send him back home. I'm sure he will at some point. I've still managed to get loads more, and if I take all of these emeralds back home with me, then as you can see, it's the perfect time as the sun rises, as these guys are ready to restock, and I can get to work trading. I reckon at this point, I've got enough. I'll make sure to actually lock the door this time, and then I shall build a beacon so that Operation Destroy an Entire Forest can begin. And I'm also going to be building a bit of a grass layer on top, just to terraform some of the land as well. Some of it is going to need digging down quite a bit, and other parts, building up. I may have underestimated just how big this project is, but finally, the forest is completely chopped down. I don't know if it looks like I've cleared that much area. A lot of terrain had to be mined too. It basically took like 10 hours. It doesn't look like that much effort, but trust me, it is loads. And now what I want to do is build the entire perimeter of the castle. On a side note, look at just how many spruce logs that I've managed to get. But yeah, to build the walls, I'm going to mainly need stone brick stairs, and normal stone stairs, plus cobblestone, a little bit of deep slate, and most importantly, packed mud. And as you can see, I've really not got that much. I mean, I've got a decent amount of mud there if I need it. But even if I take all of this and combine it with all of the wheat that I have, it's still not going to be that much, and it's certainly not going to be enough. I don't know, does a stone cutter make you get more? Okay, you can't even use it in a stone cutter. You have to do it in the crafting interface. And yeah, this amount of mud bricks is just nowhere near enough. So I'll take a couple of shulker boxes of bones and then head to a very little but very useful farm, the nano crop farm. And basically, this is activated with that lever. It's going on and off. These dispensers are filled with bone meal. Well, some of them are, some of them aren't. That's why we fill these chests up. I feel like I should use an auto crafter to turn the bones into bone meal at some point. That could be handy, couldn't it? But yeah, from there, I can just constantly be replacing the wheat seeds. And they are going to be constantly growing, giving me more and more wheat. As you can see, my inventory, well, it's filling up at a decent speed. And this is pretty much how I intend... Okay, that's weird. But yeah, this is pretty much how I intend to get all of the wheat that I'm going to need for all of the mud bricks. As you can see, using this method, it doesn't really take that long to start getting a lot of wheat. We can get a bit more packed mud. I've got it all here ready and waiting. And with that done, I'm now going to keep going until I have another 4 shulker boxes full of wheat. It shouldn't be that hard. It's just going to take quite a bit of bone meal, but as you can see, we've got loads in stock. So I'm sure that I can do it. And I've now been here long enough. Let's switch off the machine. As you can see, I've got loads and loads of wheat, even more than I actually planned to get. Might as well even turn some of these to hay bales, to be honest. And now the next thing that I need to worry about is all of the mud. I do have this farm here which converts dirt to mud for me and kind of stacks it up like that. You may be able to tell that I designed it myself. It's alright. I did it when mud first came out and it gets it at an okay kind of rate. And then there's this farm here which is even better, but it converts dirt into mud and then into clay. You literally just stand here and keep placing it like that. So again, it's a pretty good pace. And as you can see, fills up nicely and the dripstone dries it out, which turns it into clay. And then the TNT up there, as you can see, blows up the blocks. So I pretty much want a hybrid of the 2 farms, one that just purely produces mud. To make it, I'm just going to need a few redstone items and building blocks. That is everything. I am going to need to get another shovel for it as well, because an insta-mine one, like a netherite one, it won't make the farm work. Might as well build it in this spot right here. We seem to have quite a few farms in the area. The redstone's fairly simple. I'm pretty sure I built this up at the world border as well, back when I built 100 farms in one video. That's the water added that will fill up the glass bottles. Once I add this chest, the farm is now done. We can just put another glass block there. I'll fill the chest with dirt, and then I can craft my shovels, give them all Unbreaking 3, and I can now very quickly get all of the mud that I need. Are you kidding me? I was just fixing a few teething problems with the mud farm because it was kind of spitting out a lot of glass bottles, and all my mud has just got blown up. Thankfully, the chest with all the actual mud in it is still intact. But as you can see, yeah, I'm just getting a few random items in there as well. So I'm going to take all this and make a new farm, which I think is just going to work so much better. Once again, I've got all the items. And so I shall now get Mud Farm version 2 completely built. This piece of TNT is the final block. I need to fill this dispenser with glass bottles, and then I can fill the whole thing with dirt, and that gives us a mud farm that works way, way better than the last one. Because as the mud gets generated, it all gets blown up and collected by the hoppers. And that is all of the dirt used up, and it's all nicely being collected into these chests. I don't know why I didn't just use this farm the first time. It's 10 times better. I'm not going to bother using an autocrafter, but from there I can craft loads and loads of the packed mud. And from there I can grab all of the other materials. And the only thing I'll probably end up needing more of is moss blocks. I'll take this shulker and worry about making a farm for it a bit later. I think I have one at spawn that I could possibly use. I just have to change the function of it a little. But yeah, right now that's not too major of a thing, because the main purpose right now is just to get the outer wall built all the way around the outside. One of the most annoying parts of this wall has actually been building the underwater section, because, of course, the walls are going to carry on underwater when the castle overlaps with the shore. So, yeah, this definitely makes sense. It's just a little bit annoying to do. I've almost done the full perimeter, but I have run out of stone blocks. That's how much I've used. And if we fly along, you can see it's just kind of getting around the terrain that is the most difficult part. And my goodness, this... Look how big this castle actually is going to be. Why did I think this was a good idea? Anyway, we've come this far. We've got to keep going. More stone is the main thing I think I need to worry about getting. And I am going to grab a load of extra grass blocks because I still need to do a little bit of terraforming here and there. It'll just come in handy, plus a bit of dirt. I could realistically do with loads more grass blocks, so maybe I'll mine a load of terrain at some point and get a shulker box worth. Or just finish terraforming this area. That would probably do it, wouldn't it? But yeah, I can kind of connect some terrain around here that goes up against the walls. And then I can continue layering everything up. And I've now successfully made it all the way around the outside to the entrance again. But as you can see, due to the terrain, the wall is a different height in all the different areas. So I want it to all be the same height, as the tallest point. So really, the trickiest bit is done, and now I can just start layering it upwards so they connect up and cover even the tallest parts of the terrain. I feel like I've been working at this for ages, and it looks like good progress, but there's also a lot of work to go, isn't there? But yeah, it is definitely very, very cool. There's a few gaps I want to work on. There's a little bit of a tunnel-y area that I want to build there. And I also want to finish off decorating this entranceway as well, which is what I'm going to start with. I need a load more cobblestone for this pathway. My goodness, there's just mobs coming from everywhere. Don't even have an axe on me, so we're pickaxing them with a netherite one. Still works pretty well. And from there, I just alternate between stone brick slabs and, once again, the cobblestone. And as for the rest of the entrance area, the floor is going to be made of cobble. And to build up the rest of these inner walls, I'm going to need to get a few more items. First things first, I'll need sand. That is something I have in abundance. And then these cauldrons, which I also unexpectedly have in abundance. Yeah, but you didn't think I was going to have that. Then I've just got to grab a few other miscellaneous items. And then the only items I'm really missing are a bunch of tinted glass and shroom lights, which I'm pretty sure this farm here gives me. Yep, got loads of them ready and waiting. And so the cauldrons are going to go in the floor just as a bit of a decoration when you enter. It's going to be the same way over here. And then we're going to have sand in these gaps. Again, really just to kind of make it all look a bit better. And this is going to go much higher. Okay, I need some stone. Hold on. The shulker boxes with all the good stuff are right here. It's times like this that make me miss having a mob switch. Maybe I should fix it and get it turned back on, because you guys are just such a pain. All I'm trying to do is make a nice building, and these guys are, look at them all, just constantly getting in my way. Leave me alone. They really are absolutely relentless. I think the campfires on the wall like this create quite a cool effect. And thank goodness it's daytime. Yeah, that's it. You can all get lost now. That side's looking pretty good. I'm going to do the exact same thing over here, and then I can kind of curve it upwards, and they can meet in the middle. At this point, it's probably built up high enough. And this is what it's going to look like when you enter the castle. Apparently, I'm missing a few stone blocks there. No problem, though, as it's very easy to fix. And now I want to focus a bit more on the cobblestone floor that is in the courtyard. Now, you'll see that there's a shroom light over there. And that is actually planned to have a little bit of yellow stained glass on top of it, and then like a circular thing in the ground around it. But I forgot the one piece of that yellow stained glass, so we're going to quickly fly back. Grab the item. My chest had one left. That's very convenient. And whilst I'm here, part of the build does require red stained glass, so I'm gonna go ahead and just grab a few of those. That can go right here. The creeper had better not ruin it for me. There we go. Nothing to worry about. And then around the outside, we're gonna have these spruce stairs, followed by granite, then terracotta, and mangrove stairs, creating something that looks like this. And then the next thing on my agenda is to build a massive tinted glass window that goes at the back of the castle. So there's the entranceway, and here is the window. First thing I unfortunately didn't do is bring enough tinted glass. I did quite a bit more, although thankfully it can be crafted very, very easily. And whilst I'm here, I do also need to craft a total of 10 grindstones. That's easy enough, especially when you consider I've got a chest full of stone slabs. My goodness, I've got loads of them, haven't I? So I need 10 of those in total. And once I go to a crafting table, the recipe's not there. Because I've downgraded my world, it kind of messes up all the recipes you've had. But once I go like that, it'll now start showing up again. Yeah, look at that. Top right, it says new recipes unlocked. So there's going to be one grindstone on top of each of these walls. And that is also the case on this side as well. And then things can be built upwards even more. At this point, I reckon that is tall enough. Yeah, it really stands out as being taller than the rest of the castle that I've done. And the other thing that I need to finish is this little entranceway right here. And to do that, I'm going to need to grab a load of chains. Now, don't worry. Chains are something I have a chest for, so I've got plenty of... Okay, well, we've got 8. We're going to need slightly more than that. But you still don't have to worry because we've got plenty of iron, which I can quickly craft into the chains. So I'll start by having some go along here like this, and then others behind it stacking upwards. And this little part of the archway is now looking pretty good, and it's complete. It's even got a little lodger here. What are you doing there? The only thing I just noticed I need to just add a few little bits of cobblestone in the gaps. Is there any on this side? Yeah, there's just one there that I need to fix as well. And from there, I can build a nice little shroom-like window above it, which leaves that part of the wall to look something like that. Yeah, looks very, very nice indeed, doesn't it? And next, I've just got a couple of windows on this backside that also need building upwards, so I'll get those completed. And with these all out of the way, the next thing I want to do is build up the walls so that they are as tall as this window, so that it's all kind of in perspective. And that won't take me too far off reaching the top. I mean, my goodness, this is crazy. This is just the outer walls that I'm building. I haven't even done all the inside bit yet. But yeah, project complete the outer walls is the next thing I want to get done. And whilst I have a bit of spare cobble in my inventory, I might as well expand this floor. So much of this courtyard needs filling in. But yeah, the main thing right now is to start placing blocks and build it upwards. Then it's going to really start to resemble a proper castle. And at this point, I've pretty much done all of the placing that I can on these outer walls. And let's be honest, it is starting to look good. It is starting to look like a proper castle, especially over here. I mean, just look at that. Yes, the actual building needs to get quite a bit bigger. And you can see that these towers are what is going to be in every corner. But the issue is, to properly finish the towers, I kind of need to do the inner section a bit more. And then I can do the inner part of the walls. And I also ran out of cobbled deep slate. As you can see, I was building this roof with the deep slate tiles, and I couldn't make any more. So that is one of the items that I'm missing. I also need more cyan terracotta and normal terracotta, as well as shroom lights and paper. Yeah, these are the last 21 firework rockets that I've got, and I don't want to run out of them. And since that's a pretty easy one to recover, I'm going to start with that. Whilst I don't have a crazy amount, I have a few stacks of sugarcane in this chest, so let's make some space, craft them all into paper, and add them to the shulker. I'm going to say I'm low on normal terracotta. It's not terrible, but only 2 stacks in a bit is not enough for the rest of the build. However, when it comes to the cyan variant, I need a lot more, so that is why I'm going to grab a few shulker boxes of dirt, and then I'm going to put this clay farm to good use. It's pretty much the exact same concept as the mud farm, only the difference here is all of this dripstone will drain the mud and turn it into clay. So I'll just fill up this chest and then stand here constantly placing the dirt, which as you can see, yeah, it's getting turned to mud. A new dirt gets dispensed to me every time I place it there as well, and it will steadily get drained. And in the meantime, the TNT blows it all up so I can collect it. And at this point, I think I've probably been here long enough, so let's jump out. Is there still quite a bit? Okay, there's a lot of dirt still available if I want it, but hopefully I won't need it. Okay, straight away we've got a bit of mud, which is good. 10 clay balls. Okay, let's start in this. Yeah, this is more like it. All right, this is the chest we were more bothered about. So let's turn them all into blocks. And then from there, I can take the shulker box and add them into the super smelter, which will work very, very nice. As you can see, it puts 1 item in every furnace, which makes everything get smelted really quickly. And it'll all start filtering into this chest. And so that is terracotta, cyan terracotta, and paper checked off the list. But I do still need to sort out the shroom light issue, which again is fairly easy because I have a farm for that. Although I don't know if I want to use the farm with all these creepers around. That's a disaster waiting to happen. Probably wise if I go to my house to get some sleep. And yeah, this is the farm that will get me shroom lights, okay? Right here is where I can get the fungus to grow them. I think I'm going to go for growing the warped ones. So we just go ahead and first let this run for a little bit. It's just going to keep bone meal in the ground. And then I can jump on here, grab all of the produce, chuck away the junk items that I don't care about, and then add those to this dropper here. So one hand has the fungi, the other one has the bone meal. We keep growing the trees, and in return, we get shroom lights. All right, we also, yeah, we do get the warp blocks. We get the logs. They're you know, the main thing you get. But shroom lights are like the byproduct. They go into this chest. You can see the other chests have all the other blocks in them that we're getting from this. So it's a very handy little farm, and I'm going to keep using it to get as much as I can. A few days have passed, and that should be enough to keep me going for now. I even managed to have a fresh trim whilst I was harvesting them. And that leaves just one thing left on the list of missing items. Cobbled deep slate, and I've got a plan on how to get them. You see, when I need to find thousands of diamonds, I have this machine here, the Infinibore. And using a method called TNT warping, it fires loads of TNT into the walls and basically, yeah, destroys loads of it. That makes it very, very easy to find diamonds. But in the process, as you can see, and because I've not loaded these chunks, it breaks a load of deep slate, basically allowing me to get tons and tons of cobbled deep slate ridiculously fast. Look at that. Already, I've just filled up my inventory and I'm filling the shulker box. And there's just so much of it on the ground, absolutely everywhere. As you probably know in Minecraft, items despawn after 5 minutes. So if I lower my render distance to 2, then only the items that I can see can despawn, which, yeah, again, is going to make them last even longer. It is basically a cobbled deep slate farm. It's absolutely fantastic. And in my opinion, it is without a doubt the fastest way to just get loads and loads of it. And hey, we're even picking up extra diamonds whilst we're here that I missed too. Times like this that make me wish that I had my mob switch working. I really should just fix it. It's not a massive project, but dealing with mobs in somewhere like this, it's just so annoying. And at this point, I've filled up 4 shulker boxes worth. I've got an inventory full, so that is more than enough for me. All of the terracotta has also now finished smelting. Cyanide is also something I have in abundance, so I'll put a load of it in this shulker box. And I'll also dye a load of pieces as well. Fantastic. And now I think I'm going to really focus on the inner walls. Then I can actually properly finish the towers a bit better. And it'll just make everything feel so much more complete. But to do that... Oh, hold on a second. It is nighttime. Okay, I've got a new idea, actually. I'll take my deep slate and make a bunch of items. And then whilst it's nighttime and there are mobs all about, I'll build stuff up here where I'm well out of the way. It is now daytime, even if it started raining. And the progress up here is pretty good. But it is now that I can focus down here, and I think I'm going to start with a load of concrete. And when I say concrete, I do in actual fact mean cobblestone. I mean, they kind of look the same, slightly sound the same. You can see why I got mixed up. But yes, so much of the floor of this courtyard is going to be made out of cobblestone. So I'm going to get busy and get to work placing it all. It's all starting to look good. I've made a bit of a perimeter around here as well. I want this to be moss blocks, which raises the next issue. I haven't really got any of them. But not to worry, since I do have loads and loads of bone meal, thanks to these shulker boxes. And I have a farm at spawn that can help me out. You see, this right here is a moss farm. So if I load this dispenser up with bone meal, gotta bear in mind, it's years since I've used this farm, by the way, so hopefully it does work. And then there must be a lever somewhere that activates it. I don't know where it is. Which one is it? Is it this? That looks like it's working. And yeah, it's pushing the stone out. The stone is getting converted into bone meal. And then it's getting pushed along, okay? From getting pushed along, it is then going into composters, turning to bone meal. Some of the bone meal goes in here, and some of it goes back round, so that the farm works forever. Now, that's kind of okay, except for the fact that I don't want to get loads of bone meal. I want moss. So instead, I'm going to move these hoppers so that all the moss starts going into these 2 chests. I've probably got enough here at this point just to at the very least get me going. And I can just come back to this machine whenever I need a load more. So this right here is where all the moss is going to go, in this gap that I have left specially. And now with this little flat section done, I'm now going to focus on building up this inner wall right here. So yeah, let's get to work. And that is another of these buildings done. And as you can see, it really does start to come together when the inside walls are done and the towers are actually built on the walls. It's fantastic. Now, the plan is that this is going to actually be part of the main castle building, which is the same building as that there. There's going to be a little garden area down there. There's going to be a courtyard that runs to that point. And also a garden area right here. Is that a skeleton horse? Is he going to get activated? What are you doing here? But I feel like the next thing that needs to happen is I do these inner walls on this side. Over that side is you know, it's coming together. The buildings can be completed, but I need to do that building and that building. Just so then I can more fully concentrate on the courtyard. I'm going to have a... watch out for these guys, but I'm going to have a bridge that kind of goes up here to the main entrance. And on a side note, if I stand on this tree, you can see from here, the castle is actually starting to look like a proper one. If I get that tower and that tower in the corner done, it's going to look absolutely amazing. And it's crazy how I'm 150 days into this project and I haven't even properly started on the main building. What is going on? Anyway, like I said, no time like the present to get started on these inner walls. It's more or less a repeat as to what I've done on that side. But yeah, just on this side instead. So yeah, I'd better get busy. And that should be enough of the walls built up. I've even started doing the main buildings one as well, just to properly round off this area. Speaking of which, what is this area going to be? Well, the idea is there's going to be a nice little pool there, maybe a seating area, that kind of thing. And to make the floor of it actually look good, I'm going to go and grab some prismarine bricks. And on a side note, I want you to remember that I started on day 9168, and we're now on day 9335. So It's nearly taken me 200 days to build this. And haven't been sleeping the nights away in the game. So that's like 50 to 60 hours I've spent on this so far. And we haven't even yet got to the finished product. You guys are hopefully going to absolutely love it. And on a side note, it is now 6 a.m. Yep, I've been up all night to try and get this finished for you guys. Because I really did not want to have to delay this video by another week. So yeah, it is time to get serious and to keep building as much as I can, as quickly as I can. That is all of that completely placed down. And I came to get some moss, but I've accidentally left this farm running at spawn. This... There's millions of times it's destroyed my FPS. The FPS is recovering. Just look at... Oh my goodness. Have you ever seen anything like... This is ridiculous. When I said I needed moss, I did not mean this much. Anyway, back to the task in hand. I'm going to fill this entire thing in with water. And I'm also just going to add a bit of moss over here as well. Just for a bit of decoration. There we go. Looks like the entire thing is pretty much now filled in with water. And if I waterlog one stairs, notice how they just all automatically get waterlogged. That's a handy little bonus, isn't it? So yeah, that's a little garden area. I'll probably bone meal the moss so it looks a bit more natural, but we need to sort out all of this. Let's not worry about how you know, making that look really, really good, because there's much more important things to worry about. The entire area that I'm currently stood is also going to be water, and it's a river that goes under that bridge. It definitely works well, but once we get this side of the bridge, none of the walls are done, so I need to expand this all the way through here. It shouldn't be too tricky because I've already done the border, but I do need to make sure that there are blocks all the way underneath so the water actually has something to go on top of. And I've decided I'm just going to use stone because that is what I have loads and loads of spare. That's this section nicely covered up, and now I just need to get rid of the ravine. And I do feel like once the river's in, progress will look so much better because it does cover such a massive area. And even though I have sort of marked it out and shown where it's going to go, until I get the water in, you can't really see exactly how it's going to turn out. So yeah, I think this bit's done. There's quite a few holes dotted around that I'd just like to fill in as well. And then comes the fun part. The fun part which feels like it's going to be really difficult, but I don't know if it's going to be that hard. Whoa! Where did you come from, by the way? They're just creepers falling from the sky now. But yeah, the fun part is... Thank goodness you were in water. The fun part, though, is placing down all the water. Is that just to creeper-proof the entire area? Is that what's going on here? So I pretty much just have to keep grabbing water and go all the way around the outside. It's like the pool I've just done, but on a much bigger scale. Now that I've gone around the outside, it is slowly filling itself up. And all the grass will turn to dirt, which will look a lot more natural. That's a good thing. And I just have to make sure that I don't miss any of the gaps. And with all of that now out of the way, I can start layering the terrain upwards. The walls are coming along nicely. I've now brought these ones up so that they are at the level of this bridge. The mobs are not getting any less annoying, let me tell you that. I was originally going to have a bit of a building right here, but I think now I'm just going to make it a fully covered up floor. Can't be adding little outhouses and stuff everywhere. I'll never finish the build if I keep doing that. Still haven't even started the main castle. Well, I suppose I kind of have started. I mean, I've got some of the walls done, so it's not all doom and gloom, is it? But it has got to go so much taller than that. So yeah, this is going to be flattened off. And that is the bridge successfully built up to the height that it needs to be. So now this kind of pathway is going to lead to the main entrance of the castle. Nearly 200 days of Minecraft, and I'm only just now finishing the courtyard. I'm covering this structure right here in slabs. And you're probably starting to see why I didn't need to destroy all the terrain. Because a lot of it, yeah, it's just kind of hidden underneath the castle grounds. All it does mean is that I have to kind of terraform my own rivers, as you can see, and add moss. That's not too far off that bit there, by the way. It is a home for mobs, unfortunately. But you know what? If they want to live underneath the castle, then that's fine by me. As long as they don't live in the castle, then I really don't mind. There we go. That's that covered. I might put a beacon on there or something at some point, as that would add some nice decoration. But for now, I'm not going to worry about that. And instead, I'll concentrate on adding up these walls. What do you think you're doing, Creeper? Have you come to spoil my plans? Probably wanting to ruin the build and blow up all the moss. Well, it's not going to happen. And with that, the moss is all done. It is at the level it needs to be to make another platform kind of area here. And it means now that these walls I've kind of half built can fully all connect to make a building, which is going to go right here. And this building is going to connect to the main castle. So yeah, that is the plan. But before I build that up, I'm first going to get this floor filled in. There we go. And I've left a gap in the middle because I'd like to add a little bit of decoration here. I can't just make everything just flat areas with nothing on it. So I'm going to start with an oak log circle in the middle. And then inside of that, I'm going to add shroom lights. On top of the blanks, I'll add slabs. And on top of the shroom lights, there will be leaves. And then in between all of that, I am just going to add a simple layer of moss. Eventually, I might put a decoration on here, like some sort of tree. But for now, this is how it's going to look. I could bone meal and add plants. I'll see how I do for time when I decide that. But now I should swoop down here because I need to finish this staircase upwards and connect this section up to that section. And realistically, that should be pretty straightforward to do. Nicely done. It's all connected up so I can walk up and down these stairs. It really is starting to flow nicely, isn't it? And I've also made this building quite a bit higher and started the bridge that will connect it from here all the way to the main castle. So yeah, I'll get busy and get this built up to the top. And now, there's just one little area that I finally need to do, which is another little garden at the back of the castle. As you can see, it just covers this little area. And much like the other ones, it is again going to make use of the moss blocks. And at this point, I think I'm happy with where it all is. Of course, the moss could be decorated better. I will probably go through and just bone mill everything later on. But at the very least, I can now connect these walls to the main building and to that back part as well. There's going to be a tower there. So it is pretty much just the case now of building absolutely everything up. And I have shulker boxes of everything that I need. I just will have to like craft the bricks, craft the walls, you know, like kind of craft the items. But I have the raw materials that I need. Same with the spruce. I have all the spruce wood I need. And it's a very simple palette. So that's what we're going to be using to build the whole thing. It's what I've done all the way through. So I'm going to go ahead and get to work. And here we go. This is a special moment because the build is finally complete. This project has taken me 224 Minecraft days to complete. That is the biggest project I think I've ever done in my world. And just look at the size of the castle. I think it looks absolutely fantastic. I'm so impressed with it. I have got a bit of bad news though, guys. You know how I have like this armor that has all the protections on it? Well, I had a helmet like that, but it broke. Yeah, because I was constantly all the time getting attacked by phantoms and mobs, and I didn't keep the durability up, it broke without me realizing. So that's a sad loss to it because I haven't got any more of them. We've lost my ultimate helmet. But hey, I'm sure I can get one back. Now, I did originally have plans to build a big interior in here, but I mean, that would take me probably like another 20 hours, I feel like. It would be a massive project. So I have a better plan, and that is to just use black wool to block this up. Yep, this is closed for repairs. You're not allowed to look inside. It would have been very, very cool to have an entire interior that you could go into, but you'll just have to settle with the courtyard area, which does look nice. This again, I wanted to add more decorations, but it's just taken so long. But who knows? Maybe one day I will add more. And I did also burn through a ridiculous amount of stone. As you can see, there's only a couple of shulker boxes. There's a few more in there. But because pretty much, I'd say the vast majority of the build is either made from stone brick stairs, stone brick walls, you know, some stone variant. I was just constantly crafting from that. Or cobbled deep slate or spruce wood. They were like the three main components. The Infiniball made cobbled deep slate easy to get. Chopping down this entire forest meant I just had shulker boxes and shulker boxes of spruce wood, and that farm got me the stone. So yeah, that was kind of the main ingredients for doing all of the building, really. If I had instead added stuff like andesite and tuff and stuff like that to the walls, then it would have become a much, much harder build to do, and it would take me probably even longer. But yeah, guys, that is my absolutely massive castle in hardcore Minecraft. And if you'd like to watch a video where I built a farm that gets me unlimited bedrock items that you can see right here, then click the video that's on your screen right now. Or if you'd like to see how I built this massive machine that let me farm a ridiculous amount of ancient debris, then click the other video that is currently on your screen. 4,000 days in hardcore Minecraft. I almost die multiple times, and on day 4,000, I take on a Skylimit MLG without a totem that in hindsight, I wish I hadn't done. I also throw a load of netherite into the void. Yeah, you'll soon see why. And I build a very cool custom portal room and a new and improved dragon farm that can defeat the Ender Dragon instantly. I did have to use up a few days from this episode to finish the last project, which is why we're starting 7 days in. And I would like to make things a little bit more interesting. I'm going to give myself 20 minutes on the clock, and those 20 minutes start now. In this small amount of time, I have to try and find a notch apple. If I'm successful, then it's happy days. But if I fail this challenge, then I will force myself to do a water bucket MLG from Skylimit. Oh, and when I do that MLG, I won't be able to use a totem. So yeah, there's quite a lot riding on me actually finding a notch apple in the next 13 minutes. And in this first pyramid, we have had no success. I'd better keep searching as fast as I can. On average, it should take 10 of these to find one. I don't expect the second one to have anything, but I can only hope. Third one has also had nothing. Maybe a ruined portal can save the day. No, no it can't. But the fourth pyramid is here, and the fourth failure. I have to say, it's not looking good. We've got about 5 minutes left. No joy so far. I've only managed to find 4 pyramids, which is a bit rubbish. 2 minutes left. I've found another ruined portal. But can I find the chest? Well, yes, finally I can. Nothing in it. Of course there isn't. There's a pyramid up this way. Less than 2 minutes left. It's got to be in here. Come on, game. Don't let me down, please. Just when I need it. No. Okay, come on. Let's just keep searching. There's got to be a savior somewhere. Not at that ruined portal, though. 40 seconds left. I've found the 6th one. Surely this has got to be the last one. And there is absolutely nothing here. But I see one down there. I've got 19 seconds, 15 seconds. Come on, SB. This is it. We're swooping in. We're not messing about. Let me in, please. Quick. Don't blow the place up, though. Come on. Yeah, I think we've failed the mission, which means a Skylimit MLG with no totem will soon be happening. But before that, I am going to still try and track down a notch apple. And I've now searched 10 of these without finding anything. The odds are not in my favor. What an interesting temple. We've got ourselves a dungeon right by it. Does it? Oh, it does connect as well, but it's got one chest. Well, nothing useful. And that is 17 pyramids I've searched. I've still not found anything. And I've spent 40 minutes looking. This is really not going to plan. And this is the 20th one. Can't believe I've searched so many without success. And nothing has changed. Finally, after searching 23 of these stupid pyramids, I have found the notch apple. It took just less than an hour, 59 minutes and 50 seconds. Just in the nick of time, and I am most certainly now going home. And look at this. A giant bastion with a netherite ingot. And there's another one here with another netherite ingot. And it is now very nice to be back home. I can get all of these different items repaired and add this notch apple to the wall. Although despite that, I did fail the challenge, so I can no longer hold that totem. And last episode, I got so many suggestions for the name of my new ocelot. But I've decided to call him Leo. Yes, Leo the Ocelot. I thought that's a really good name. And what are you guys all looking at? Oh, the new poster for 4,000 days is here. Looks like you guys aren't too happy that you're forced to stare at it, but I personally signed each and every one of these, which took a very long time. And they are limited edition, which means once they're sold out, they are gone forever. Just like all these other ones. You've got to get them for your collection. And I've also signed one of them with a special gold pen. And the one random lucky person that gets that poster will get a free Nintendo Switch with Minecraft as well. They'll probably run out in less than a week, so get them whilst you can at sp737.store. The link is in the description. And you may be wondering, why have I come to the end portal room? Well, if we hop on through, apparently my game has frozen. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't know what's happened. It's frozen if I try to move around, but I can pause the game. I'm going to try and lower the render distance or something. Yeah, for some reason, being in third person is okay. Wait, we're okay now? I don't even know. What happened here? Did the wither escape or something? I don't remember. I think maybe TNT went through the portal or something. That was the problem with that. I don't know why everything went laggy, but we're okay now. I decided I'm going to do the totemless water bucket MLG at the end of the video, so I actually have a video for you guys to watch in case I die, because there's a decent chance of me dying. And I won't want this video to only be about 3 minutes long. Bro, what is going on? Why is it updating so slowly? It's weird. This is so weird. Oh my goodness, what is over there? There's just like a million... I can't even see it, but I'm going to die here if I'm not careful. It's like I just flew over towards the Enderman farm. Okay, come on, SB. Don't die. Don't fall in the void to lag. I'm just spamming rockets here, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, So over over in that direction. Okay, they all despawn. What were they? Were they particles? It was the TNT, I think, not detonating. This is crazy. Everything is now absolutely fine. Must have been the TNT back from when I blew up the M portal room area. I was very worried for a second. But anyway, I'm going to remove all of this old dragon farm that's broken and ruined. Because, of course, we're going to need the space to make a bigger and better one. And there's no time like the present, so let's get busy clearing everything up. And now that this has all been removed, I should also destroy this contraption all the way up here. And before I'm ready to do any building of the new dragon farm, I'm going to need to collect quite a few resources. And what's one of the main ones? Gas tiers. I need lots and lots of gas tiers. 43 isn't going to be enough. And before we start that quest, let me grab a hoe and then dry out all this sponge. And then it is time for a little bit of good news. Earlier in those 2 bastions, I found 2 ingots. And if I put that with the 7 that I already have in this shulker box, I can craft a block of netherite and add yet another one to the netherite beacon. Hopefully I'll get a few more than that today, but for now that's good progress. And no doubt a lot of you guys would love an up-to-date world download for 4,000 days. Well, if this video gets 250,000 likes, I'll release one in the next episode. If you pull that off, it would be my most liked video ever, which would be insane. Now, in order to solve the gas tier situation, I'm going to need lots and lots of items. And that is every resource gathered up. Although I should also grab some obsidian. That bit's kind of important. We've got a lot of obsidian. And glass. Whilst I'm here, I'm grabbing glass. And now, some of you may remember, I actually already have a ghast farm. It's this very nice big farm right here. And I'm going to go and head on through, because this is where the ghasts will teleport. And I believe the ghast tiers go into one of these. As you can see, we've not got much there. It's slow. That's all I can say. It's slow. So the plan is to first break this portal, and then I'm going to build up way higher into the sky. Look at that. I can build the scaffolding as I'm climbing. And now that I'm up here, I can begin building a portal. Now my portal can be created. These walls will hold in the ghast, and the composters are very important to make sure it doesn't escape. And now for a bit of fancy redstone like so. This is what's going to turn the portal on and off, which is going to teleport the ghast back through and will allow me to use the looting on this farm, and that is what will quadruple the speed of the farm. Now I shall create a hopper clock, and that is portal number 1 complete. And then above it, I'm pretty much building the same thing as what I did down there, except I should probably have that composter to be 1 higher. There we go. That's much better. Then I can add the portal walls, and the mission has been accomplished, but I'm missing a very important item, and you guys you just missed me. A bunch of iron is required, and also a load of flint, although we haven't really got much flint. However, if I grab some gravel, I can then break the flint using Fortune 3 and guarantee myself to get one every single time. I know it'll be faster with a shovel, but I haven't got a Fortune 3 one of them. And now with mission accomplished, I can craft a bunch of flint and steels and fill up this chest. There we go. These need torches on the end so that the hopper clock is going to actually work, but I'm also going to need to actually put items into the hopper clock. And look at that, one of the portals has been lit as well. And any moment now, there we go, look at that, swaps perfectly. I think my work here is done. Right here is the very middle of this part of the farm. I'm going to grab a bunch of scaffolding again and stack it up right here. Although having said that, there is already a platform up here anyway. Although it's a little bit higher up than I need for the portal to work. So you know what, let's just go back to the scaffolding idea. Oh my goodness, what's going on? Why did you guys not teleport? Is it... Could you... Oh my goodness, it's carnage here, guys. We've got gas everywhere. You guys get out of it. Come on, you're meant to be able to teleport. I think they're coming through and then they're coming back through. It's carnage, guys. It's absolutely carnage there. I'm getting out of there. I probably should have built that top portal before building the overworld ones. Now, I've made it to the height I want to be. I'm going to have the portal right here. This platform is kind of in the way now. Now to build a bit of a collection system, which will make use of these hopper minecarts. And now I've built this little area that will trap the ghasts when they come through. They'll get stuck thanks to the composters. I'm going to light the portal, and in theory, if it's correct, if it's working, ghasts should already start to come through. I don't know if it will though, because I think there might be an overload of gas. Maybe I need to fly up first just to unload those ones. And now we wait. Okay, something's happening because gas is spawning and things are coming through. But the gas aren't getting teleported back. Oh my goodness, what is going on here? This is a disaster. I'm pretty sure I've now got the farm working again. So I'm hopeful that this time we can wait and everything should work. There we go. Wait, a ghast has come through. So I stand here and I take out the ghasts. And these chests nicely fill up with loot. I'm very pleased with how well this farm is working, which means I can grab obsidian and also a load of stone bricks. And now I can expand this farm to add even more portals. This layer has been completed. Now that I have obsidian farm, I can just make so many of these. I I might try and go as high as I can. Look at that, there's a lot of gas there as well. But yeah, I think I'll go as high as I can go without messing up all of the portal connections. And I've now successfully added many more layers. I just need to spawn-proof these portals, then light these final ones, and the farm should run so much faster. It's absolutely massive. There's already a bunch of gas up here, which I can easily take out in one fell swoop, and more keep coming through very, very quickly. This is definitely the new fastest way to get plenty of gas tiers. The Lucian effect really makes this so much more profitable. And now that I have more than enough gas tiers, I can focus on the next project, which is it's a bit of a mini project. Let's chuck all of that in there, and then I'll grab this string and the shulker boxes and get busy covering this entire mega base so that not a single piece of snow can spawn. This is going to take a lot of string. And for once, I'm actually very glad that it has started snowing, because it means I can see any bits that I might have missed with the string where snow can fall. And I believe every bit is now covered. There's no snow that can form anywhere. That's another job checked off. Might as well get all these resources back home as well. Well, as many of them as I can. Can't quite fit all of them in my inventory. And for this next project, I'm going to create something that won't be able to be made in 1.19. So I want to do it now. It's going to begin by me digging a tunnel down here in the treasure room. Yeah, we're going to be expanding into this area now. I'll have some stairs like this, and I can use this extra stone that I am mining to make more stone bricks, because stone reserves, as you can imagine, are a little bit low at the moment, but we can easily now do something like that. And now that I've dug this down far enough, it's time for me to create an update suppressor. You've seen me build these many times before, but it is the last time I'm going to make one. So I shall grab all of the resources and get cracking. And the whole thing is now complete. It took a lot more mining out than I first thought. And next, my vision for this room is to have quite a lot of white on the walls. And I reckon white concrete may be the answer. Though as you can see, we need way more of it, which means grabbing a few stacks of sand, as well as some gravel, crafting it, and adding it to this machine, where it will all be placed down. And in a very short space of time, all of it has been blown up by that TNT and filtered into these chests. Before I can actually do anything to the walls, I think it'd be a good idea to mend my pickaxe. I don't really want any more to break in my world. And so this gold farm will solve that problem. Next, I should also grab the materials that I'm going to make these fancy... Have I even told you guys what I'm about to do? I guess you could probably tell from the update suppressor, but I'm going to be using that to build a room full of really cool custom portals. What's the point of these portals? Well, for now, there won't be too much. But once they update to 1.19, I won't be able to make these, so I'm going to take the opportunity whilst I can. First things first, I will switch the update suppressor on, break this bit of obsidian, and also this one, then they can be changed to diamond blocks. And then I need to raise up this slime a little bit so that I can move the rails up without the machine, like, connecting on the slime. So there we go. Then I can break these, because it's once again all suppressed. And then I need to do some more modifications up here, which isn't quite as straightforward as it was for the last one. But something like this, it works. Okay, that's all I was hoping for. I can then move these to be all the way at the top. I think it's... Yeah, can't believe this is actually working, guys. It's gone very dark in here because you can't see the portal. But look at that. Nicely exposed. And I can break all of this. Look at this. It's definitely coming together. Now it's going to move downwards, which I think if I just do something like this, and maybe not, slightly modified it, does this work? I have no idea. I'm going to find out the hard way if it doesn't work, because it's all going to break. But if I break this little bit of obsidian, look at that. Update suppression is still working, so this is the way to do it, because I can do that. And then I can also do these bottom ones. There we go. And just like that, we now have ourselves a diamond portal. I think it looks very cool, but we need more. And now I just have to extend this line so that I can make the second portal. Had a bit of an issue putting the longer one without getting in the way of this diamond portal. If this works, it would be a miracle, innit? I don't think it's quite there. And after a few more adjustments, the update suppressor is working and extended. But I would like there to be an ancient debris portal right here. I mean, we're not really rich enough to afford a netherite portal. Although having said that, we are technically rich enough. And after this episode, I'll never have the chance to make a netherite portal again. So you know what? As much as it pains me to do this, we're mining up this netherite. This is like 10 hours of work down the drain. But you know what? I don't care. That was actually a bit of a lie. I do care very much about what I'm doing right now. But I'm sure it'll be worth it when the project's finished. As always, we first start with the obsidian, light it up, and then begin mining. Those two are gone, so we can add in the 2 netherite blocks. And this is where I'm going to start to get a little bit stuck, because I've got to actually extend this rail to now go upwards, which means moving all of this up by 1. And it wasn't actually as difficult as I thought it was going to be, because now it's budded And when I break this, look at that, it still works perfectly. And then I need to raise everything up by 1 block again. After using pretty much every single brain cell in my body, I have come up with what is actually a very simple solution. I have worked out a solution which should work perfectly. Okay, wait, it didn't quite. One moment. I just need to do something like this. And there we go. Update suppression is back on. I just realized I could... you know what? That's what I did. Alright, if you get that, well done. If you don't, most people don't. I'm not sure even I do. Let's just get on with this netherite portal. Oh my goodness. I messed up. And for some reason, I thought I could just break that block. Oh, no, now I've got... start all over again. I really can be a stupid idiot sometimes. I raise it up so that this time when I break the top one, it won't be a disaster. As you can see, the portal's still there. And I can place these netherite blocks on. Guys, I've just realized something. I've duplicated netherite. I've broken all mid-principles. Update suppression allows you to duplicate blocks, and I accidentally duplicate the netherite because I started with 14 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now I've got 22. What do I do? I'll tell you what I'm now going to do. There we go. That is now completed. And I now understand what's going on. Look, if I go ahead and mine this block, watch what happens. Okay, we don't pick it up. But then if I go ahead and place a block and then I click on the inventory, it comes back. And then if I stop update suppressing, I could then break the block like so. It's probably going to go through the... Okay, well, for demonstration purposes, but... I can see how it's duplicating. And this netherite port... What the heck? What? Why is... Every time I redo this portal, I'm just duplicating more and more netherite. This time, I've done it. No more mistakes. Netherite portal is complete. Let's get those blocks down. I built it in the wrong flipping place. I don't know what's wrong with me today, but I just cannot do anything right. And now just look at all these netherite blocks I've got. I came with 14, now I've got 62. This time, there will be no mistakes. And this time, the portal is finished. And it is in the right place. Thank goodness for that. Well, my next issue is that I have these 61 blocks of netherite that are all duplicates. I shouldn't have these. I also have these 10 blocks of diamonds, which I think I also duplicated them by mistake. And what am I going to do with all of these duplicated blocks? Well, of course, I'm going to finish this netherite beacon. Don't know why I didn't think of this sooner. This is way better than mining for netherite. You know what? Who cares about duplicating? You know, you guys always tell me to duplicate sand, and I always say, well, I might as well duplicate netherite if I'm going to do that. And then I've only going to do it, so I might as well duplicate sand as well. I'm actually kidding, by the way. I don't plan to use this duplicated netherite. That's cheating. And I think I placed way too many netherite blocks for that joke because now I have to spend ages mining them all up. Could have just placed 3 of them down and called it a day. Also, do you notice how I cleverly kept all those ones separate from the ones that are not duplicated? Because, you know, I wanted to keep the originals separate. And now let's head to the nether and burn all the netherite. Oh, there it goes. We'll burn the diamond blocks as well. Oh, what a shame. Burn a load of netherite. Didn't need to do that. And meanwhile, I shall build the next of the custom portals. This one's going to be an emerald one. And this one is now also complete, which means I need to burn these emerald blocks as well. We don't allow duplicating in this world. And I've also created the gold portal. And I've wanted to make one out of redstone blocks, but I think it updates something, so it doesn't work. Instead, I've done one with amethyst. 5 custom portals have been created, and I do want to do 5 more on this side. But first, I've got to get rid of these blocks that I accidentally duplicated, and the lava's got to be the best place for that. No. Oh, look at that, my netherite's still here. I guess I'll have to keep it. Yeah, all this lovely netherite. We're not getting rid of it. I feel like I can only make that joke so many times. You know, I wonder if it's these snowballs that caused all the lag for me before. If that guy's throwing snowballs for hours, yeah, and then they all just kind of get thrown at once when I load the entrance. That's the problem. And so that means I should turn this chunk loader off and place a redstone block here so that guy stops throwing snowballs. Look at that, look at that. You see them all? They just came through. That was the problem. That was what caused the lag. I saw the snowballs. Okay. I nearly died because of a million snowballs. That's interesting. Anyway, we've got all this netherite. It's going in the void, guys, okay? That is where there will be no issues, okay? I will not be going after... Oh, I'm jumping in after it. No, just kidding. Look, watch it get destroyed. There we go. It's all gone. I'm not going to get destroyed with it. Let me fly back out of here. Yeah, that was a little risky. Me like to have plenty of durability. I've got plenty of rockets. Maybe not that risky. And now I should get back to creating custom portals. First one's been lit, and the sandstone's going to go along here. And I believe to turn a corner, I've got to do... I've never really done this before, so yes, this might not work. But I believe something like that is needed, and then I can Can I go in this day? Is this how it works? This works. It will be nothing short of a miracle. And after a lot of trial and error, I've managed to send it around these two corners. When I do this, everything gets update suppressed. And I've also realized it makes the most sense to do the end one first and then work my way that way. So let's get creating the portals. I want the end one to be made out of beacons, although I'm going to need a few more for that. So let's craft all of them together. Then I'll place a bit of white concrete behind where the beacons would go. And then we do something like that. The reason the white concrete's behind is because you can see through beacons. And that is the beacon portal now complete. The duplicated ones can be burnt. And next I want some glowstone for custom portal number 7. And now this one is done as well. And I want this one to be made out of mushroom blocks. But I don't think I've ever got any of them in my world. It's one of those things that I've never felt the need to collect. Well, there's mushrooms up ahead, which I can mine with this silk touch pickaxe. And now that I've got 14, I can chuck away that spare glowstone. Okay, wow, oh, blocks of netherite. Yeah, I'll explain a story. I have been doing more netherite block duping because when I was trying to get this update suppressor to go around corners, I did accidentally briefly break the netherite portal, so it had to be redone. So I better chuck all of these into the void. And the mushroom portal can now be created. There we... Alright, well, gotta do it again. And there we go. Although mushroom portals are a little bit more complicated because if you break a block next to a mushroom block, it will break the portal. But I think this one, it's okay because it's update suppressed. I don't know if I break that one, it won't work though. But I need the white concrete in between. So I can't place white concrete there unless I suppress. Yeah, mushroom portals are weird. So will placing this break it? No, okay. Maybe I don't quite understand the mechanics of mushroom blocks as well as I thought. But anyway, that doesn't matter because it is time to do the next one. And I think I'll grab the materials for the final 2, actually. Pumpkins is something I shall need, and they also need to be carved. And I can craft them like that. Very nice. And continue the building work. Bit difficult getting all this machine to work, but I have now finished this one. I've got 1 to go. It's going to be made of magma. Hopefully it goes to plan. Kind of against the odds. It is going to plan. Oh, and I spoke too soon. I am now so close to finishing this. It's been a very, very awkward one. But once I place that, it is all done. And we can put that there. I don't have to worry about it. I can now break the rails. No problem. And the 10 custom portals are complete. I do just want to add concrete all the way around the mushroom one to make sure nothing breaks that might break. But I think it's all okay. Yep, it's all completely fine. I don't see anything that can go wrong anymore. Famous last words. So I reckon I can safely remove the entire contraption. Things are starting to look a lot tidier. I can start removing all of this as well. Then I can go around it with the white concrete. Everything is starting to come together. Next, I will need some sea lanterns, which apparently I have loads of in there. Plus, I'm thinking prismarine bricks, which can be turned into stairs. Iron blocks because I have a ridiculous amount of iron. And if I head to spawn, I can grab all of this spare light blue concrete that I didn't use on that mega base. And then I can use the concrete to fill in the floor. The room's really starting to come to life. And I want stairs in front of each portal, which is why I haven't filled in these edges. So we're going to do something like that, which goes all the way around. And then in each of these gaps is where the sea lanterns are going to go. It'll just nicely light up the room. Currently working on the walls, which involves a lot of iron blocks. And this is sort of how it's going to look. It still looks a bit rubbish. Maybe with a bit more white concrete, I can sort it out. It maybe helped a little, but there's still work to be done. I was going to make this back wall to be only white concrete, but it's going to look terrible, so I'm adding a bit of decoration to it. And in order to do that, I'm going to need quite a bit of glass. And also some lava. And so the glass is going to go in these gaps that I am creating. Very nicely done. Before I add the lava, I've just got to make sure that it won't go everywhere. You know, I don't want it to go onto all this machine. So I'll get these walls all filled in and also the roof. And I'm pretty sure it should now be... what on earth? Didn't expect to fly all the way down there. I was about to say, I'm pretty sure it should now all be fine if I just do something like that. Yeah, look at that. The lava's flowing. It's working perfectly. And look at that. I had enough lava buckets as well. I didn't expect that to be the case. That means I can fill in all of the white concrete as well. And I was going to say, look at that. It's really coming together, but... for some reason, something didn't work. I probably can't count or something like that. But yeah, 1 more lava bucket will do the trick. I like the look of that. And I didn't accidentally get lava everywhere either. And now to get this left wall done. I almost finished the wall, but then I ran out of concrete. And I'm going to need quite a bit of concrete for the entire roof, so I might as well craft a load more. Although there's one slight issue with that. Not enough sand. So I'm going to craft a bunch of TNT and grab some iron pressure plates. I can never remember where I put them. Okay, I do put them in there. And then I just need to find a desert that I can demolish. Kind of already ruined this desert, but you know what? I'm going to just use this little area left and finish the job. I've not done too much blowing up, but I think I've got enough for what I need for the time being. That's the shulker box full of sand plus the inventory. Yeah, that's absolutely perfect. And I can craft plenty more of the white concrete, convert it with the machine. Next I can finish this wall and get the scaffolding out to begin work on the roof, which is going to be completely made out of white concrete. And that is all complete. The scaffolding can be removed, which is, it's just satisfying to watch because you just kind of break them and you just look at it. It just all collapses right in front of your very eyes like, well, like that. And that leaves me with one wall left. What am I going to do with this wall? Well, I'm going to require quite a lot of obsidian for the project. And then I'm going to create some art. You never know, there's a chance that you might work out what it's going to be. Go on, I'll give you guys a guess. I've barely placed anything. Any ideas? If you did have an idea, then you're pretty much just a genius. Oh, now you know, don't you? I bet you can tell what it's going to be now. Unfortunately, I have once again run out of all the concrete, but it's finished. This is what it will look like. Yeah, I need a bit more to go in that corner. But what do you think for that? It's a pretty nice design. Still not quite finished, but it'll get there. And so it's back to converting more concrete. And so that is all of the white concrete pretty much placed down. And next I'm going to go around this edge with obsidian. Very bizarrely, I can hear shulkers. What on earth? There's shulkers living in here. Okay, well, you guys, sorry to disturb you. I am very, very sorry. I'll leave you guys alone. If I ever need another shulker, I know where to find one. Anyway, the full obsidian border is done. But I am not done because I'm also going to have obsidian at the back of it, which is going to require quite a lot. Did I bring enough? Possibly not. But either way, we are soon going to find out. And that is mission accomplished. Did I place that final one? Maybe it's not mission accomplished. We are about to find out. I think it was, wasn't it? I never miss. Why would I think that I missed? Anyway, let's mine back out. As you can see, it's probably looking a bit worse right now. What's that? It looks like some weird Sonic EXE thing or something. No, instead, I need to grab myself some flint and steel, light that up, and when I turn and look at it, it's going to look like a Sonic the Hedgehog portal. Look at it, it's amazing. Part of me would have liked to use an update suppressor to get the portal blocks to be in between the obsidian, but you saw how hard it was just to do something simple like this. That would have probably taken me about 20 hours, so I didn't fancy it. But yeah, the portal room is now complete. I hope you guys like it. I think it's a very, very cool room. And I won't be able to do this in 1.19. Wouldn't be able to create it, so that's why I've done it now. Oh my goodness, we haven't even finished these walls. And whilst I fill in these walls, could I maybe just ask that you guys could subscribe? You know, I work so hard on this series. It takes so much work. I basically have no social life because of the series, and I'm really trying to hit 4 million subscribers this year, so if you could help me out and subscribe, that would be amazing. The bricks have been filled in, but I could definitely do with some torches to nicely light everything up. And now everything's definitely finished, and I'm very, very pleased with it. And now I think I shall take this moment to repair all of my different tools and whatnot. You know, my Elytra could do with a little bit of it. And the best place for that is, of course, going to be this gold farm. Everything repaired, and I've gained lots more levels. And now it is time I gather the materials for my machine that will one-shot the dragon. This is going to be very, very powerful and require a lot more red concrete than I currently have. But at the very least, it's not going to require more sand or gravel than I currently have because well, actually, are we going to have enough gravel? Maybe that's the missing thing. Yeah, we actually do not have enough gravel. Now, there's two ways to get the gravel. I can trade it with piglins, but that would take quite a few hours. Or I can go and search for one of the ancient debris tunnels that I've made in the nether. I happen to remember the exact location of one, which is right down a hole here, and in this tunnel there's loads of gravel for me to find, and this tunnel is thousands of blocks long, so I don't think I have to worry about running out anytime soon. Managed to fill up my inventory once. I didn't actually realize I'd brought this many shulker boxes. I almost feel like I'm obligated to fill them all now, but it's going to take a bit of mining, but it's all here to be gathered. Not sure I need all of the gravel for this build, but it will be useful for future projects. I haven't filled up all the shulker boxes, but I've filled up 2. I've got a load of inventory. I think for now I've got enough gravel, although I think I've got lost in these tunnels and I've randomly come across loads more gravel, so maybe it is worth grabbing. At this point, I've just decided to dig my way out, but even doing that means that I still can't stop finding the gravel. Oh my goodness, look at that. A little bit of ancient debris as well for my time. And not just one piece. Well, if I can pick it up. At least 2 pieces. Could it be 3? It could be 3. Well, that was a very nice little find indeed. And now I'm just going to risk everything and swim up through the lava. I think I might be able to even fly upwards, maybe? Okay, I don't know what I'm hitting. Some sort of roof. Is it a bastion or something above me? All I know is that it's impossible for me to die, so, you know. I say. Look, I am in some sort of bastion. And my totem is not close to... It's not far off being used. Okay, I have actually got to be a little bit careful. Imagine someone just comes and grabs me. Have I been to this bastion before? I don't even know. What a cool thing that'll be if it's just a random bastion. Watch this. Oh, look at this. More ancient debris. Oh, wow, this is really cool. Could there be an old chaplain here? I'll tell you what, I'll take the diamonds. Okay, watch out for that big guy, but... Whoa! Okay, now I've got to be careful. Now, okay, we've got fire resistance. I actually do not want to die. I've almost died of... Okay, hold on, Speed. Don't panic. Oh my goodness, what am I doing with my life in a bastion? Right, get myself another totem ASAP. That was way more stressful than it ever should have been. Okay, let's put all that back in there. We're okay. I just want to go home. What did I say before? I can't die. Yeah, well, those were famous last words, weren't they? Well, they were almost famous last words anyway. What are the chances of digging up under a bastion? Have I been to that bastion before as well? Well, I guess not, considering the loot that was there. But let's not worry about that. Let's just go ahead and get home and find another bastion on the way. Is this a similar size one? I think is it... You just don't know what... Right, let's just stop being in lava. But yeah, you just never know what you're going to find in these bastions. I think it is another treasure one by the sounds of... Well, by the size of it. Okay, well, we're straight to lava. Oh, yeah, it is a treasure one, I think. Yeah, alrighty. Let's go ahead and see if there's any loot here to be grabbed. Have I been here before? I guess possibly, but I think is that just... Yeah, there's just... Whoa, where did you come from? Only one chest, nothing worth grabbing. Let's keep going home. And I'm glad that I finally made it back. And before I craft the rest of the necessary materials, I'm going to once again repair my items. And I'm particularly talking about repairing my shovel. And is everything repaired? So now I can happily craft the 2,100 red concrete. Got all the necessary materials, which I can craft like so. And add to this shulker box. And now I can take all of this, once again, to the concrete converter. That did not take long at all. However, there's still many, many more items to get, so... don't think we're out of the woods just yet. For example, I require 20 stacks of black stained glass, which makes me glad that I built a squid farm not that long ago. That's definitely going to save me a load of time. And I'm also going to grab a load of these emeralds so that I can get a lot of redstone. With the amount of emeralds that my raid farm gives me, this is the fastest way that I can get quite a bit of redstone. That is more than enough for the task at hand, although they have all just restocked again, so it's, you know, it's worth just buying more. When they're willing to sell it, I'm willing to buy it. Slowly but surely I'm getting all the needed items, but I still need quite a bit more sand, so I'm going to blow up the area around this poor village. That will allow me to craft all the TNT I could possibly need, and now I can get back to collecting up everything else, which includes getting plenty more redstone. Quite a few items that I need are actually... Oh, look at this. I love this room. Just nice to come and see it again. But as I was saying, quite a few items that I need are actually still here on this update suppressor, which, you know, I planned to destroy, I just hadn't got around to it yet. So I'm going to break a bit of it. I don't know if I'll bother breaking the whole thing just yet. Although, you know what? I've decided there's no time like the present. I need a few shulker boxes for the materials, and I'll get busy mining. Everything's been removed. That'll probably be the last time I ever make an update suppressor in my world, since it won't be in 1.19. Definitely the end of an era. And the helpful thing about all that is I definitely have enough powered rails now for the machine I will build, and also redstone blocks. Could also do with a few stacks of spruce leaves, which the tree farm can easily provide. It would probably be even easier if there wasn't snow everywhere, and I might as well mine up all the spruce wood whilst I'm here as well. And if you ask me, that's been quite a successful harvesting session. Got lots of leaves and lots of logs. Quite the process to get every single item that I need, but I will get there eventually. And I now have every single item that I need in all of these different shulker boxes. Although I'm not sure I quite have enough redstone, because I had to use quite a bit of it to craft other things that I needed. No problem though, I'll just do a bit more trading and get loads of it again. Perfect, I will not have to worry about redstone anymore today. Now all of these shulker boxes can be transported to the end. In fact, before I go to the end, I'm going to grab a bit of wood, and I was going to use that to make a chest to put everything, although to be honest, that chest is kind of otherwise engaged, so I think I made the right the right call in having this, so we can just put a chest somewhere over here. That's got all my shulker boxes in, and I'll continue this project in a bit, as I'm still not quite ready to be making the dragon farm, because I feel like in this episode, rather than make progress on the netherite beacon like I want to, I have unfortunately regressed so that I can make a netherite portal, which is a cool flex, and I suppose I'll never be able to do it again. So now my goal is to not only make a netherite beacon, it's make a netherite beacon and a netherite portal. This is getting out of control. But anyway, because of that lack of progress, I'm going to go on a TNT collecting spree, and I've tracked down a desert. It has a pyramid right here, which is nice. So this is where I shall set up camp and destroy an entire desert. Although it might not be the entirety of it this rate, might just be some of it. The plan is to craft TNT as often as possible. Rather than bring back loads of sand, I'll just kind of craft it as I go. Before I do another row, I want to check out what's inside this desert pyramid. You never know, there could be something special. Although I've searched so many of these that we do know the answer. You know what? We're taking gunpowder and more gunpowder and sand, because that's what we're on a mission for at the moment. And I'm going to take this 9 TNT. It's usually not really worth it, but I feel like, I don't know, on principle I should. And now to get back to blowing things up. Well, mission to fill 3 shulker boxes was successful. So now I should gather everything up and create a nether portal. And it's probably the best idea for me to first go home and drop off all these millions of shulker boxes. Even though I literally have millions and millions of shulker shells, I'd still feel bad just discarding these empty ones for some unknown reason. Although we're at the perimeter now, so we can't be too far away. All of this can now be dropped off. Then I can dig a big massive tunnel that'll be ready for lots and lots of TNT. I'm also grabbing as much gravel as I can because it'll just come in handy whenever I run into it. Although maybe it would have been a good idea to bring a few extra shulker boxes. Anyway, I'll grab as much as I can. Let's just get mining. Then I can place the TNT. The tunnel has been dug and all TNT placed. So now I shall light it up, chuck away a load of netherrack, I don't really need it, and then see just how much ancient debris I can find. Already got over a stack just from mining the tunnel. And I have to say, there's already been a lot of ancient debris that has been revealed. Hopefully it continues. And it probably will do when I keep finding these veins of 3. And you know what? Sometimes when you see gravel, you just might as well grab it. And I'm now up to 2 stacks on this mining trip, with plenty more ancient debris in sight. It's not often you see 6 ancient debris all in an area this close. And in fact, it's 7, 8 ancient debris because this is a vein of 3. That could still be a vein of 3, but no, it's actually a vein of 2. Look at that, we've got some more over there. Things are going very, very well. And that is stack number 3. These trips now are not just searching for ancient debris, it's also a great way to get so much quartz and also lots of gravel. That is stack number 4. Oh my goodness, I don't think I've ever seen that much ancient debris that close together. 5 pieces all next to each other. Yeah, you never really see that. Let's go ahead and grab them. That makes stack number 5. Progress is coming along nicely. And that is the 6th one. And now I shall fly back home, grab a load of dirt that I can use as temporary blocks, and then I can begin work on this machine. So I will first grab all of these, then build a dirt tower going up really, really high. And now that I'm at the correct height, I'm going to build a fairly large dirt platform, which can have all of the shulker boxes on it. And I can also mine away at this tower. And so the first thing we're going to build here is the part that is going to shoot out the arrow that will one-hit the dragon. So we're going to have something like that. And then I want dark oak fence with nether brick fence on top. And then the same thing here, which might be a little trickier. So I'm just going to do something like that. And from there, I build up with black stone walls. Things are coming along very nicely. And this is the point where we need to create some headless pistons. I've made these before when I made a raid farm, so it shouldn't be too difficult. There's just going to be a little bit of mining to be done as we replace things. I've also noticed this platform is absolutely full to the brim with Endermen. I guess it's because they can't spawn anywhere else, so they're just all spawning on a tiny little platform. So I need redstone dust with a lever like this. Then I need an end crystal there. Bit of fire on top of that. If we can just move away from the end crystal enough, we can set it on fire. Perfect. And then if I just stand back here, flick this lever, we've got it. Oh, well, I accidentally fell, but we have got ourselves the headless pistons. And now without depowering these, I need to, well, first of all, I need to put these redstone blocks and then I can remove the stuff behind them, because if I unpower them, then they'll just go back to being normal pistons. Now let's continue building this. As I build more and more of this, it is starting to get more and more complicated. And this is just the beginning of the redstone. I feel like at this point, I should probably explain exactly what I'm doing. Basically, higher up, there's going to be loads of TNT that's going to come down, and through a load of mechanisms, it's going to all converge here, be sent all the way down here, and you know, you can see some movement will happen if I do something like that. You can see loads of redstone happens, and an arrow is going to come down, and the TNT is going to blast the arrow. There's going to be so much of it. It's going to blast the arrow to go so fast that it one hits the dragon. But all this involves is just basically me doing lots of complicated redstone. It's really starting to take a bit of shape now. That doesn't need to be there. Let's spray that. But yeah, it's starting to take shape. But this is where it starts to get really complicated. I'm getting closer and closer to the top. I'm optimistic that I'm going to finish, but we need a boat here, and this boat is kind of be the thing. If I can place the boat, it's going to be the thing that detects if is that far enough in the corner. But yeah, it's going to be the detection system for when there's an end crystal in that little hole right there. Basically how it works is there's going to be a piston there, and then fences either side, and then I use those other pistons to push this down into the boat like so. It can all be mined up, no problem. And because of that pressure plate there, if something activates it, it activates the piston, activates everything. Well, the end crystal blowing up will make the boat wiggle. Can I okay, well, anyway, it will make the boat go on the pressure plate one way or another, which will activate this piston and activate the entire machine. And so now I shall get back to building. And I'm also going to break all the concrete above this dirt, because it's going to have TNT put there anyway, so it might as well be removed. Then I'll be able to place it in once the TNT has been added. And I have now nearly reached the top of this. As you can see, it's taking shape. So I'll give you a little bit of a look at it. Yeah, look at that. That looks like it could take out an Ender Dragon, doesn't it? Very nice indeed. I thought the red really fits well. I can't find my pirate rockets. There we go. So yeah, I'm just kind of covering up the top now, just to really bring everything together. And once I place down this bit of redstone, I do believe the entire thing is finished, except for the TNT. So the key to adding the TNT is that you cannot place a single one wrong. If I place one above, like let's say I place one there by mistake, the whole thing blows up. One wrong placement with the TNT, and the last however many hours, 4 hours, whatever I've spent on this, it's all going up well, it's all going to blow up. So I'm just going to take my time, you know. I'm not going to rush. We're going to be having red concrete on top, and then there needs to be glass on top of that. And I am just being so careful, so slow and steady. Mainly because if something does go wrong, I can't really like carry on the video because we're on day 4,000. We've got to get this finished, got to get wrapped up as soon as possible. And that's one of the TNT sections done. Just 5 more to go. Bit of a disaster. I seem to have run out of red concrete. I don't know how that happened. And the sun is setting on day 4,000. We don't have much time. Bet the missing concrete is stuck up there in the machine. Okay, I know what I need to do. I'll grab a few stacks of sand and gravel, craft it all together, and send it through the machine. Now to grab it all, get back to the end, and back to placing TNT. And I have now done 5 out of the 6 ones, so I just need to carefully do the final one on this side without misplacing any TNT. And there we go. Everything should be absolutely perfect. I think I am ready to take on an Ender Dragon. Now before I do the test shot, I need to get rid of this platform. Sorry, Enderman, you thought you could live here, but the answer is no, you cannot. Let's go and get rid of all this. And we're going to make sure it shoots this arrow directly downwards. So it's all doing its thing, okay? And it needs to land this arrow right down the middle. Although I didn't do it. I need to manually fire it. Hold on. I'm not summoning Ender Dragon just yet, okay? Manual fire. That should set it all off, okay? It should be happening, and an arrow should land. Don't fall in the thing. But an arrow should land directly in the middle. Let's just go and get in position. Yeah, when it works, an arrow should come flying down right about here. Would have been cool to stand underneath it and get hit by an arrow that's going a million miles an hour, but we'll have to just forego that. Unless I've got an idea. Right, we go like that, okay? Arrow aligned perfectly. Then we go and put this in, right? Which should make, I guess once I break that, that should now be setting off the mechanisms to shoot the arrow down. I want to just get hit by an arrow. I don't know why. So if I stand right here, I'm right in the middle. I'm going to eat up so I've got my full health. I'll make sure totem's in hand because this is going to hurt. Okay, I think it's coming. An arrow should have been fired down if everything's going to plan. And it missed. Alright, time for take 2. This time I know exactly where to stand. Here it comes. Oh, look at that. There we go. We got one shot by an arrow and used the totem. That's cool. Okay, I hope another arrow doesn't come flying down now, but how cool is that? From full health to nothing in one quick shot. And I've also had a little mod that lets me see what's inside shulker box if I hold shift, because I was just getting annoyed at having to open each one manually and stuff. So anyway, that's that. But I am so glad that everything is working. So now I think we do this properly. The new machine that is going to one-shot the Ender Dragon, and I haven't got what I need. I need a piston and a lever, and also a bit of obsidian. So we place that there, and then we go ahead and get rid of this. Next, I can add a piston that will push that on, but the game doesn't kind of register that all 4 end crystals are there until you place another end crystal in the world, and then it realizes. So I'll fire my arrow, place that end crystal, and you'll see something is about to happen. There you go. Ender Dragon is beginning to be spawned. The timer is starting. I want to get a good spot to watch the show here. Okay, so you can see, yeah, it's happening. All right, the Ender Dragon is spawning. Where do I stand to watch this this beautiful thing? I don't want to miss it. Okay, here we go. Wait, don't stand here. It's me. No, get out of there. That was a bad place to stand. Right, here we go. It's starting. Ender Dragon spawns in. There we go, and it gets defeated in one shot. That's it. You think you're so powerful, Ender Dragon? No. You gracefully land right there. And it's defeated. I can't even see the machine up there because of the fog. But what an incredible machine. This is such a much better dragon slayer thing than the last one that I built. Also kind of a penguin slayer because it did hit me. But anyway, so we're on day 4001 now. And I have got one last thing that I promised that I would do in this world. Yes, I've got to do a jump, an MLG from Sky Limit. And you guys don't know if I survive or not because I still have technically survived 4,000 days in hardcore Minecraft. I just might not survive 4,001 days. This is the bucket that I choose. And this is the water that needs to save me. Why am I even doing this? Is it worth it? Some of you are probably saying, no, it's not worth it to the screen. But hey, I've been doing this world for ages. I've got to spice it up one way or another. And I'm not just going to do sky limit to the top of the world. No. We're going all the way down to bedrock. The stakes have got to be high here, okay? There will be no totem in this. I can actually feel my heart start to be beating. It's going a little faster than it was before. Farms are getting sweaty. I didn't think I was going to be this nervous by it. So I've done this MLG before, but I had a totem in my hand. So, totem, you go there. Okay. Cannot equip me Elytra. We've got to be Elytraless. I think it's time I stop stalling. The sun is going down. It's going to be the end of day 4001. Let's just do it. Here we go. All right. The first question is, do we make it through this hole? I hope so. I lined it up correctly. Yep, I did. Okay. Now, there we go. We landed it. Thank goodness for that. I couldn't really see the ground as I was coming down, and I started to get a little bit nervous because it's too much of a small hole to see where I'm going to land. I don't know why I even decided to ever do that. I'm never doing that again. But there we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a day late finishing, but that was 4,001 days in hardcore Minecraft. Thanks so much for watching and being on the journey. And thank goodness the journey is still gonna continue. One of the most common blocks in Minecraft is dirt, and I somehow ran out of it. I have no idea how. So I built the most over-the-top dirt farm I could, then the most satisfying beef farm ever, and found a chest with 0.02% chance of happening. Now, if I can get 7 more notch apples, every wall will once again be filled up. So I'll do a quick elytra repair, fly down here, and boat along my blue ice highway. From there, I can go through this portal, which leads to both my warden farm, and then activate this machine that disables the warden, because it's constantly activating a shrieker that is spawn-proof by carpets, so a warden can't spawn here, and when that's active, a warden can't spawn anywhere else. Next, I'm gonna fly in a random direction, because I need to get far, far away from my house to load in brand new chunks that I've never been to before. I'll explain why there needs to be new chunks in just a second, but what has happened here? Some sort of world loading glitch. I have a massive hole in the bedrock. I have never seen that before. It is so weird. And also so cool. But anyway, I'm going to get back to the task in hand. And that task in hand is to build a portal, which brings me to new chunks that are far away. And this means that if I do find an ancient city, it will be one that I haven't been to before, which means I'll have the opportunity to find notch apples because I haven't already looted it. The way to find an ancient city is to find a mountain biome. So I'm going to bump up the render distance and get busy searching. Also, that is a very cool cave. Sorry, I got distracted. I thought it was just so cool. It literally takes you all the way down here. Nothing much else to say. I just thought it was a pretty fun thing to fly down. And a mangrove swamp. Now, they are pretty rare. I have no use at all. A ruined portal. Also, you may be wondering why I just got an advancement. Well, when I temporarily downgraded my world in the last episode, I lost all of the advancements that were added in 1.19. So I'll have to get those back at some point. This looks like what I've been looking for. Just in the nick of time too, since I ran out of firework rockets. Thankfully, I can grab a lot more from me shulker box in me ender chest. You know me, I always come prepared. Now we're gonna dig down, and if all goes to plan, fall straight into an ancient city. We're now getting down to deep slate, and skulk area is... We're in! And there was one at the bottom. Okay, I don't want to waste obsidian like that. Instead, I'll grab stone. That's much better to be used. Okay, nothing there. For this to be a successful journey, I need to find 8, which is quite a lot, all things considered. Also, this shrieker doesn't activate, as I said before, because the shrieker in the warden disabler is still being loaded and still trying to spawn a warden. Looting these is also so much easier when you don't have the darkness effect, because you're actually able to see all of the chests from quite a distance. There it is. Notch apple number 1. Now there's just 7 more to go. Although I'm not entirely sure if there's actually going to be 7 more chests with notch apples in this city. I may still have to go and find a few more. Although there is still a few chests here and there that I haven't spotted. So I'm optimistic that I could get at least 1 more. But we'll just have to see, because I was very lucky in the last episode. I can't expect that to be... What? 4 notch apples in 1 chest? That... I've never ever seen that before. I almost feel like going home after that. I didn't even know such a feat. Oh my goodness! 6 notch apples in 2 chests. I know I flew all the way across to get to that other one, but that is ridiculous RNG. I should enter the lottery right about now, because I've probably got more chance of winning that than I have of those notch apple chest chances. Now I feel very good about digging out and searching for another ancient city. I'll have a go at looking underneath this mountain, since it literally lets me fly all the way down. Just sadly not all the way down to what I was looking for. I'll try giving this mountain a bit of a dig instead. Mission accomplished. Now to track down 1 more notch apple. Shouldn't be too hard after the look that I... Oh my goodness. Yeah, I told you, after the look I've been getting, it's like Minecraft's on easy mode. Haters will say it's fake, but I can assure you I am as gobsmacked as you guys. Although after getting 4 in one chest, nothing surprises me anymore. I'm not sure when, but at some point I found 2 more notch apples. I've just been mining away at the chests. My editor might be able to find the moment for you guys. But anyway, this place is searched and I can fly all the way out. That is beautiful. Although not that I needed to fly out since I'm going back in another portal. But it was still very satisfying nonetheless. And we've come out right by a bastion. Is it a treasure one? If it is, then it's very, very useful. Why is it very useful? Because first, once I get rid of you, and also you guys, whoa, he went for it. I can then get things like netherite ingots out of the chest. And netherite ingots are the only thing that I think is worth coming to these. But oh, there's 2. Beautiful. I'm also going to take all the gold blocks as well. And interestingly enough, Piglin Bastions are probably the place that I'm most likely to die in my world if I'm going to die. So I don't like to stay here longer than I need to. Instead, I'll make the long 5,000 block flight back home. And now that I'm home sweet home, all of these beautiful notch apples can be added. And since I've got 4 left over, I can head to the Blackstone Pyramid to add them into here as well. That's a job well done. I'll drop off all this junk. And getting notch apples isn't the only cool thing from Ancient Cities. You also get quite a lot of XP bottles, so that increases my collection, which is very nice indeed. Now I'm going to say something that sounds completely ridiculous, considering I'm in a world that I've been in for over 5,000 days. But I'm always running out of wheat. I feel like I need to build a massive wheat farm so I don't have that problem again. I did have my Tower of Slavery, but something happened to all these villagers and they're no longer with us working away. And they would only get me bread anyway, not really wheat. I mean, I know there is some wheat in here, but that's because I modified the bottom until that guy got stuck in the glass. It's just a mess. So I'm going to stop using villagers as slaves and instead just do the work myself. Such a project will of course require quite a lot of dirt, which would be much better if put into some shulker boxes. And of course redstone, because there has to be at least something that's automatic about it. I reckon the place to build it should be right around here. It's already a fairly flat area, which is very handy. The storage is going to be there, and hoppers are going to run into it. Plus hoppers will run along this way too. From here I need my trusty dirt. I'm also going to remove the hoppers, add glass, and I end up with something that looks like this. The next plan is to have pistons. Actually, I've changed my mind about how they are. Instead, I'll put glass here and pistons pointing downwards. The reasoning behind that is just so that it's easier to activate them, because now all I have to do is have concrete next to them and redstone dust along here, and they should all extend. And now my plan is to place loads of these in a row, keep adding redstone till it runs out of power, which is right about there. So give it another repeater, more redstone, and pistons can be added all the way along. From there I shall extend out the dirt so that these platforms are now much wider. Next I'll run this glass all the way along and place it as a border so that the water doesn't drip out. And then quite an important bit is needed along here. In fact, so important that I forgot to make a space for it, and that is the water. Without it, tilling the ground would not be very successful. Also, you can tell I completely forgot about it because this entire build is now a little bit skew-if. Instead of the repeater being here, it should be here where there's no piston. And this glass should also be removed to make this whole platform a couple of blocks wider. You know, I'm starting to think that just using the villagers as slaves is much, much easier than what I'm doing right now. But I suppose I can't keep doing that forever, so there's no time like the present to do my own manual wheat farming. Now, before I actually do any more of this build, I just want to double check it actually works and the water flows. So I've tilled the ground, set it all up. If I break this torch, it should all open up. Come on. Be satisfying. Go all the way. Stop just before the hoppers. It's beautiful. It's beautiful and it's working perfectly. Then to shut it off, the pistons go in. Oh, it's fantastic. So that means I can safely till this ground. I've never got so much use out of a hoe before. And also add in the water behind here. So there will need to be more hoppers along here. And I'm basically going to take these 2 modules that I've got right there and remake them along here so that there's 4 of them. Although I'm starting to think that you didn't need me to tell you that 2 plus 2 is 4. I'm sure you could work that one out on your own. But yeah, the plan with this is to make it so big and have so much wheat grow that once I plant it and harvest it once, I'll never need to replant it again, because I just feel like the replanting thing is going to be what takes the longest. I always break ice to turn it into water because it's a bit more compact than carrying loads of water buckets. But would you believe it? I ran out of ice. Or did I? Well, you see, that's the beauty of building this farm right next to the ice farm, because I can get lots more ice very, very fast. In fact, I got a lot more than I'm ever going to need or could ever carry. And with that, the water adding can resume. And so can the hoe using as well. And once I've added all the water in behind the pistons and tested everything to make sure it properly works, you'd think that the farm would be completely finished. But oh no. Last episode, I built this massive over-the-top system for brewing. So when it comes to building a wheat farm, I'm also going to build a massive over-the-top system for that. That's one farmland section done. One long line of concrete will go all the way across. And then the pistons, plus the redstone, can be added in. I have also created one fairly major problem with the farm in adding an extra layer. And that is that under here, it's going to start to get dark. The only question is, will it be too dark to be able to plant down seeds in every position? It doesn't look like it, you know. It looks like it might just be light enough. And so now with all of the technicalities out of the way, I'm going to build this farm up a few more layers. I've made a pretty good amount of progress, 5 layers to be exact, but unfortunately I have run out of glass and I have run out of ice to finish the top layer. So you know what that means I need to do? I need to head down to the storage room, grab some emeralds, and whilst I'm here, an ink sac to turn to black dye will be handy. Then I'm going to fly all the way down here so I can get to my end portal, because I have a very, very useful farm for getting glass in the end. What the heck is an enderman doing it? And what are you doing with one of them blocks? Who do you think you are? Sorry, I didn't mean to make you mad. I'll see you later. Another one? Why is there so many endermen down? I'll just head through the portal before he gets... Oh, this is terrifying. Quick, go! What the heck? I've never had that scary experience with an enderman before. But here I am at my void trader. This guy sells glass, so let's press his button. Should also clear some space in my inventory. And now if I open up his trade as I go through an end gateway, because he's now unloaded, I can trade with him. Open this barrel, which will push me back through the end gateway, and his trade resets. So basically, I can trade with him infinite times. And very conveniently, the XP I get from the trading will then go ahead and repair my home. Realistically, all of this should be enough, but I'm SP737, I always like to go over the top, so I'm going to collect up way, way more than I actually need. At this point, I reckon I've got enough because I ain't even got space for all the emeralds. And I also filled this shulker box as well. So a bunch of these can be black. And then to finish this project, there's only one other thing that I need. Although I've just realised a slight disaster, which means I've got to head all the way back to the end, because I accidentally left all my redstone behind in these shulker boxes. And now it's back to the ice farm to grab, yes, you guessed it, a load more ice. Bet you didn't see that coming. I was going to go around the whole farm, but I think I've got enough ice. As much as I like going OTT, even I know when enough is enough. So now that I can finish adding the water in here without having to worry about it freezing over, I can then take out my hoe and till all the ground. Although I'll probably do that bit last because I want to get all the water and pistons and redstone in first. Otherwise, something like that would happen and I'd end up jumping down, trampling it. Just for safety purposes, I'll do it at the end. You know, the good thing I always think about building a machine like this is at the moment I'll be planting wheat in it and that'll be great. But eventually, I can do other crops like potatoes, carrots, beetroot. Like, it's not a one type farm, is it? So if I ever need 7 million carrots, I know where to come. The final bit for this top layer is just to get the final bits of ice in, test it to make sure that it works, and then till every single bit of the ground. Fantastic! There will need to be a bit of redstone along here as well, so that I'll have some way to control the farm, although to do that, I'm going to need a lever. Otherwise, it'll be very, very hard to control a farm. Perfect! Everything's successfully rigged up. I don't want to use it though, because, you know, this wheat is still growing at the moment. Instead, I'll fly up to the top and begin the giant wheat planting process. Already ran out of seeds, not even done the first layer. But thankfully, I do have an older wheat farm. It's not like that one, and it's not one of those ones. It's a wheat farm that is not there. That's where the turtles live. It's a, as I was saying, it's a wheat farm that would ordinarily use bone meal. So there is some seeds in there, but not very many, all things considered. That's my bones chest, as you can see, plenty in there. Maybe down here, there's some sort of save. Yeah, there's quite a bit of seedlings there. So once I run out of all of these, that'll be it. Not a massive worry though, because the farm does produce seeds when you use it. So eventually I'll be able to fill it all up. How much of this one I'll be able to do, I'm not entirely sure. Now seeding up layer number 2 can begin. Now apparently these can't be planted because it's too dark. Thankfully, it's nothing that a few torches won't fix. Layer number 2's complete, and also the 3rd. And I can't do these final few bits because I have run out of seeds. But if you ask me, that's a job well done. Now for the next thing that I want to get done, as I said earlier, the downgrade in last episode removed some of my advancements. Why a complete catalogue was one of those, I have no idea. That makes no sense. They didn't add any cats in 1.19. That's actually really annoying. I've got to go and tame loads of cats. But to start off with, I'm going to do the ones that I know I can definitely do, such as 2x2. Very nice. And then for this next one, I'm going to need a water bucket. So I'm going back down to the old storage room, since I have a chest full to the brim. Well, not quite to the brim, but it's got plenty of water in it anyway. And then I'm going to sit and wait for this frog spawn to become a tadpole, because the next advancement is to get a tadpole in a bucket. Also, if I make sure that my render distance and simulation distance is high enough, the wheat farm all the way over there will also be growing. There we go, it's just hatched. Literally just sat there for 5 minutes waiting. Now to get you in a bucket. There we go, we got bucket. I wonder if that's a nod to the bucket API that Minecraft servers use. Could be, not really worth thinking about. My wheat is slowly but steadily growing nicely, which is good. I think this is just one of those things that I'll harvest in like 50 days time and it'll be great, but there's no point rushing it. Now for my next 2 advancements, I'm going to need a lead. Actually, I'm going to need several leads. One would not be enough for this. And apparently I need 1 of every frog type on a leash. The only thing is, I don't have every frog type in here, do we? So, that's that out of the question. Which one am I missing? I think it's the one that comes from the desert. And I ain't dragging one all the way over here. So, I've got a backup plan, don't you worry. Because remember, I'm SB737. And I've basically got a build for everything. And that includes a frog light farm, which I've got built above the nether. As you'll no doubt be aware, when a frog eats a magma cube, it drops a frog light. So this farm spawns magmas that go after the golem. They fall in the powdered snow. And then frogs in there will eat them. However, yeah, you see, we can see him bouncing about. So, I need to somehow remove some snow so I can put them all on a lead. And unfortunately, I thought I was going to get 1 of every frog light in my inventory, but I ain't got them in there either. I must have emptied it last time I was in town. Anyway, I'm going to go and get a load of buckets so I can pick up some powdered snow and get these 2 done pretty quickly. All of them should do the trick. And I'm pretty sure in this shulker box, yeah, we can get 1 of every from it. I knew I had frog light somewhere and plenty of them. There we go. Challenge complete. Now to start picking some of this up. Hello, frogs. You have been revealed. Don't try and jump out. No, we're not having that. No escaped frogs. I just need this green one. There we go. The squad has hopped into town. Then I need to attempt to put back all of this powder snow. This is going to be... Stop jumping out, frogs. You're not allowed to leave. You're part of my farm experiment. Now, if I place this, am I going to be stuck for all eternity? Can I fly out? I think... yeah, we're in a bit of trouble here, ladies and gentlemen. This is how it ends. I shiver to death. Since you're not letting me out that way, I'm going to have to dig my way. Oh, flipping it. Powdered snow's a real pain, isn't it? It's alright. I'm warming up. I mean, I'm in the nether. How can you freeze to death in the nether? Could you imagine? Anyway, the farm's back in action, and I'm going back home. Although, actually, I'm not going back home. You see, I've got 2 reasons why I need to go and visit the end. Firstly, I need to get this advancement to take out a mob near a Skulk Catalyst, which can be done by going all the way down to my Enderman farm. It's not an Enderman farm. It's a Skulk farm. And this would work if it wasn't for the fact I've got 100 dragons acting as a mob switch here. To fix that, I've just got to lower my render distance. And the farm is working, although I'm not the one taking out the mob. Ah, that's a problem. I think I just need to give him a bit of a punch as they go down. Okay, got to be careful about this. Guys, go and attack the Endermite now, please. My plan does not work because I'm not getting the credit for it. But don't worry, there's always a plan B. And that plan B involves getting this box of tools, which I've left in the nether for for some time. And I just want them back. Then I can go into this shulker box, where I can take a singular Skulk Catalyst, and then I just need to find a victim, a candidate for this advancement. Hello, villagers. You ain't getting me any iron. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that. Although, you guys, on the other hand... Hello, guys. There's nothing to see here. All I'm saying is I've got the advancement. The Skulk Catalyst grew. Let's not ask who or point fingers about who killed who here. With that, I'll make a swift getaway and focus on the final advancement. To tame all the cats. The main thing such a project is going to need is a load of fish. I don't even know where my fish chest is. Do I even have one? Is it cooked? It's raw. Oh, perfect. We've got loads of it. Those cats had better watch out because SB737 is coming to town. I also feel it's kind of necessary that I get more firework rockets, but apparently we're out of sugarcane. But I have 2 sugarcane farms. I have this one, which is along this little secret tunnel. And this one is one of the first ever farms I actually made. It's pretty slow. It's pretty simple though. So what can you expect? If I can just get down there, that'll be good. In here, oh my goodness, it's been working for like a year, and it's really come through. I don't even have to bother going to spawn. Because at spawn I have another sugarcane farm, which is way better and way faster. But yeah, no need for that. Instead, I'll just take all of this. And due to the purposes of slight OCD-ness, I'm going to grab a couple of lime dye. Because in my opinion, if you've got sugarcane in a shulker box, it needs to match the colour. Which it now indeed does. Now to grab a full one of gunpowder as well. Although they don't all match the colour. Obviously, I was too lazy to do with those. And yeah, I'm just going to make sure this gets completely refilled. Because it's just going to be such a long journey going around looking for cats. There's going to be a lot of flying involved. So I don't want to run out of these. Looking good. And now to track down some cats. There's probably some of that village at spawn, but you know what? I feel like I've made enemies there, so I'm not visiting that place. Instead, I'm going to be best going to completely uncharted territory. Now, this could be the first candidate. I also hope they don't mind. I'm I'm gonna find it. Yep, you sir, I'm gonna sleep in your bed. I know you don't mind. Also, for those of you looking at the bottom left-hand corner, I know it's really, really small and it says you have no home bed or charge respawn anchor. A lot of people always say, oh, he died. No, I went to the end and didn't have a spawn point when I came back. Okay, just thought I wanted to squash that possible comment. You can tell I've been doing hardcore videos for a long time because I always get comments like that. Anyway, I'm not here for that. I'm here for you. I also absolutely hate taming cats because they're just annoying half the time. Like, this one's been good, you know? It's come up to me, and you've done it. Well done. But some of them just won't stand still and just constantly running away from you. So you get close enough so they'll turn, and then, yeah, they just come on. I've got fish. That's it. What? You can't even turn your head or they run away. Finally. Have the fish. There we go. Job done. 2 down. 9 to go. And it looks like spruce villages are going to be the main thing on the menu, although ruined portal down there. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. I always like to check them. You just never know. But usually you just end up with rubbish, which is why I break the chest, so I don't make that mistake again. And now I'll see if I can find a cat on this floating island. What the heck? Imagine if you lived in this village. It's literally impossible to visit your neighbours that live over there, although maybe that's a good thing. If you fall off, then you're never getting back up. And for some reason, all the pathways are in the water. Hey, but you know what? In pushing that guy off, at the very least, he can go now and explore the rest of the world. So that's good news for you, mate. And I need to focus back on what I'm meant to be doing. Hello, cats. Oh, come on. At the very least, there's 2 new ones that I can tame, which means I'm up to 4 out of 11. And the search continues for a village that's crazier than that one. What the heck? I think something is... I think downgrading my world maybe did have some bad effects. I think the seed has changed. And now I'm coming to new chunks, or maybe these are ones I've already been to. Yeah, my world is more broken than you think. That would also explain why there was a hole in the bedrock in the nether. Everything has consequences. If I want to downgrade, that's what can happen. But hey, it was still worth it. I got to make a cool feather nortal, so that was good enough for me. And we've got a desert village. Perfect. Hey, I could sleep in another villager's bed. I don't know why I'm making a habit of this or boasting about it. Although you don't look to be using it, so I guess I will instead. Now, the real question is, have you guys got any cats? You have. I'm sure I've tamed both of those, but then again, I'm not sure. This one, I don't quite remember. It was a new one, and I think this might be a new one as well. 6 out of 11. Perfect. Also, I don't know why you had to wander so far away from that village. For that, you're going to be living all the way out here now. I felt like I had to follow it for ages. A desert pyramid. Well, I can't say no to visiting one of them. It's been a while. I remember the good old days where I had to come to these to find notch apples before ancient cities were a thing. Nothing really of use by the looks of things, just a couple of gapples and gunpowder. No idea why I took any of that considering I have a limited evolvement, but I guess it can be worth it. Village number 4, I think. I might have lost count, to be honest. The question is there actually any cats here? And it's looking like a no. Well, that was a waste of time. Maybe the snow biomes will be better to me. And whilst I search, guys, I'm also so close to 4 million subscribers, so if you enjoyed the video, please subscribe to help me get there. Sleeping in villagers' beds is apparently becoming a tradition now. Or an unhealthy habit, I'll let you guys decide. Nice, it's a brand new cat. In fact, make that 2 new cats. So there's 3 to go. Make that 2 to go. And now only 1 remains, which I think is the one that you only find at swamp huts. I could be wrong if that's still the case, or whether you can now find them in villages. Just looked into it by checking my advancements file, and the one I'm missing is the red cat. I can't believe I forgot about it. It's like one of the ones that's been in Minecraft for the longest. So both the cats that I've got here are not the ones I want. But hey, it's going dark. You know what that means. Just scooch over a tad, thank you. I'm gonna get some sleep and get back to the traveling. Aha! Red cat spotted. Now to tame him. No, come on, accept the fish. We're gonna have this way where you just run really far away and I chase you. And there we have it, ladies and gentlemen. A complete catalogue. And I would like to take this moment to ask a question that I think we've all been wondering. Why are there 11 different types of cats and yet there's only 1 type of wolf? What kind of discrimination? Obviously, Mojang are cat people. They don't like dogs. I think it's unacceptable. There should be 11 different types of dogs as well. It'd be amazing. Oh well, hopefully they change it one day. And now the real question is, can I get home before my elytra break? I really hope so. I've just about made it back. Just in time to drop everything off. Get some sleep. Although, hang on a minute. There's a tradition here now. How many nights in a row can I do it where I sleep in a villager's bed? I guess today we're gonna find out. So with the complete catalogue advancement, I now have every single one. And my next project is to complete the squid switch. This was a project that got stalled due to my inability to brew enough healing pots to keep the squids alive. But last episode, I built a ridiculously fast brewer. So now I'm going to first get my elytra... Oh my goodness, they are very nearly broken. So yeah, I'm going to get them repaired. Managed to get a few extra levels out of that as well. Now to head to the brewing place. As you can see over here, I have a barrel. So I built all this last episode, brewed all these. Look at them. Absolutely full to the brim. So everything we need, we will take right there. Also, somebody commented saying, how am I walking on air or flying or something? It's grey stained glass, guys. I suppose it could be an easy mistake to make. The other thing that I think is going to be pretty necessary is a bunch of hoppers. Have we got those? We've got loads. And so the squid switch is basically something that will disable any more squids from spawning in the world, because there'll be some loaded by a portal. If mobs are in lazy chunks, then they don't despawn, but they contribute to the mob cap. So that's how it works. But in the time that a squid is going to be here to let its portal cooldown finish, because it'll come through that portal, have to let its portal cooldown finish, and then go back, sent back through this big one, they're going to suffocate because they need air. So I created a system where I could give them loads and loads of healing pots that basically just has the goal of keeping them alive. Can't say I've ever built anything like this before using shulkers and hoppers, but it's necessary. I really hope this plan works because a lot of resources is going into it. And I'm not stopping with all of those. No. I have plans for way more, which means setting this entire machine off. Whilst I wait for that, I wanted just to make an extra chest for spare shulker boxes. So it's going to go on top of there. These are just, extra ones I've got crafted. In fact, I might just craft a few extra. There we go. An extra 6 in the bag. The shulker boxes are filling up at a rapid speed. This was a very helpful thing to build. I think all of this should be enough. So I shall continue with my staircase of shulkers. It is massively over the top. But will it be enough? Will it be enough to keep all the squids alive? Well, it might be, but just in case, I'm going to go ahead and add a lot more. I'm actually starting to think this is getting so far away that I'm not even sure that it'll process these hoppers. So I might be better turning a corner and instead going like this. The reason I say that is because when an item or a mob, well, basically any entity comes through a portal, it'll load in the chunk that it's in. It will also load some things in the chunk next to it, and then it will load more stuff in the chunk after, but not everything. So whilst I am pretty sure it will load these shulker boxes, I'm not taking any chances, just to be sure. It actually looks really cool. In my opinion, I think the shulker staircase of hoppers is amazing. Now then, where have all the minecarts gone out of here? Oh, they're still in there. It's just that the chunk loader isn't turned on. Okay, that makes sense. I may have also forgotten to mention, but it's a glow squid switch, not a normal squid switch. I feel like saying squid switch together really fast is like the biggest tongue twister ever. I don't think I could do it 10 times in a row. So this is the dark room that the squid will spawn, and then I'll throw snowballs at them to send them through the portal. I do want to make a little modification though, so that it works even better. It's going to be pretty simple, involving redstone and pistons. And it's basically just going to involve me mining out the roof, adding a row of sticky pistons that has redstone on top. I'll connect the wiring like this. It doesn't really need to look nice. It just needs to work. And the exact same thing should be along here. The same redstone, because it's above the obsidian, is powering both sides. Then just some extra tinted glass there, and the gaps filled in. Means that this will now be completely pitch black, but I can control it. I was finding, because I only had the bottom one that was moving up and down, that the glow squid were getting stuck on the top glass. Now, that will no longer be an issue. And I think I'm ready to set the glow squid switch up. Once I flick this, healing pots are going to be constantly dispensed from all of those. And that's when I've got to get through the portal as quick as I can. As soon as any squid gets sent through and the chunks are loaded, then the squids will be kept alive. So I'll head on up to this AFK platform, which will allow glow squids to spawn below. Then I swoop on down, flick this lever, and throw snowballs at them, which will get them to all go through the portal. If I can get them to go at a similar time, that's good. Because once they go through, the chunks will be loaded for 15 seconds, and that's when they can be taking damage. Since there's only one on that side, I'm going to leave him until there's more, because it's best to send as many few in one go, to avoid using too many healing pots. I mean, I've got loads, so I'm hoping I should be fine. But in my books, you can never be too careful. Is there any more here? Well, this is a bit of a letdown. There's absolutely none. On this attempt, there is a few more. So through you go. And you only need 8 in total for the squid switch to work perfectly. So a couple more times of this, and it'll be ready. This time I've got loads. Through you go. Come on, have I run out of snowballs? No, I've got more. Forgot to flick the lever though, didn't I? No wonder they can't go through. Come on, guys. Although they're all in position, which is a good thing. One more batch and I'll be done. I should do it, just sent through another 4. And now it has to be noted that I can never come back here again. If I do unload these chunks, all the glow squids will die. So I'll say goodbye to this area, head through this portal, and this is where I've got to act fast, okay? I can hear the healing pots going off, which means there's still some left. The squids are still alive, which is good news. As they're taking damage, they're getting healed quickly. They're going to get pushed through. Don't escape, squids. What's going on? That's just a glitch. It's all right. And I'm going to wait for the portal cooldown, which is going to be 30 seconds. But they're still staying alive from the healing pots. It's unbelievable. And the timing's up. They get pushed through. The squid switch is done. I can turn that off. And would you believe it? I've still got absolutely loads of them left. Yeah, the brewing machine was overkill, and that was all overkill as well. But I've done it. Took me a few hundred days to properly sort it, but I have completed the squid switch. Definitely can't go home through that portal. I believe I also need to turn on the chunk loader, and that'll send the minecart through all the time. So now my bat switch is loaded, And my glow squid switch is loaded. But you may be wondering why. Why did I want to disable the spawning of bats and of glow squid? Well, it's pretty simple. It was actually all part of my plan to make finding notch apples easier. And by that I mean it's going to help me find more ancient cities without actually having to dig down. I'll know if there's one underneath me. You see, if I find a biome that's fairly mountainous, now this one's not that great, but it's a good example, and I then look downwards, you can see there's not many entities. Maybe there's a few in this direction, but basically I've got to look with the lowest FOV, and if I see a load of entities underground, then I'll know it's an ancient city, because ancient cities have loads and loads of chests in them. Now this is more of the kind of area where you're likely to find an ancient city, but this method will allow me to say for sure whether there is one. Doesn't look like there is because there's basically no entities below me. I'll try this mountain as well, although the results could be messed up because there's a lush cave below me and I haven't built an axolotl or a tropical fish switch, so it might mess up my results. Still nothing again. Let's see if this one's going to be any better. It does seem to be quite a bit in like that direction. Let me head across with this this terrible FOV. Yeah, it's all kind of below me right now. So by my calculations, if I dig down right around here, it worked. I fell into one. It's fantastic. Now I probably won't hang around and loot it just from the fact that I haven't got the Warden Disabler on. Oh my god, are you kidding me? First chest, I just thought I'll just check this chest just to see. Oh, well, quick while you're ahead. Do we just go for it? Alright, Wardens can spawn, but you know what? I'll search for as much as I can. Although trying to loot these with the darkness effect is an absolute pain, so I don't even know if I can be bothered. It's just proof of concept, guys, that it helps me to know where to dig down, because this wasn't actually underneath the mountain. It was next to the mountain, so, you know, it's just my new notch apple helpful method. Because now there are no bats, there are no glow squids, there are no mobs or anything to take up the entity counter, so if I see entities underground, I know it's either chests or mob spawners from a mineshaft or axolotls or something, so it's probably chests. And the only places with loads of chests underground are either an ancient city or a stronghold. Hey, we're at the old perimeter. Since we're in the area, I might as well chill here and collect a load more gold. I'm sure it'll always come in handy for me. That's a very healthy boost, nearly 4 stacks of blocks. It's also always a happy moment when I can add another notch apple to the collection. It seems that the wheat at the bottom has pretty much all grown. So in order to have enough seeds for everything else, I think I'm going to give it a little harvest. And it seems that these ones here are failing to grow because there just wasn't enough light for them. I guess because there was when I planted it, but then as I built the farm, the light got less and less. So that made them just stunt the growth. Got me a lot of seeds, hopefully enough to replant everything. Just realised as well, I should be using Fortune to harvest it when I'm doing this because that gets me more seeds. I'm just forgetting all of Minecraft's basic mechanics. Every single one is placed. I had well, 30 seeds to spare. I thought it might be slightly more than that, but never mind. Now there's a few in here as well. Now to leave it to continue to grow and get some sleep. Now since I'm going to be allowing myself to use TNT duping for farms, and since I have completely run out of dirt, a massive dirt farm is next on the agenda. But I do also have the issue, and I don't know why, but all my bees have despawned, died, whatever's happened. They're no longer with me, so this farm is not really working. It's got 2 honey bottles in it at the moment. That's my last honey after everything. I can hear the bees, so I don't know where they are. It's just really weird. And absolutely loads of honey blocks are going to be needed to build the dirt farm. At the moment, I've got 3 stacks. I need about 10. So a honey farm is what I'm going to do. But such a farm will require loads more bees. So I'm going out in search of some nests. I always feel like spotting a bee. What the heck? Why have pandas spawned in a forest? This is bizarre. I think downgrading my world has had more seed problems than I realised. As I was saying before I saw that very strange thing, finding beehives is pretty difficult in forests like this because they're very obscure to see. And each tree has a much lower chance of finding one. Whereas if I go over into a plains biome, there's a much higher chance. I see, I found them straight away here. I'm going to breed you guys. Although apparently there's bees everywhere. Wait, is there more than one beehive? Is there one over there? Okay, well I have a choice to make. I can either leave the baby bee on its own out here because I've got too many for this hive. Or no, that's too late. Can you get in? No! What have I done? Oh well, I'm sure you can find a new home. You're gonna live without any. Oh, what have I done? I would like to know, where on earth am I? Why is there a massive scaffolding tower here? Did I build this? Why would I make this? Scaffolding tower to Skyrim? I don't know. What is happening in my world? Found more bees, and I've got an idea on how I can save the baby bee. There's the hive. Is everybody in? In that case, I'll pick it up. And if I fly back to where I found that first hive, the baby bee is still here. Come on, get into this. This is your new home now. There we go. Alrighty, he's no longer going to be left behind. Glad to have that crisis averted. I'm kind of scared to fly around my world anymore in case I find weird things. Like, is this a bit of a seed bot? No, I think that's just normal. And we've got hive number 3 and hive number 4. Pretty cool indeed. I wonder if they're much more common. Oh, you guys, great. But I think there must be much more common in flower forests because I am finding them everywhere. I've also enabled a mini HUD tweak that just lets me see how many bees are inside each nest, which is is so much better. So you can see here, 2 bees, 1 baby, 2 bees, 1 bee, 3 bees, 3 bees. Just makes life way better. For example, now that I know I've got a wandering bee that needs a home, I can place this one that only has 1 in. And now we can live there. And now that I'm back, bee farm building can begin. Out of curiosity, I can actually see if there's any bees in any of these. So that's T0 bees. What about all the rest? Because I can hear them, so you never know. Also, apparently things are getting stuck in these. Oh, we've got loads more honeycomb. Now that's handy. And every single one is empty except that one and that one. There actually turned out to be 4 that had them in, which is good. And to make this, I'm going to need hoppers, droppers, and dispensers. Now, to build such a farm, I'm not going to build it in this little honey place. I think it makes much more sense to instead build it at spawn, so the farm is always working no matter what. I feel like having it in the mega base could be a cool idea, like down this corridor. It'll actually just be the storage system, which you see at the end of this corridor, which actually would make sense if I just build it a little bit further forward, and then it is part of the next chunk. Next, I'm taking my pickaxe and going to mine out this entire chunk. It's nice and light down here thanks to all these sea lanterns as well. I also think I'll keep all this stone and drop it off in my storage too, since it gives me a good excuse to use the feather nortle. I'm starting with the storage system so that I know where that is, and then I can have all of the farm above it in the right place. It's just a simple little item sorter, or rather it's an item filter that will only allow honey bottles to pass through this. Okay, well that's not how it's supposed to work. The hopper should not be facing downwards. It should be facing like that. Now it works as an item filter. This farm is going to have 64 beehives in it, which means I need 64 droppers, 64 hoppers, and 64 dispensers. Also, the pattern being used is basically just to have droppers everywhere right now. And then in between each dropper, there's going to be a hopper, and it's going to create a massive clockwise loop that goes all the way around. So you can see we get to here, and then it snakes. It doesn't carry around the outside. It then carries up along here, then down here. Just so basically, it's a loop that involves every single module. From this bit, as you can see, it gets right back to the start. Now it's time for the dispensers, which will collect up the honey. There we go, and I'm gonna need grass blocks. I completely forgot that without them, I've nothing to place the flowers on. Kind of annoying that there actually has to be a grass block here. It's gonna ruin the storage thing. But anyway, we can't worry too much about aesthetics. Practicality is the main thing. The grass blocks are in, so now it's time to place all the flowers. It's just such a satisfying farm to build because it just keeps repeating. And before I finish it, I think it might be wise for me to build a bee breeder. I can breed them within the farm once it's all set up, but it would just be great to have the bees breeding as well ahead of time whilst I'm, doing other stuff. I'm trying to be efficient, you see, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just going to make it right here. It's not going to be here forever anyway. Eventually, I'll remove it. The way this will work is the adult bees will be in here, but they will be too big to fit through that little gap. So they'll all pop out. There should be 3 in there, I think. And we're going to have the same thing on this side as well. They're also not going to come out when it's dark. I better get some sleep. There we go. We got 1 at least on each bit. I suppose maybe... I don't know if I need to remove this light. I think if I just place flowers like this, they should, yeah, they'll fly down perfectly. Once they're all down, I can remove that, place the slab, and then remove the hives and replace it with glass. Then I can just keep breeding until I get loads of them. I'll wait some time for the baby bees to grow up. And now to build loads of these all in a row, because we need a lot of bees. Module number 2 is done, and I can breed all of these. Now for a 3rd one right here. And now that's 5 of them done. So I'm going to get breeding, and I can continue building the farm whilst I wait. Now above every flower there's just going to be a temporary block. For that I'm going to use grass, and next I'll have walls going all above them. The next thing I'm missing is the bees. That's kind of an important part of the farm, isn't it? And until all these babies have grown up and I have 192 bees at my disposal, no more progress on the honey farm can be made. And for all those bees, 64 beehives are needed, which will be the home for all of these guys' babies. But I can't start doing that until the babies in here have grown up. In the meantime, I can make this passageway look a lot better. I would make it wider and taller like that one, but then it would start to mess with the redstone and the space and stuff. So I'll keep it narrow, have yellow concrete as the floor, and then from this shulker box, I can make honeycomb as part of the wall. Right here, I want a redstone lamp because this is going to be the very block that turns the farm on and off. Put yellow concrete behind here, and eventually there'll be honey blocks in front, but I need to get the honey to actually be able to do that. But now the question is, will I be able to craft enough honeycomb blocks to build this? I kind of used them all up on making the beehives, didn't I? Thankfully, honey blocks themselves are not that hard for me. And a redstone lamp is pretty easy to craft. The lamp there with honey like so. Because there has to be a grass block there for the flower, I'm going to just cover it up with glowstone. I think that's a good idea. Then use more honeycomb for the roof. The final bit of glowstone to hide the dispenser. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is it done? Although I'm just gonna tweak something. Yeah, I think glowstone all the way along makes this bit make a bit more sense. So it's time to do the redstone. Well, some of it anyway. All of the redstone in there is gonna need beehives before I can get on with that. It's a very simple one. It's just basically a comparative fader clock that goes like that. And as you can see, every 3 seconds or so, it sends a pulse. A pulse that must connect to this dispenser. Finally, there just needs to be a torch. When the lamp is off, The dispensers are off. Now, how are my bees getting on? It looks to me like they've all grown up. These ones are not flapping their wings very much, are you? So in that case, we can begin phase... Okay, I'm going to stop with the bee ones, but we can start phase 2. And that is to remove this glass, give them some flowers to get excited about, and add walls. Apparently, I've run out of stone bricks, so we're on black stone now. And then need slabs along here so that nothing will escape. I'll breed a bunch of these. And because only the babies can escape, they will go out there. And I can place a beehive for them to all go into. So far, I've filled 2. I can see this taking a little bit of time. But as they fill up, I can add them to the farm, and I don't have to worry about them escaping because the bees can't come out until I remove the temporary blocks. So it's 2 down, 62 to go. I'm going to be busy as a bee. Okay, no, I said I wouldn't do any more bee jokes. All right, never mind. Let's just give them the flowers that they want. I've nearly filled up every single one that needs to be. Just a few straggler hives that need filling up, so I just keep breeding away. And in the meantime, I can take all these and continue placing them in the farm. I can't believe it's taken me this long to build something as useful as a honey farm. And I do also want to say that this honey farm is by one of the best farm builders out there, ENX04. I just love some of the creations that he makes. And now every single one has finally been filled. I'll place some spares along so I can get spare bees, because these are all my old beehives and bees nests. And once they're all placed in, I can begin Operation Add the Redstone. Every single beehive is going to have a repeater on top, which is why I had to wait until I got all the bees before I could do this bit of redstone. Now it's time for the fun bit, where I get to break these, and loads of bees. I think 6 into each area will appear. Maybe best doing this at an angle so I don't accidentally break the block underneath. Just listen to this noise, guys. Just the way they all pop out. I love it. It's so good. The bees will now be working away, getting me honey. And I need to sort out this item filter, which requires honey bottles. I have a very small amount, which is all I'm going to need. And I think in this chest, yep, I keep blockers, so they'll be perfect for the item filters. Also, the last bee farm I made wasn't very efficient, so it just required thousands of glass bottles to make it work. So that then means that I have thousands of glass bottles in these chests, which is more than enough for what I'm going to need for this new farm, because technically it barely needs any bottles at all. That's the item filter done. The system that adds new glass bottles is also pretty straightforward. It can only, you see, add a new glass bottle when one gets used up, otherwise the system would just get overfilled. So to do that, we'll have a dropper, which is every time an item leaves, this chest will power, and then it will power this dropper, and then we're just going to go and have that into there, with a couple of chests on top filled with loads of glass bottles. 6 stacks in here will just get the farm going, and would you believe it, the farm is now done and can be switched on. It's working. Look at that, the honey's starting to flow in. So I found out that 4 is enough for it to work, which is perfect. So it's job done, ladies and gentlemen. That farm's just going to keep working. The honey is now going to come in very fast, like 800 per hour, 825 to be precise. And as I said, because I built it in spawn chunks, it will always be working in the background. All of that just so that I can easily build a dirt farm. Can you believe it? I'm also going to be using a lot of glass for this dirt farm. I know I did get some earlier, but I want even more. I also think there are still plenty of emeralds at the Void Trader, but I'm going to check just in case. In fact, I'm not going to check. I'm just going to bring loads because I've got so many emerald ones here that I might as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have way too many. This really is a beautiful sight. And with these riches, I'll get busy trading for all of the glass, which is going to repair my pickaxe at the same time too. That's all emeralds spent up. You can see I've got quite a lot of glass in inventory. Plus, over here, I've got a shulker box full. And over here, I've got a shulker box full too. Yeah, I always need glass for various projects, so I thought I'd get extra. Why not? I just want to check and see how this is doing. Is it as exciting as I was hoping it to be? Oh, it's magnificent. And you see, the beauty of this is I can then go and make the honey blocks and replenish the glass bottle supplies. I'm sure that'll get me all the honey that I need in no time. Now to start staining all the needed glass. The farm will also require loads of observers, which I think I've got quite a few. And I've got loads of cobblestone to craft them, but I think I'm going to make a cobblestone farm. It's way easier than making a dirt farm. I can build it at spawn and never have to worry about mining cobblestone ever again. The mechanic I'm going to use for it will involve waterlogging leaves, which will just make it so that explosions don't break everything, but the waterlogged leaves will also generate the cobblestone. That's everything required. Not really that much. This is the place I'd like to build it. I've got a bit of space here, so it's time to get to... Oh, there's a flipping ravine under here. I forgot about that. Doesn't really matter because I can just put stone underneath. And this is the shape that needs to be dug out. Now to add a few slabs and waterlog them. This will just cause all of the items to flow to the correct place. Now I've got to dig out a hole. It's a bit annoying because the hole should be 3 deep, but due to me choosing to build this in the one place where there's a ravine, means I've got to manually add all of the floor in. But hey, storing all this cobblestone is going to require the space, so I can't complain. You're probably starting to see how it's going to work, so any items will flow. You know what, I'll show you how it works. They go in there, they flow And then if this hopper was full, for example, it would then flow to the next one. It just means it's a bigger storage than normal. Now I can start adding the leaf blocks. Now for the very long task of waterlogging every single leaf. Now for the cool part, adding the lava. You go like that and just watch. Oh, it makes cobblestone. You can break that underneath. And as that drops, it'll make even more no, it won't make, yeah, it will make cobblestone. I knew it would. Now to add even more lava, and then I'll repeat it all the way around. That's now job done. I can finally sleep to get rid of this awful snow that's getting in the way. Next we need a bit of obsidian right there, leaves around it, and you guessed it, they need waterlogging. That'll protect them. It's just, it's gotta go all the way back down here. Or at least I don't have to go all the way, technically. I can just do it from standing up there. Oh my goodness, they're on fire. They're burning. All right, well, we got to get a move on. I'm pretty sure they won't actually burn away. Like, yeah, fire can be set next to them, but I don't think they'll disappear. I think the water should technically save them, but who knows? Right now, I'm just doing all the redstone components. With all the redstone done, I am ready to finally place the TNT. This is going to be the on-off switch, so flicking that will turn it off. We can also hear some TNT. I don't think it'll mess anything up, but just in case, I am going to remove a bit of snow on there because it shouldn't be there. Any ice that was once here is now gone. So I'm going to switch it on. Press the button once, which will just set off the repeaters, as you can see, and set off the TNT. And the TNT will blow up all of the cobblestone. And the cobblestone, it'll just basically blow up the cobblestone just as it regens. And the cobblestone will be coming down here, filling the hoppers. Okay, we'll have those grass blocks back, thank you. And it'll be getting me 75,000 cobblestone per hour. And it'll be working all the time because it's at spawn, so I'll never have to go mining ever again. Meanwhile, I want to see how this is doing. Are we overrun yet with honey? It's going very nicely, you know. I feel like it doesn't create it too fast that I can't keep up with it, but it's also going at a speed that gets me everything that I need. I'm going to be completely honest. I should at some point probably build a shulker box loader system for this so that it will be way more, you know, better storage. I can run it for longer. Because this is not going to take long to fill up, is it? I think it's about 7 or 8 hours before it's full, though, so maybe it should be fine. And with that, I'll drop all of my items off. And since I did use up so many of my blaze rods, I've got barely any left. I'd like to take some more in shulker boxes and replenish my stocks at the fortress farm. I think that's enough time spent there. I should also have a little bite to eat. I'm starving. That's why we have a regeneration beacon, because dying of starvation would be a very sad way to go in my world. Look at that. The chests are absolutely full of it. And because pigmen spawn in the farm, it was also getting me gold the whole time that goes into the system. I might as well craft that and take it home too. 8 shulker boxes worth, a pretty healthy top up. Now back to the main project of today, the dirt farm. It's not going to take too many materials. Like if I compare it to the brewer that I built in the last episode, it's not really that bad. But if you compare it to any normal farm in my world, you'd probably say it's pretty massive. Honey blocks is of course one of the things that I need. I've almost got enough, but I didn't spend ages breeding loads and loads of bees for nothing. No, I did it so I could get loads and loads of honey blocks. Grey terracotta is another thing that I need a lot of, and I've unfortunately pretty much run out of the regular terracotta. I used it all up while building that mineshaft transformation, so a trip to the mesa biome is gonna be needed. It's amazing what random stuff you find in my world. Unlike the scaffolding, I remember putting that there. I've arrived at the mesa, well, what's left of it anyway. I don't know if this is the same one that I visited before, because that one had a beacon set up so I could really quickly mine all the clay. Doesn't look to be the case for this one, so I'll just build another. And hey, I was just short on leads. That's very convenient of you to drop by. Wasn't actually short on leads, I had 56, but hey, now I've got 58. I can use this to get me haste 2, which will allow me to mine faster, which means I can insta-mine all the terracotta that I need. It really does save me so much time, doesn't it? I pretty much just dug a massive tunnel going right the way through the whole mountain. Pretty cool. And I'm hoping after mining all of this, all of that, and all of that, and all of this, that I don't have to worry about getting more terracotta for a long, long time. Another tower. You know what? I must have built these. I reckon maybe like the scaffolding one, this one, I use it to transport a mob. I don't know what mob I would transport. Probably when building my mob collection I did it on a lead and we floated back. I have no idea, but yeah, that must explain it. Ocelot. I bet it was an ocelot. Either an ocelot. It can't be a panda because we can't use pandas in with leads, so probably an ocelot. I've actually got no chest anywhere for normal terracotta, and in reality I think I should, you know, maybe I should replace the seeds one with that, because I end up putting all my pumpkin seeds in this one anyway, so there's no point having to give them their own dedicated chest. Didn't even realise there was a chest for carved pumpkins, to be honest. That's another pretty pointless one, isn't it? So to change the item, it's pretty simple. I've just got to find it. It's the seeds one. And I put them all in the chest already, didn't I? Then we just stick those in there, and it is done. With these newly obtained resources, I can smelt them and continue gathering everything that I need for the dirt farm. One of those things will be spruce logs. Now, the farm does create spruce logs, just as a byproduct, but I need a load of spruce logs just to set the farm up and make sure everything's correct. So I don't have any in stock, unfortunately, which means I am going to Need to get saplings and bone meal, remove all this snow, and get growing them. I think I'm just going to go all out with the spruce and get more than I need. Even though the dirt farm is going to get me some. Maybe it's a waste of time, but this could be the final time that I ever use this farm, so it deserves a proper send-off. All that wood is going to be getting mine. Finally, it's all gone. We've got a massive shulker box full, and I can get back to collecting all the needed resources. All items have successfully been collected, so it's time to get it built. Although before I do that, I might want to repair my tools and my elytra, just so they don't break during the project. There we go. The plan is going to be to build it up in the sky, so that then I'll have space to build a blast chamber underneath it. That will harvest all the blocks for me. I'm going to start right here with a machine that is going to generate stone, which will then be turned into moss. From there, spruce trees can be grown on the moss, turn it to podzol, which can become dirt. I'll first fill every single one of these with water, and then place waterlogged campfires inside. I bet you didn't even know that was a thing, did you? Okay, don't turn to ice, please. That's going to stop it turning to ice when they're in there. From there, I can start filling the trenches with lava, which makes the stone generator complete. And I'm also going to need a little bit of redstone over here. This is going to be the output for the podzol, and it's going to make these pistons move, and as you can see, it's all going to converge and go into one line like this. The machine is starting to take shape, but as I knew I probably would, I've forgotten something. There should be a wall right here. I need over 100 of them actually, so I'm going home to get them all. I'm going to make them out of black stone, and then they can be stacked up right here. There's going to be a bunch of packed ice all the way along here for transporting items, because anything that this farm produces that can't be used is going to be turned back into bone meal to make it super efficient. So things like saplings from leaves that are spare and stuff from the moss conversion will get reused to make it as efficient as possible. Now to start adding the water so things can get flowing, and it goes all the way around to these bubble columns that will also need to be filled with water, which might take some time considering there's 4 of them. This is why I needed so many observers. They are all going to detect updates from the rails and then power the pistons above. Guys, I made a slight mistake whilst building, and now I can't get out of here no matter what I do. Okay, well, I made it. Oh no, wait, I'm back in. This water must be removed, and hopefully doing this, yeah, okay, it should calm some of it down, but it's still going a bit crazy. Nice to stop everything going crazy. Basically, an endless loop was created between these observers and the thing, so I just removed those blocks in it. It solved the problem. Now to actually place the glass down this time. Just curious, how is my honey pot? Oh, okay, whoa. This is a code red. The system has backed up. I knew I should have made a shulker loader for it. I've got too much honey, repeat. I've got too much honey. The machine is so well made that nothing broke. It's just all absolutely fine. So I guess any extra honey would just keep on going round because it couldn't fit in the system, which is pretty impressive. And whilst I'm doing the farm run, might as well go and see how the old cobblestone farm's doing. Pretty solid. Quite a few. Oh, okay, well, yeah, whoa. That's way too much cobble. Time to switch this thing off. That's all another great thing, but this also needs shulker box loaders. Did lose a few items from the water mishap as well, so I'm just going home to get them. I'm pretty sure it's just 4 moss and 1 comparator that needs replenishing, but I'm also going to grab a stack. Well, I'm not going to grab a stack of ice from there. Instead, I'll grab it from here, so then I don't have to place water with the buckets. It'll just be easier with the ice. Also, guys, if you're new, please could you subscribe, because I'm forcing this villager to look at this board until I get to 4 million, and he's not got a very good life. So hashtag free the villager by subscribing. Anyway, now I'm going to get back to building and back to placing water without destroying the entire machine. I also forgot to bring another very important item, the glazed terracotta. I've left it in the furnaces, so I'm going to offload everything into this chest, and I can use the opportunity to nip home and get loads of bone meal as well, because the machine, whilst very efficient, does use a lot of it. The good thing about that, however, is that I have a massive EOL farm that has got me a ridiculous amount of bones. So filling the machine with all of that should not be a problem. Might as well also convert the extra honey and take them back to my house. Also, here's the much needed glazed terracotta, which will allow me to continue the build. It is almost complete. Just need some lava in there. No, not there. Inside the cauldron. And I also need to set up item filters, and these are going to be the bits that make the bone meal. So any item that the farm can produce, as you'll see, all the things like saplings and stuff like that will be made. And then they go into here, and some of them are becoming compost under there. The sticks, however, will just go through into the lava in that cauldron. So it's very, very renewable indeed. I also need to add the final borders for the final water stream. Now to also get the water itself in. And both of these need to be filled all the way to the top with water. And unfortunately, I don't quite have enough ice for that. So I'll have to pop home to top up. Now let's get this filled up. And I want to grab a fortune pickaxe, because otherwise it would just take me 6 million years to mine them all. These other 2 water columns also need filling. And now the final thing to be built is a massive slab roof. There we go. go. Also begin the mass crafting spree of bone meal. And these will all be put into this chest right here, where they'll end up in this dispenser. So I want enough to fill up this dispenser, this hopper, and some of this chest. But to do that, I'm probably going to have to craft a load more shulker boxes. I've decided that all of these are going to be enough. Buying them all is pretty unnecessary, but I don't know. I just feel like for OCD purposes, I have to do it. All of them can go there, and the final one can actually go into the machine, where this hopper will be taking the bone meal out and starting to put it into the droppers. Now, they won't move until the redstone starts, though. And the farm is pretty much complete. The very final thing the farm needs is not for me to fall down there. There has to be a boat placed right there that's aligned with the blocks behind me and has blocks pushed into it. The only way I could think to do it was using observers. So basically, the only bit of redstone items I had left. I'm pretty thin on the ground for things like redstone blocks. But then to use the farm, I would just take the saplings out of there and then place them. I'd look there and I'd keep getting moved around and place them. However, there is one small extra issue with the farm. Also, if you're wondering why this day was so quick, I had to spend quite a bit of time just making sure everything was correct, and there was one or two fixes where water had turned to ice, so I had to fix that. But yeah, why isn't it ready? Why can't I just go straight out and use it now? Well, blocks are going to get pushed out of here extremely fast, and then from here, they're going to get pushed downwards. And once that piston reaches the push limit, then the whole machine will jam and the whole machine will break. So whilst this farm will produce loads and loads of dirt, in order to get the dirt, I need to create a blast chamber, which is a whole nother big project to make a really efficient one that will not break and can keep up with this farm. And guys, as you can see, the sun has set. So that was 5,400 days in hardcore Minecraft. It's time for a showdown. I've upgraded my world to 1.19 and now have access to new biomes, brand new mobs, and the ancient cities. These are home to the most powerful mob in Minecraft, the Warden. And I'm going to take him on in battle, not cheesing him with a bow and arrow, but with hand-to-hand combat to see who truly is the strongest in this world. I can't wait to try all the new features in this update. In fact, I'm so excited, and I'm going to start the video by going to bed. There are also a few 4,000 days posters left on sb737.store, and I do want to find the Warden and battle it, but that is going to take some careful planning and preparation. So before I go through that, I'm going to get one of the other new features first. That requires me grabbing a bunch of sugarcane, making a cartography table. Now I shall trade with a villager, get a map, and fly towards a woodland mansion. And as I'm flying along, I've just realised something. I've got no totem. Let's get one out of that shulker box and get back to flying. There is the mansion, and here is the entrance. So the goal is to find a room that has the allay. I believe it's rooms like this, which can have one. All I know is they're kept in some sort of prison. This looks more like it, although still no joy. Maybe these allays are going to be a bit rarer than I first thought. So no joy in mansion number 1. So that means buying another map and going out in search again. Let's hope this one actually has the allay. Well, there is a jail cell, once again empty. But look at that! We got a nut chapel. I did not expect that. Okay. You know, it's looking like we're not going to get what I want here. But coming here wasn't a complete waste. This might be better. I found an outpost. But sadly, no cages with allays. Let's try mansion number 3. It needs to be the room with 3 jail cells in it. But there was not one in there. And this mansion is completely on fire. Turns out that's one I've already been to. And once upon a time, I burnt it up. I've now completely run out of firework rockets. But the mansion is pretty close now. There it is. Come on, mansion. Don't let me down. I think we've got it. This is where they are trapped. I definitely heard one. We've got an allay. We finally got one. And not just one. There's 4 in there. Oh, this is brilliant. 5, 6, so far 6, and there's loads more over here. It was worth all the effort. I've got 30 leads, which it should probably be enough. Now, before I free those allay and imprison them at my house instead, I want to completely clear out this place. Just make sure it's, you know, there's nothing that can get in the way. I always find it cool going for the chest that's in the walls as well. You go all the way around all these, and there's one right at the end. Although it's unlikely that I'll find 2 notch apples searching woodland mansions today. Now, the best way to get these guys... Oh my god. What on earth? Why did the Vex suddenly come out? Are you guys okay? I don't know if Vex has attacked you. No, you're not coming out. But as I was saying, the best way to get these guys home is going to be through the nether. Although going through the actual nether would really be fraught with danger. So instead, I will break this portal, grab some ender pearls, ladders, and build up towards the nether roof. I think I can put a ladder there. And then will the pearl go up there? It did, it worked. Next to build a portal, link them up, and now I want to build a large room that goes around this portal. Otherwise the LAs are just going to fly miles and miles away. That'll stop them flying away. Let's put these on a lead, and then lure them into the portal. Now I'll grab the rest of them. Now this is a lot of LAs. Let's break this portal so they can't go back through. I think we've got every single one here, but I'll make another portal and just double check. Yeah, look at this. One just snuck back through. No, actually made that two. Now I feel like this is going to be a little bit of a crazy experience to get all these on, but I'm gonna do my best. I think that is every single one. This is so crazy. It's just like having a load of balloons or something. And these guys are gonna be dragged 2,000 blocks in this direction. And here we are, home sweet home. Although I'm not sure how I'm actually gonna get these guys down from here. Filling in this hole and then making a portal up here might be the best idea. Hopefully this sends them all into my house, but we're about to find out. And the answer is, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Talk about disastrous things that can happen. Can't believe they all came up here. I also have no firework rockets to catch them. Look, they're all dispersing everywhere. I'll quickly get these crafted and gather up as many LAs as I can onto this fence gate. And that's 3 of them. Now 5 and 10. And wow, these two have traveled quite a long way away. I found the 14th. I'm not sure if I brought any more. I know I had 14 or 15, but that should be enough. Now to grab a load of glass, add yet another notch apple to the walls, and make a building around these guys. And the LA dome is now complete. Although I do feel I could make a few improvements to it now, such as magenta underneath the glass. Whoa, it just nicked me concrete. I didn't. That is not for you. Give that back. Who do you think you are? Here, have a magenta one. There you go. Happy days. Go on, pick it up. Let's see him collect it all. This is how it works, isn't it? He picks it all up. Bring it to me, slave. Oh, he does as well. Oh, it's brilliant. You've got a friend in me. We did an advancement. Let's go. Well, give me that back now. Okay, you're not keeping it. You know, I wasn't sure about this mob when we voted for it at Minecon, but I have to say the LA is a very, very cool mob. Now I can go back to the nether. Apparently there's an LA in here. Okay, what on earth are you? Let's get you back through. You're not supposed to be here. I'm also not sure how I get you through. I've got to get you into a tiny 1x1 cursed portal thing. Now fly down. That's it. There we go, he went through. And instead of putting you in the LA dome, you can go on this bit of fence with all the other things. And now I can actually head to the nether to get rid of this mess all the way up here. And whilst I remove that, I'm going to ask you guys to please leave a like. Let's see if we can get to 300,000 likes. Now, you're probably waiting for me to go and battle the warden and see if he takes me out and, you know, what happens with that encounter. But before I go down that road, because, you know, I would like to prolong my life, I'm going to try and find another of the brand new mobs. And these can be found in swamps or mangrove swamps. And if you ask me, finding a mangrove would be pretty cool. Although it might take a while to find one, so I'm just going to get searching. I think I'll find a mushroom island before finding what I'm looking for. No sign of a swamp, but I have found a couple more LAs. Oh, I feel bad. Come on, guys. You can be free. All right, you know what? No, I changed my mind. Yeah, go on. Be free. I don't know what you guys are going to do, but I'm not taking any more of them home. 15 of them was more than enough. And I think this is what I've been looking for. Wow, a mangrove swamp. And it has got the best thing added in the update. The thing that I wanted more than anything. No, it's not these things. Are they called molecules? No, propagules. That's it. I knew it was one of them. And it's not the mangrove roots or the cool new wood. And it's definitely not the frogs. I feel bad saying that because the frogs are very, very cool. I wonder if I can somehow take these all home with me. But no, the best thing added in the mangrove swamps is mud. Yes, mud is in the game. You've got to love it. Look at it. Oh, it's so satisfying. It's so cool to walk on. The sounds it makes. Look at it. You can turn it into really cool blocks as well if you cook it. And what have we got here? Like more... What on earth is this? Rooted mud? My mistake. Muddy mangrove roots. Another cool thing. So yeah, we've come for mud. Alright. Frogs, they're alright, I suppose. But the mud is where it's at. I think to get the frogs home, I'm going to use the same method that I used to get the LAs back. So I shall get these portals all set up. Let's go above, remake the portal, and drag the frogs in. Alright, fellas, we've got a long, long walk ahead of us. But hey, look at them go. They're keeping up. So I'll see all you guys when I've got these boys back to the base. It has been quite the journey, but we are now here. Before I can get these frogs down, I've got to make sure they don't die. So my plan is to grab lots of slime blocks so that I can cover this entire area, and then hopefully these guys won't take any fall damage. Come on, down you go, fellas. There you go. We're going for it. All right, is this going to work? Oh, it's going to work, all right. I bet you've never bounced so high in your life. I bet you've never had so much fun before. Now, to sneak you guys into that portal, I love the way they just disappear. Now, the next question is... where do I put them? I can't really keep adding things to this fence gate. I'll just attach you here for now, but I've got plans. How on earth did you get up there? These frogs never cease to amaze me. First things first, we need more of the mangrove wood. So I'm going to hope Oh, oh my goodness. It's like a tree with legs. I've never seen anything like it. I'm going to keep that there just because I love it. I feel bad chopping that one down. Instead, I'm going to demolish one all the way over here. And from what I can tell, it seems that getting a lot of this wood is going to be a bit of a challenge. Got quite a lot of wood from all these mangrove trees, and I grew this one, which I didn't realize you could make a 1 block tall mangrove tree. What a sorry excuse for one. And as you remove all the leaves, you just end up with these legs on the They're like spider's legs. My goodness. It looks very, very strange. But why did I get all the mangrove logs? Well, I want to make a cool enclosure for these guys who have both managed to get up there now. And I'm thinking the home of the frogs could be behind the home of the villagers. Actually, I'm going to build it here opposite the snowman. I've marked out the area for the home. I want these top beams to all be stripped. And I'll also have bottom beams that are exactly the same. Looking good, but let's also add some beams that are also stripped. And now to add a few sea lanterns for lighting with planks around them and trapdoors underneath. Now to fill in all these gaps with glass. And I'm going to do the same with the sides as well. And this is the front completed. You know what? Let's cook a bit of mud. Why not? Okay. Oh, whoa, we've just got... It's amazing what you just find randomly in a... Oh my goodness. What's that doing in there? Is there anything else in here that I should know about? 13 more! Why have I just got loads of netherite scrap chilling in things? Apparently, yeah, okay, I'm not doing this right. You actually don't cook mud. You pack it with wheat, and then you can make your mud bricks. And then I can make some mud walls. 8 more ancient debris, and I'll have another netherite block. And I would also like to harvest a load of these leaves. The leaves can go on the outside with mud walls around them. This really is starting to look marvelous. And now to get this place decorated. I'll do that using slabs, roots, leaves, and mud. You know what? I think it's really coming together. It looks a little cold in here because of the colour of the grass. But if I go ahead and start adding water, I reckon it really brings the whole place to life. And you know what? If I was a frog, I'd be happy to live here. And perhaps we should put that to the test. Come on, you three. I'm taking you to your new home. Oh, they love it. Look at them swim. I didn't know they could swim like that. They're very fast. Come on, don't be shy. You can come in here. You will be locked in here for the rest of your life, though. That's it. Take your time. I've got nowhere to be. That's it. Nice and steady. Flipping out, they make the turtles look fast. I'll also craft a couple of pressure plates, grab more mangrove logs, and then I can apply the finishing touches to the enclosure. Beautiful, but now I want more frogs. And what do you have to do to get baby frogs? Well, actually, they're not called baby frogs, are they? They're called tadpoles. Well, it's quite simple. You just feed them slime balls. Yeah, it's a well-known scientific fact. Okay, what on earth is going on with this drip leaf? But there we go. Hey, we got the 2x2 one again. Frogs were the last thing on the menu, but now we wait for them to lay some frog spawn. And here it is. So I think I can pick this up. Is that right? That was wrong. It's actually impossible to pick up frog spawn, so now I've got to wait another 5 minutes. Although that's not a problem because I now need to cover this entire roof in string. Otherwise, it will get covered in snow. That is the roof covered. Now to do the same with these leaves. And Operation Build a Frog Enclosure is now complete. Now for take 2 on getting some frog spawn. This time I'll leave it alone. And the frog spawn takes up to 10 minutes to hatch. You know what? I'm going to sit and wait. This is too magical of a moment to miss. And there we go. I've caught the magical moment on camera. Yes, I did just sit there for 5 minutes and wait for them to hatch. But now, if I can get a bucket, I can pick up a tadpole. Look at that. That's beautiful. Let's pick up a couple of them. I'm pretty sure when these little fellas grow up, they will be blue frogs. Okay, I'm actually in it. There isn't any blue frogs in Minecraft. Green frogs. They'll be green frogs, okay? But if the tadpoles grow up in this biome, because it's a taiga biome, it's warm, it's not cold, then they will instead be orange frogs, temperate ones. So let's give them a decent sized home to play around in. I'm not sure if I've done this very well. The water does not work. There we go, that's sorted. Now we need to box them in. And if I give them slime balls, it will accelerate the process. And lucky for these tadpoles, I have so much slime. Okay, I didn't need to bring this many, but you know what? Just for effect, we've got them. All right, fellas, eat slime to your heart's content. And there we go. We've got one that's grown. I'm sure the other 2 can't be far behind. There we go. I've now got all 3. Accidentally bred some more as well, but you know what? It can't hurt. Let's get these boys to their new home. Well, I guess they're not all boys. Some of them laid some frog spawn, but you know, well, you know what I mean. Let's fill these other tadpoles with slime as well. And there we have it. We've got a green frog. Shame it's not blue. Mojang. I had a blue frog. Although, to be fair, they never listened to me. I asked them for penguins, and we never saw that happen, did we? But anyway, I think that's enough messing about with the mobs. We've seen the frogs. We've seen the LAs, whose home is rubbish compared to the frogs. I think it's finally time we went to see the warden. And in preparation for that, we're going to need a few things. Eggs to lure it away. Wool, so the sculk sensors cannot detect me. A heck of a lot of totems because I really don't want to die. And you know what? A bit of TNT because I've got an idea with it. I also want to mend all of my items. I have a... Okay, that's the wrong chest. As I was saying, in here, I have a broken elytra as well. Want to get that repaired. A few other things here and there. And you know what? If we're going after the warden, there's one thing I should definitely definitely bring some notch apples. I've not been collecting these up for no reason, okay? This is all coming down to this moment. We don't want to die in this world. We might as well eat a notch apple if it's going to save a life. That's what you guys really wanted me to do, wasn't it? Use the notch apples if I need them. So I'm taking every single one I've got. All 46 of them. And let's also grab a few extra eggs as well. And now I am ready. As I've done a few times today, I'm going to fly... I don't know what that's there for. But I'm going to fly far, far away to brand new chunks. I've built a portal. And it's taking me to a cave that has diamonds. Oh my goodness, there's so many of them here. I've never seen this many diamonds in one vein. 13. And there's even more right here. And now that we're in new chunks, I'm going to show you how to find the deep dark biome. It's not random. It's not all purely based on luck. There is a strategy for it. Now, first, you want to find one of these very tall biomes. Not a windswept biome, you can see on the F3 menu, but something like the frozen peaks, the jagged peaks, or the stony peaks. I had to look up what the other one was, but there's 3 peak variants. This one's particularly cool because it has an outpost on it. Because the deep dark biome spawns underneath areas with low erosion. So mountains have the least erosion because they're the tallest structures. So there's a very high chance that the deep... Look at that! Look, my strategy worked! The deep dark is here! I know what I'm talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Don't really know what I plan to do once I got here. Yeah, so here's the deep dark. We've made it to all the biomes. Yeah, that's official. We've come to this biome. Sneak 100. I don't know. Is that near a Skulk Shrieker usually? I know you can get the Skulk Shriekers around it, so you have got to be a little bit careful. This is a Skulk Catalyst. Can I pick it up? Is this going to work? Yes, I picked it up. I guess that's because I got Silk Touch. What do I throw away? You know what? I got way too many totems at this point. Now, when I found out they'd added Skulk blocks, you know what my thought was? Blow it up. And you're about to see exactly why I think that. Just look at it. It blows up and it becomes XP. And obviously, it's only 1 XP orb per one, but it's still a lot of XP. You know, faster than I can absorb it all. It's just a cool, easy way to get XP. Go to a mountain, bring some TNT, blow it all up, and life's easy. This really is the only video you need to watch to know everything about the 1.19 update. So then the next question is, okay, where are they diamonds? No, that's cool. Oh, they are diamonds. Okay, cool. But yes, where are the ancient cities? Now, wardens can spawn in just the deep dark. You don't need an ancient city to find a warden. However, the ancient city have way more wardens. There's way more loot there. There's a lot of notch apples, and they spawn pretty commonly throughout the deep dark. We're just a little bit high up at the moment for that. I'm also going to grab Skulk Catalyst whenever I see him, because I'll probably end up wanting to make a farm. And you know what? The Skulk... What's the... Is it a hoe? I think I need a hoe. Silk Touch hoe would have been better. You know what? I'm slowly getting rid of all my totems here, but... you know what? Crafting tables... No, we're going to need crafting tables. I'll just put a couple of totems in there. But yeah. Oh, wait. Does that give you XP? Oh, you need Silk Touch. I should have brought a Silk Touch hoe, not a Fortune one. I can still pick them up, but it's very, very slow. However, I'll grab them anyway because, yeah, I feel like at some point I want them for a farm or something like that. But as I was saying, ancient cities randomly generate throughout the deep dark. We're a little bit high up from... So I'm probably going to... Oh, okay, we're near a Skulk Shrieker. I heard that. I don't think the warden will spawn this time. You need to activate it 3 times, I think. However, I'm going to stay crouched, see where it is. Yeah, there it is. I don't think you can pick these up, unfortunately. But if I wanted to, I could summon a warden. You know what? I'm going to break one anyway. I'm just going to see what happens, okay? See, just confirm that it doesn't drop. Oh, you can pick them up. I think... Okay. Oh, that's cool. That's really cool. I think, though, when you replace them, they can't summon a warden. I think that's how it works. But that's just what somebody told me. You know, I should probably read the wiki. Yep, I've just confirmed that on the wiki. If I place it, it will not summon it. So we can test that out, I think, because... Yeah, there we go. See? Nothing's happening. You know, I'm activating it. It just makes a cool noise, but... It won't actually do the effect and summon a warden. Imagine one just climbs out the ground now and be like, whoa! But no, because I placed this one, it's of no danger to me. Okay. Those, though, I have not placed, and I have, you know, probably upset a lot of Shriekers so far, so I think if I activate one more, I'll probably end up with a warden. In the deep dark, you want to build with wool because it doesn't activate these things, so that did activate it. As you can see, if I mine it, it gets activated. Whereas if I place that, you can see it's not lighting up. It's okay, well... Something happened, but placing it doesn't do anything. And there's a dungeon. Okay, you guys are going to get me in trouble there if there's any Shriekers nearby, but I think we're okay. Anything good in the chest? Oh, no, not chapel, so not worth me staying. I found that there is a lot more dungeons in the deep dark from, like, my testing, though. So the deep dark seems to end in this direction. It might be best for me to try and dig down instead. Although I'm pretty low here. I reckon I'm just going to try and strip mine and see what happens. Okay. Oh. Alrighty. We're right by a Skulk Shriek. I swear, if I get one coming out of here, one. I'm due a warden, but I don't think I'm going to spawn one. But this is just me mining. Oh man, this is. I'm terrified. Please don't climb out of the ground, warden. We're good. Okay, so we're underneath an ancient city or something. So I've got to try and get to it without activating the stuff, which is what a nightmare. Basically, every time you activate a Shrieker, it increases the Warden level by 1. And if you increase it to 3 and then activate a Shrieker, the Warden spawns. Pretty sure mine is now at level 3. It goes down by 1 every 10 minutes. So I could wait half an hour and it go back to 0 and I could activate things again. But, well, I ain't going to do that, am I? Come to a cave. Is this near what I want? I don't think I need to crouch right now. Okay, here we go. One wrong move and the Warden spawns. Not the end of the world. I don't know if I want Elytra to fly away or a chest plate for, like, protection. And I think... Oh, okay, that activated them. But I think a chest plate's probably going to be smarter. I'll get my sword ready. You know, we need to be ready. I'd hate to use Notch Apple, but I'm going to have to, okay? We're going to need a few totems. I think this is me being ready. An Amethyst Geode here. Now, is that the cave that I dug out to before? It could be, okay? It definitely could be. Just going to, use these to nicely work out it. I'm scared, guys. I don't know why I'm scared. If I wasn't in hardcore, I wouldn't be bothered, but it's actually pretty terrifying. Just in a big circle there as well, so I'm going to keep digging. Okay. This is it. I've just got to dig while it's activating, because I think... Warden's coming. Warden's coming, ladies and gentlemen. If he climbs out in this tunnel, I'm screwed. It must be... Is he below me? This is the cave, isn't it? This has got to be the one. He's coming. This is it, guys. Oh, no. Oh, no. This is terrifying. This is 4,000 days. I can't see him at the moment. He's got to be in that cave. I don't need to be above me, though, so I'm going to keep this nice and safe, because I don't think he can get in this tunnel, okay? And that's got to be what I remember, okay? Also got to remember, the Warden cannot see me. He's blind. He can smell me, and that's it. And he smelt me, okay? Let's get a glance at this Warden. Oh. There it is. Oh, this, I'm really scared. That's the Warden. Don't smell me. Got the eggs. How do I get past him? Go on, chicken. Distract him. Don't you dare kill that chicken. That's a baby chicken. Well, 2 baby chickens. I got 2 for 2 on the baby chicken. Oh, no. What are you doing up here? Hey, buddy. Oh, it's the chicken. Chicken, what are you doing? You're a traitorous chicken. He's getting mad. Is he coming through? He's killed the chicken. I know he's killed the chicken. He can't get through this. There's no way. I'm blocking it up. I'm blocking it up. What the heck? He killed the chicken. I don't know if he was coming through or not, but... Oh my goodness. Okay, the one, he can't teleport to you. All right, I don't think that was an ancient city. I'm actually so scared. I just need to... Let's pause the game. Let's take a breather. All right, so with this very, very powerful armor, the Warden can hit me 4 times. If it hits me a 5th time, I'm going to pop a totem. I hear it getting back into the ground. Okay, the Warden's gone now. That's, that's the best news we've had. If it doesn't get any vibrations for 60 seconds, it crawls back in the ground, which is where it's gone. Now, there's the Shrieker. Is this ancient city potential? There's a lot more Shriekers down here and stuff. So I am going to take my time and try not to summon another Warden for now. I will be battling the Warden and I will be defeating it. Or I'll be... somebody's going to die, me or the Warden in this episode. But right now, I just want to explore. I want to get the loot from the ancient city. I want Swift Sneak. Items like that are just going to help me so much in my battle with the Warden. I accidentally had... activate another Shrieker. Oh, bro. This one's bad. This is bad. Okay, this one's scary because I don't know where the heck that Warden is. Let's just block myself in. Okay. It's really scary when it goes dark. That's what freaks me out the most. For now, we're just avoiding it, okay? We don't need to be crazy. We're just going to avoid him. Seems like the Warden has disappeared once again. Want to mine these diamonds, but I need to do it safely. So wool is going to be the way that I do that. To block any vibrations. At least I hope that it's going to block any vibrations. Time will tell. I think it did. I think it's okay. Now, is there much in this direction? I will find those ancient cities. Some big caves around here which look kind of promising. This, without a doubt, is prime ancient city location. We're at the right level. Massive caves. I wish there wasn't so many Shriekers everywhere because I've got to go so slow. Diamonds in the roof, but at this point, you kind of just feel like it's not worth it. I've got much, much bigger fish to fry. Seem to have just done a big circle in exploring this deep dark. Or maybe not. Wait. Yeah, I am. Okay, hold on. Let's go back up this way. So I'm thinking find another deep dark biome and hopefully that one has an ancient city. There you go. Deep dark 2.0. Like I told you guys, it's very, very easy to find. Ancient cities, on the other hand, are not quite so easy to find. I think we found it, guys. Yes, it is. I found an ancient city. Now this is where things get serious. Chest blade on. Notch apples to hand. Wool at the ready. See, my first chest up there. I don't see any Shriekers around. If I set off one shrieker, the warden will spawn. So it's so key to be careful. Look at that though. Look at the stuff. A mending book. I mean, that's pretty cool. I'll take the sculpt blocks as well. I think it'll be wise to put a few items into here so that I'll have space to store the items that I found. Found another chest, and the way to loot chests is very. It's very simple. You just kind of have to block yourself in a little bit. I don't know if that stone's gonna be all right, but yeah, just block yourself in. You should absorb all the vibrations, then you can open it without any trouble. So far, I've not found the good stuff like the notch apples, the swift sneak. Where on earth is all of it? Something activated there, but we're okay. And this kind of looks a bit better, but when you've got armor like mine, a bit of diamond armor in a chest isn't really important. And look at that. The center of the ancient city. It has all of the reinforced deep slate around it that nobody knows what it does, but everybody thinks it's going to be a portal. It would be pretty cool if that turned out to be the case. So I believe if you activate these sculpt blocks, and you light these up, as you can see, you've got to light them all up together, and then it opens something, or something like that. Oh my gosh, what am I doing? I'm running around like an idiot activating them. Okay, are we alright? Oh, we're not alright. Of course we're not alright. But what do I do in this situation? You run like your life depends on SP because your life does depend on it. Okay, well, what have you done with your totem, you crazy person? Okay, a lot of my items are here as well. Okay, we're good. The warden's somewhere over that. Where's that secret room that I was looking for? It's somewhere underneath that middle bit. I would say that the warden doesn't scare me, but quite clearly it does. We'll carry on playing things carefully. I think, yeah, he's got back in the ground now. We're all right. Don't know if I can open this chest without activating something. We'll just see what happens. We're okay. The chests are just let down after let down. I'm not sure if this is going to work. I feel like a pulse might be able to go through walls, so I might be in trouble, but I'm going to try anyway, see what happens. Yeah, we've got it. I've got Swift Sneak. That's something, okay. Yeah, Warden's coming now. Warden is super close, so I've got to be really careful now. Alright, but I'm okay. He's not on my bridge. He doesn't know where I am. I've got me eggs. No need to panic. There he is down there. He's absolutely no idea what's going on. Send an egg over that way. Alright, that's it. That's it, bold fella. You don't know where I am. Meanwhile, I keep bridging away. The darkness effect has gone, which means he's lost my trail. Ah, there he is over there. No problem at all. Okay, if I just wait, he'll go in the ground again. You kidding me? You don't see him. Come on. There's no way. Oh, come on. Right, that's it. I've had just about enough of this. You think you can do this? I'll tell you what happens. I fly away, alright? I'm not having you sniffing me out. Oh, okay, careful. I don't know what the warden thinks, but I am definitely far too powerful for him to outsmart me. There he goes, back into the ground. See you later, we don't miss you. Now I can get back to looting some chests. And this one's got the echo shards and the disc fragment. We can make a disc. Oh, that's perfect. And more Swift Sneak. Good stuff. We found a notch apple. Happy days. Okay, we've got it. We might have one of these guys spawning again, which is a bit of a pain again. Oh, come on, bro. Really gotta do this again. So at this point, you know, I don't care. I'll just whoop. Don't be too stupid about it though, SP. Oh yeah, I can get away from him anytime, any day, anywhere. Oh, another one's got. You know, do I even care at this point? Like, surely I'm just like, you know what? Screw you, Warden. I don't care. Sneaking around at 1 mile an hour might be what some people want to do, but me, I just go in all guns blazing. That's it. Spawn them in. See if I can. I can just loot these chests faster than you could summon something in. Think. Look at that. No. The worst thing is that I'm just flying into walls all the time. I'm more likely to die to the walls than I am to the warden. Actually, pretty true though. I mean, I'm having no problem. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Another notch apple. You know what? Suddenly, when I've just started flying around like a maniac, yeah, it's risky. It's a little bit less suspense, but it's working. Why are you detecting me all the time? Will you just leave me alone? That's it. Go on. Climb on out, Warden. See if I'm afraid of you. That's it. Oh, tough guy, huh? Not so strong out. There must be a lot of wardens here now. I have to be a little bit careful. There may be quite a lot of ones. Do I leave? I'm starting to think maybe. I should, you know, just maybe a little bit more careful. I'm going to aim for this up here. There we go. We can just land on it. We're safe up here. There's one over there. I'm going to end up with about 5 or 6 wardens looking for me down here. This is probably, yeah, not the smartest thing. There's another one. Oh, come on, bro. I'm just trying to chill up here. Okay, I'm trying to get into the redstone room below. Keeps summoning in wardens like a crazy guy, don't I? This guy's on a mission. It's the one. Okay, so there's one up there, one down there, one over there. Oh my goodness, this is the worst thing ever. Oh well, we'll just fly over in this direction. When I've not got the deep dark effect, it's pretty straightforward. It's when I have got it that it's terrifying. Now, what is this room of wool? What on earth? Well, the chest. Oh, look at that. Some nice sculk sensors. I'll take those all day. I think my mate the warden has gone from up here. So anyway, apparently, if you stand about here. You can activate. Yeah, you hear that? Piston's activated. and then they shut over it. Okay, so I think you run across here, activate some pistons down here that you can go in. There we go. And this is the secret redstone rooms underneath. Didn't know there'd be you guys though, where we could, yeah, get detected. It's basically just simple redstone contraptions that teach you how redstone works. Although I feel like this is not the place that you want to be trying the redstone. Seriously. If he climbs out of the floor in here, if he's above me, I'm okay. But if he's down here, I don't think he is. We good? I'm pretty safe. I think he can smell me, but, you know, that doesn't really scare me. And I'd love to take some of the redstone components down here back home with me. I think they'd be kind of useful. But I also don't want to spawn another warden. It's probably not going to be a good idea, is it? Okay, where is that warden? Just fly away. Alright. Now, are there any chests that I haven't looted? This is the place I spawned several million wardens, or I've not looted these. Oh, I've not looted these, okay. Echo shards, nicely done. Swift sneak 3, that's all I wanted. What about this chest? Oh, 2 notch apples. Let's go. Okay, that's good. I don't care. Go on, Warden. You spawn. I don't care. I will care when I have to battle them. Then it's going to be pretty scary. I'll be honest with you. I think I've got everything that I wanted from this place. I do want to come back and defeat the ward at some point. But now is not the time. I need stuff like Swift Sneak. I need to upgrade. I need to come up with a proper plan. But I would say that this has been a pretty successful visit to the ancient city. I've got a bit of my confidence up now that I don't mind spawning wardens in. I'm pretty confident in how to handle them, and I'd love to battle one. I would love to, but I just know I'm gonna take my time. Before the episode's up, I will be taking one on, but right now is absolutely not the time to be doing that. Then it's the time to mine diamonds. So yeah, I'm out of the deep dark. It's time to go home and regroup. And I'm also tens of thousands of blocks away, so I'm probably better just making a portal. Ah, the nether. I never thought I'd say I'm glad to be here. This is like one of the least dangerous places ever compared to where I've just been. So to defeat the warden, I don't want to cheese it, okay? I don't want to like trap it and just defeat it with my bow, because that would be something that is pretty possible and probably not too hard. Swords only is going to be the rule. Yeah, I can shoot a few arrows at it here and there, but you know, the most of it has got to be done with my... what on earth? With my sword or with my axe. I'll be beating this guy properly with hand-to-hand battle and close quarters combat. Home sweet home. I'm not going to put the notch apples back into the collection because I will be taking them with me when I go to battle the warden, so we're gonna just leave those there for now. And you know what I fancy after doing all of that? I fancy going to bed. It's been a stressful day. I'll give me plushie a twirl. Let's just have some relaxation. And now we can go through the spoils of my trip. So Swift Sneak. It goes on your leggings, thank goodness, because I wouldn't be able to put anything more on those boots. It's got about 60,000 things on it. Let's go and have a look and see if I can get it on here. Oh, look at that. The ultimate leggings just got even better. Oh, look at the speed that I now crouch. This is going to take some getting used to. I've got... wow, look at that. It's beautiful. I have disc fragments. Now, I think I don't have enough of these. I think I need 9 to make the music disc. So that's at least one reason to go back to the ancient city. And I reckon to relax me a little bit, I should get every new advancement in 1.19. I've actually almost got them all, but one of them is to have every single frog on a lead, which I almost got all of them, but not the green one. So now we've done that. Another one is to use a mob to activate a skulk catalyst. You know what, this pig looks like a good candidate for that. You know what would be a really good candidate? Using the warden for it. That would really get it back, wouldn't it? But anyway, no, we're just going to use you. All right, pig, don't take this personally. There we go, it spreads, that's right, and you get the XP, well, you don't get the XP like that. And the final advancement, actually there's apparently 2, this one must be a secret one, which is to have an LA deliver a cake to a note block. So I'm going to need a few cakes for this. Thank you very much, good sir. Things could get a little crazy in here because LAs absolutely love the sound of note blocks. But if I place one right in the middle and do this. Okay, apparently it's not making a noise. How about we try this? Come on, guys. You love this. It's like sending a text to him. I think I need to give it a kick. Maybe it's because it's on a lead. Anyone? Okay, it did it. It did it. I just threw the cake on the ground and it came over. Okay, give me back that cake now. No, you know what? You guys, you can have the cakes. I don't really need them. That was indeed a secret one right here that didn't show up on the thing. But yeah, the final advancement that we need involves frog lights. And I have 2 options. Either take one of each frog to the nether or bring a magma cube back to my house. And I reckon bringing back a magma cube is going to be the easiest option. Eventually, I will build a frog light farm, so I will have frogs in the nether and everything. But for now, I'm just going to get this magma cube out because I've got a magma cube farm right here. Alright, guys, I wouldn't normally do this, but... follow me. That's it. You're out. I only need you, really, I think. I think that should probably be okay. Do I patch it up yet? Or do I come and do it? Oh, no. I've got the thorns on. Right, we have to go armorless. Oh, my goodness. I forgot how slow you really are. I'll see you guys back at the base. Realise it'll be a bit quicker if I take a big one with me. Or maybe not. It's hard to say. I finally made it. I'm going to send the magma cube... wait, is that the right hole? Yeah, it is. It'll go down there. It won't take full damage, so don't need to worry about that. I'm hoping... Man, you jumped over it. You can't jump over it forever, though. That's right. All right, he's all right down there. The only thing is now, to get it into the little 1x1 portal, I'm going to have to break you up into small pieces, I'm afraid. I've got 4 baby ones. Come on, then. Across to this portal. And that is all of them in. I don't know where that gauge... It disappeared, though, so I'm guessing he's gone through. All right, Magma boys. I'm now losing the will to live. So let's put 2 of you into a boat. Go on, that's it. Don't be shy. And the other 2 of you can go into that boat. And now it's time to bring in the frogs. Yeah, doing it this way is so much faster. It's going to be so cool to see these guys eat magma cubes. I can't wait. Although, they just ate them. Whoa, we got one. Okay, hold on. We gotta do this right. We've got... You've eaten one. All right, go and fill your boots, mate. Go and get him. Oh, this is brilliant. So that's one frog light. Oh, he's eating another one. That's another frog light. You are the last one. Go and get him. Come on, don't go in the boat, though. No, you idiot. Okay. I know you... Oh, no. Let's put you up here out of the way, okay? Don't go anywhere. And I break this. Okay, you can have 1 magma cube each. Do not eat 2, one of you, okay? 1 each. Let's just... That's it. Did we do it? We did it. There we go. You got 1 each. There we go. You behaved. And that's what you got. Thank goodness you didn't wander off. And I really cannot wait to make a frog-light farm. These guys are actually so cool. I love them. I love dragging frogs around because they're just so quick. And that's perfect. They're all back home in their enclosure. And when these tadpoles grow up, we'll get more green frogs. Since we've only got 1 at the moment. I feel like frog lights would be better than the sea lanterns, but I've committed now to putting them there, so I'm going to keep them. But they do look very, very cool indeed. So that's one of them. So these are just basically light sources, but I like them. They are nicer frog lights. I look forward to building a farm with them all. And now I want to check something, which firstly involves turning off the mob switch, because some of you guys have said that 1.19 will make it so my EOL farm no longer works. And I kind of need it for all of my gunpowder requirements. So I'm now going to attempt to find out if that is true or not. And the answer is... Oh man, they don't go through the portals. What? Should have used the farm a bit more in 1.18 to gather up resources. I'll tell you, some of them are despawning or some of them are going through. Put a bit of netherrack here, sort of stop any items that come down. We will find out if anything is coming through the farm. It's always a little bit heartbreaking though when you spend weeks making a farm and Mojang updates and ruins it. Alright, I've waited long enough. No items are coming through, but I wouldn't, like, mobs are spawning in. I wonder if there's something wrong with the linking. Well, guys, I've got some good news. A little bit of research, a little bit of testing, and EOL farms are not broken this update, but for some reason my portal linking had broken. And I have different performance mods installed so that my game runs smoother. I have sodium, which is really good. I have lithium, which is another one which is usually really good, but that is what had broken the portal linking. I'd gone through research, tested all the mods, and look at that. Disable lithium, and the farm is working again as normal, which what was that all about? Which I am very, very pleased about. I've just realised that I did put a block in the way of the farm, so the items are going to be getting stuck. I better go and sort that out. Lithium has only just been released for 1.19, and the new update for it does fix the portal linking problem. They are aware of it. Turns out I'd already removed that block anyway. I didn't need to bother. But in a future update, this farm will not work, so I'm going to use it as much as I can now. Get loads of items, get loads of gunpowder. I'm glad though that I've worked that out. And we're still okay. And I reckon that should probably be enough time at this farm. I'm hoping my shulker storage has managed to keep up with all of the drops. Okay, well, first things first. It seems like the Endermans have changed slightly because now they can teleport away. I don't know why. Thankfully, I can just fly a few hundred blocks away and they will all despawn. And by the looks of things, the system has been coping well. We've got loads more. In fact, we might as well take it with us. All this will be great for my netherite beacon project. Always nice to have the gunpowder reserves looking healthy again. And as we've already established, a very cool thing added in the update is mud. Packed mud for stuff like walls. It looks good. It goes well with blackstone and stuff like that. So I definitely want to focus on a way to be able to get more mud. And I could also do a little bit of design modification here to my broken farming tower thing. Part is a little bit broken for some reason, but I can put hoppers underneath all of these blocks. I can't really do it up here because we haven't got the space, but I reckon as a quick and easy project, we grab loads of hoppers. We're going to need more than that. We're going to need more than that in wood as well. Thankfully, I have 70 million spruce logs here, so we can craft all of the chests we could ever desire. From there, craft all of the hoppers that I could ever desire. And next, we go underneath. There is already a bit of redstone underneath here, but that shouldn't be too much of a problem. And I've completely dug out underneath here. And of course, in true villager fashion, one has decided, what are you doing down here? Oh, yeah. Now, you're just making life hard work, aren't you? Come on, get out of here. That's it. You go up there. Oh, sorry. That was an accident. No. Oh, for goodness sake. You guys really do drive me crazy sometimes. So the plan is to have hoppers in a bit of a system like this. We just basically got to cover every single block with a hopper. And I'm starting to realise that maybe I I'm not... Okay, well that's good, isn't it? Yeah, into a glowstone. But yeah, I'm starting to think that maybe I don't have quite enough hoppers. And that is every single block covered. So now I want to change it from carrots to be wheat seeds. We have got some wheat seeds there. Hopefully, maybe that... No, you know, it's not enough. Especially when you consider I have so many in this chest. And now to till this bit of ground that needs it and harvest every single carrot. And as you can see, look at them. All disappearing into the hoppers. It's working. And it doesn't work on these ones, which is good because then the villager will pick them up because he'll probably need some extra carrots to plant. Actually, he's not doing carrots though. He's going to be doing wheat. Now, I could wait for all this to grow, but I haven't got time for that. So instead, I'll bone meal it all. There you go, Mr. Farmer. You can farm to your heart's content. Now, the wheat's sorted. It's time to create something that will generate the mud. If you didn't know, mud can be created by right-clicking dirt with a water bottle. Look at that. We've got mud. And I'm going to use that concept to try and design a farm that will generate it all for me. This farm could end up being a little bit messy, so I'm going to build it all the way out here. The plan is 4 pistons along here, and observers facing this way to detect when blocks get placed. I think I've worked out an even better system. Don't know what it is, but I just love designing farms. Let's put a load of bottles in all of here. And if I stand like this... Oh, look at that. It turns it all to mud. It's so simple, but so effective. I've been using every single one of my brain cells, and I've had to modify the machine so much. Because when a dispenser turns it to mud, you can see that the glass bottle stays in. And that was going to cause a problem. But now I'm going to put 1 bottle in every single one. I might be able to modify this a little bit and also have a glass bottle in each of these dispensers. And then there has to be water on in front of each of the dispensers so they can fill the water bottles with water. I haven't automated this just yet, but that's going to go to there. I push that button. It should do all that. We should end up... There we go. We get a water bottle back in there. A glass bottle in there. So, I mean, that's the essence of the farm. It can only go so fast, as I say, because you need to replace your things. So, you go like that. I mean, I will make it more automatic. Okay, and it seems like something's not worked. Instead, I'll try just 1 water bottle in each. Ooh, okay, that didn't work. As I was saying, just 1 water bottle in each. No glass bottles at the bottom. See if that goes all the way around correctly. But again, these end ones don't. So it's not the world's fastest thing, but it does now work. As you can see, a full water bottle. It is a little bit slower, a little bit more complicated, but as you can see, it does indeed work. Because a water bottle comes back through. I go. And that's the essence of it. I might be able to speed this bit up a little bit. Now I've hooked it up to an observer, which means... this is not going to work properly though. I'm just going to break that, and then I can break this. And every time I place all the dirt... Okay, that didn't work. Apparently I've forgotten how to do redstone. I do all of this, and then I can't even do a simple thing like that. Now, if I place the dirt... Okay, hold on, there's a little bit of a problem there. Things have got a little messy here. But I've successfully got a block detection system. So if I go ahead and go like this... It should work. So let's just test it out. We place that. Okay, a little bit of an issue on this end one. And then... Okay, right. Well, I'll mess about with the timings and get it working. But it's not far off. All this redstone is getting a little bit complicated. I've used a hopper clock and all this to make it work. And it does work. But I've got an idea of how I can make the redstone much better and much less messy. Rather than use an observer to detect when I place a block, I will use a skulk sensor. A bit of wool will be helpful for this project, so that the sensor doesn't detect absolutely everything. From here, I'm going to dig down a load of blocks. Now, all this redstone won't trigger the skulk sensor, it'll just be moving stuff. So placing this doesn't activate it, so it's a little bit too low. So I'll just simply move it up by 1, and it now detects it with no problem. I'll also fill the walls with wool so that it can't detect stuff to the side, only upwards. So now if I place that, it detected it, and I can use redstone to take the signal out with a combination of glass. Now let's see what happens if I place a load of dirt. I could do with hooking the redstone up to this as well first. Time for take 2. I think it works. Is it all... Oh, it's working well. I just got to sort the bottles out. I'm loading everything up with water bottles. I've made even more adjustments to the design, and now it works pretty much perfectly. I just go here and hold right click, and as you can see, it just works perfectly. Everything is getting converted to mud. You can see in the bottom right there that glass bottles are getting turned into water bottles, and they'll be coming back around the system. Very occasionally, you will get dirt that doesn't convert to mud, but that is not the end of the world. We've maxed it out at this point. Okay, we seem to have run out of wood. You know what, me saying it's working perfectly? Well, you know, there's a few tweaking problems for some reason. Hopefully I've done something to help that problem, and we'll see if it continues to work better. And I am now 100% done with this machine. I can just hold right click, and there is no teething problems. Every single one now will always get converted because I've done a load of redstone to make so that the torches are off for only a small tick. You can see it's a little bit messy, but it works consistently, which is the main thing. And now I need a simple system that will deal with the mud when it fills up the 13 blocks the pistons can push. Pistons can only actually push 12 blocks, so this is as far as it'll go. The redstone for this should be fairly straightforward, at least compared to all of this. Pistons along here will push the mud upwards, and then this bit of redstone will detect when a block reaches this point and extend it upwards. Alright, machine, let's see what you've got. Look at it on the right, guys, it's working. I definitely think the farm is very cool, but it'd be even better if I could use it to make a massive cube of mud to mine. Or at the very least, make it so it can store more mud. And as you can see, this machine is now very, very ready. I don't know what more I could do. I'm so proud of what I've actually built. As you can see, the redstone is fairly straightforward. It's just staircased up, and then because this is powering the pistons, it also power the pistons below because of quasi connectivity. It's pretty straightforward stuff. I think I could do so much dirt. I would. A machine that dispenses the dirt to me. You know what? Let's go all out. Very simply put, 4 observers connected to a dropper. I suspect it'll only dispense 2 to me. Let's see. Yeah, it gave me 2. So I've modified it so there's a bit of redstone on top, which means... Does it dispense 4 for me? Okay, still 2. When adding another observer with some redstone, you'll see that as I use the farm, the amount of dirt in my inventory stays at an amount. So it is dispensing 4 per cycle for me. Look at that, that's perfect. As you can see, even though it's kind of fluctuating a bit, it never really goes below 60. Yeah, this is working absolutely perfect. Like if I just wait, I go back to 64. The chest up here is what can be filled with dirt. This piston right here can be an on-off switch. That's not going to work, is it? That's better. So that will turn the machine on and off. All of this for a load of mud, but we're going to test it out properly now. I'm just going to sit here for a bit. Just stay AFK, hold right click, that's all you have to do. And as you can see, the giant mud cube is being formed. I have realized that if I was to completely redesign this farm, I could probably make it faster and better by making it so that the mud gets converted somewhere down here rather than having the dispensers here. But I didn't think that through at the start. I'm very proud of how it is though. It works well. And then when you want to harvest the mud, I'm using a shovel. I could use a TNT duper to blast it and do all that, but I'd rather just use a shovel and not use TNT duping. I'm just putting a bit of glass around here so I don't accidentally break any of this redstone whilst I'm mining. But just look at that. Loads and loads of mud. For now, I'll have some mud storage along here. Kind of makes me feel like I should build a dirt farm at this point. But that can maybe be another day. I think for now, I've done enough of building a farm. So I filled this chest with all the dirt that I have. I'm going to hold right click and press F3 and T. So now that the farm works hands-free. And let it convert loads and loads of mud. And the first cube cycle has been completed. Could add even more pistons so that this cube could be made even bigger. But I'm not going to overcomplicate things for now. Beautiful. Over 8 stacks of mud that can go in this chest. And there's still plenty of dirt to go through the system. But I want to go and check on the villager over here. Has he been working hard and gathering wheat? Okay. Where's he gone? Okay, I see him. He's all the way over here. What are you doing? You call this work? Why there's wheat everywhere? He's harvested nothing. Absolutely not. Right, that's it. You know what? You're fired. Get out. Get out of my sight. Get out of my farm. That's right, and don't come back. And with that, we can make way for a new farm. That's it, good sir. Welcome to your new job. And this one's actually doing some work. And wheat is coming through. Okay, that's more like it. I tell you, you just can't trust villagers nowadays. And with new confidence that the wheat farm is now working, I can get back to creating mud. And I've now used the machine a few times, and I can see in the future myself making it so that the cube is a bit bigger, so I can run it for longer AFK in a row. Although I'm very happy with all of the mud that I've got. As you can see from the chest, I have plenty of it. Plenty to go in the shulker boxes. And I do also think that mud is so useful that it deserves its own storage in the auto sorter. Just have to fill this with mud and it'll start filtering through and end up in here. And I'd also like to clear out this chest. As you can see, there's a lot of water bottles. I suppose the water bottles can stay in the chest, and the empty glass bottles as well. And now there is one more cool feature that I have not checked out in this update. Goat horns. I have yet to get myself a goat horn. But very conveniently, I have Screamer and the Goat of Minecraft, both of which can drop me a horn. And there are actually some unique horns that are only obtainable from Screaming Goat, so it's perfect that we already got one. I'm going to release them off the lead and bring them outside. Now let's try and get a Screaming Goat horn. So I'm just going to stand still and wait for it to ram into me. Okay, and then I've got to move out of the way. You did not take your time ramming me. I thought we were friends. Okay, you've got to be quicker than I realised. Every time I haven't managed to get away from it. I'm going to need some help. 3 times I tried to move out of the way of the goat and it hit me. So I'm going to try Ender Pearls. It'll be interesting to see if this is successful. Alright, Screamer. Ram me now if you dare. Did I do it? Did you hit that wall? I feel like I didn't quite do it in time. I'll try again. There we go. That time I moved. Just when he knocked his head down, we did it. We got coal. Okay, so I'm going to assume that we can get a few more. Because you like ramming a lot, by the way, can I just say. There we go. The head's going down. Did we do it? Yes, we did. Perfect. Okay, we got another one. Oh, we got call both times. Is it going to be the same one every time? We'll keep testing it out. They do tend to ram quite often, don't they? Did you avoid again? Have I got both of your horns? Oh, wait, it's hornless. It's got no horns on its head anymore. Oh my goodness, wait. So you're telling me that I have to get about 60 million screaming goats? Because there are 4 different types of horns. Well, 4 for a screaming goat, and then 4 for normal goats. So I don't know if I want to take your horns away, mate. I didn't realise you actually lose your horn as well. Will you guys get down from there? I know you can jump high, but I'm trying to get you. Come on, we're getting you inside. Goats are a lot more harder work than you realise. Well, let's blow a horn, okay? Let's see what it sounds like. Wait, what is that? What is that from? I've literally watched a compilation of movie intros and I've found it. Listen to this horn. Okay, yeah, we got it. And then listen to this movie intro sounds. Ready? It's basically the same. Anyway, enough of that. Let's continue dehorning a load of goats. It's winding up. Oh my god, well, you sent me flying. Okay, there we go. We got him. That's one of your horns down. And this time we have got Sing, which sounds like... That's pretty good. One more time. Ba-da-bum. Alright, your other one's going to be going as well in a moment, though. I found that Pearls is pretty much... I mean, it's doable without pearls, but it's so much harder. It can take anywhere from 30 seconds to 5 minutes for a goat to ram. It looks like it's winding up another one. There we go. Did I get it? I did. I got the other horn. Okay, so I wonder if one goat always gives the same one. Like, both of its horns have been synced for that one. The other one has both been called, so maybe once you've got one of the goat's horns, there's no point, like, getting its other horn off of it. Very, very interesting stuff. I'm going to put the duplicates in here, and my main ones, I want them to be on an item frame somewhere. For now, we'll put them in the notch apple wall. This will not be a main thing, because obviously, the notch apples will be going there, but I'm sure it will do for now. I've also got plenty more ender pearls in this chest, so I'm just going to get those handy for now. And if I want to get every single horn, which, of course I do, I'm going to need more screaming goats. Okay, Enderman, what are you doing here, by the way? Get out of that boat. This is for goats, not for anybody else. And how will I get more screaming goats? Well, that's quite simple. By getting more wheat. So, yeah, this farm is going a little bit slow. I wonder if it's because it's not quite in render distance a lot of the time, because I think you're working harder than that farmer. And on the positive side, I have raided a lot of villagers over the months. So we have so many hay bales, meaning I can breed plenty more goats with a 2% chance to get a screaming one, which means I need to breed 50 babies. Looks like I'm going to be pretty busy with these guys. So far, I've found 2 screaming goats, one there and one there. Or should I say I have bred 2 screaming goats. And I also know that one of these is a screamer. I don't know which. So I'm just luring away a few of them and leaving some of them on the lead. And it is one of these. I've just heard it make the screaming noise. Okay, I think it's this one. Or it could be this one. I'm not entirely sure. But I know it's definitely not you. So let's get rid of you. It's 50-50 chance that I've chosen the right one. Doesn't seem to be a screamer. And this one is the screaming goat. Come with me, good sir. You can go with all the other ones. And I think I'm going to use you to get the next of the horns. Here it comes. You missed. Haha. I think he screamed as his horn went off. I can understand why you'd scream at that. And we got ourselves the dream horn. How does that sound? Let's have a listen. It's an interesting... it's an interesting sounding one. I don't think I'm going to break your other horn off, because all they seem to do is just drop the same horn twice anyway. Now it is your turn, goat number 2. Here it comes. Did I go a bit early? No, I didn't. Perfect timing. We got coal. I think I already have coal. I do, so there's no point getting another coal off that either. But dream can be added to this wall, and no, not that dream. And you can be the final screaming goat that I take his horn. Here it comes. Which one did we get this time? We got yearn, which sounds like this. That is a very yearning sound. I'll add it to the wall. And let's get a couple of horns from a non-screaming goat. Right, it's winding up its charge. You were too slow. Where did that go? Wow, that went so high. Right, my goodness. And we've got ourselves Ponder. Now, do we have Ponder already? I don't think we do. We have Sing was the other one we had. So I shall put that there. And just to double check, every goat does drop the same 2 horns. I'm going to let it hit me one more time. Or should I say, let it ram this wall again? Yeah, give me Ponder again. So basically, whatever a goat gives you, both its horns give you. By the way, if you were curious, Ponder sounds like this. So that's that. And then Sing sounds similar, doesn't it? Let's play it. Maybe kind of similar. I'm just going to try and get all the 4 non-screaming variants. Here we go. You were too slow, and you gave me sit. Oh, we've already had that one. Sorry, we're not interested. Also, instead of me getting a goat from all the way over here and then dragging it to that stone wall, I think it would instead make sense to mine up part of this stone and build a new wall over here. And this time we have got sing again. How many times do I have to tell you? We've already got that one. Now this time we have got feel. Okay, it's a new one. Let's see. That's an interesting one again. I don't know who came up with these sounds, but I am now just one horn away from having all of them. Well, all the non-screaming ones. I still need one screaming one as well. Come on, go. Ram me. That's it. Wait, what? I should totally have dropped a horn. Well, that time it did. Already got Ponder. And this time, an Endermite spawned and it hit the Endermite. What the heck? Now then, Seek. That is the final one. Well done, little goat. You got me just what I needed. Let's listen to it. It's the classic pillager one. Well, I can pretend to be a pillager now. And so all I need now to finish my collection is another screaming goat. And to do that, I'd better get back to breeding. I hear a baby screaming goat, so we've got one out of all of that. But working out which one it actually is will be the challenge. And this is the 5th screaming goat that I have ever got. Might as well give him a load of wheat so he grows a bit faster. And I don't know why this keeps happening, but the villager in here has once again disappeared. It's happened on every single floor. I can only guess it might be something to do with these blocks. So I'm going to change them to be something transparent like glass so that the villager cannot suffocate. Since I'm assuming that's the problem that's happening. Meanwhile, baby goat has grown up. Please give me the horn that I haven't yet got. Let's see. Admire. Yes. Okay. We've got every single goat on. Let's see what Admire is. They're a bit weird sounding, some of these, but thank you so much, dear goat. I will never need all these millions of goats again. We've got every horn that we ever need. All of them are on this wall, which is fine for now. I've got the dream one there as well. Yep, all 8 goat horns obtained. That's a pretty cool achievement because doing something like that is not actually that easy. I was trying to work out why this wasn't breeding me more villagers and dropping them in there, but now I see it's because I'd closed all the trapdoors, so I've opened them now. You guys are just going to have a little encouragement to go on down. See, guys, it's nothing personal. I just need more farmers. And now my tools are looking a little worse for wear, so I shall take them to a place for their repair. And now I think it's time I stop stalling, stop working on other projects, and get serious about my plan to defeat the Warden. Now obviously the Warden can be defeated pretty easily if you just summon it and then build up like over 20 blocks high. Then you could just shoot it with a bow and arrow. But in my opinion, that's just too far too easy. So instead, I'll be taking it on in proper hand-to-hand combat. The building blocks I'll be using is plenty of wool. I'm also going to need some potions to give me the upper hand. And those are going to be night vision and swiftness. Hopefully all of that's going to be enough. I'm wondering if 3 swiftness will last the whole battle. Hopefully it will. I'm also down to my last 19 pork chops. That's definitely a worry, but I'm hoping that I have loads here. Look at that. Yeah, we have. So let's fill up this shulker box. You know what? Since I have a little bit of inventory space left, I'm going to make another 3 swiftness. There we go. Let's have one last rest in my bed, and then the search for the deep dark can begin. No pressure, SB, but the last 4,064 days are all riding on me winning this battle. Or at the very least, I've just got to make sure that I don't lose the battle. I know I've come quite far, and you know what? I found somewhere where the deep dark might be below me. Literally right by my portal. But I think I've forgotten something very, very important. Strength. I need strength pots. They were 100% worth going back for. Found my way back to that portal I built, and I'm hopeful that the deep dark is below this mountain. I guess I could just dig straight down and find out for myself. Okay, it is indeed. Oh my goodness. What? This is a crazy cave. Oh my goodness, wait. Am I? No, I won't summon a warden with just one shrieker. So yeah, it's a very cool cave, but I'd rather battle a warden in an ancient city. Plus, I need 2 more disc fragments to make the music disc. This has to be one of the coolest deep dark caves I've ever come to. And the swift sneak makes exploring it so much better. And despite the cave size, there does not seem to be any ancient city down here. So the search for the ancient city can continue. Here we swoop into another deep dark biome, but no joy down there. Outposts always now have a goat horn, by the way. I'm curious to see which one is Seek. So yeah, you could actually get all of them by searching outposts. And I suppose not everybody has 70 million goats that they can just breed. Found another mountain with the deep dark below it, and this time an ancient city. I guess this is where things get serious. Chest plate on. Gonna try and find those disc fragments. We got another one. I'll drink a night vision. Hopefully that just helps me a little bit. There we go, perfect. This chest has a disc fragment. We'd be sorry, but it doesn't. However, regen may also be very useful. I've accidentally set off another shrieker. I don't know if it was worth it. If I set off one more, the warden will spawn. But I'd rather get that final disc fragment before I let that happen. Okay, it looks like the mission has been failed. The warden's got to be spawning, hasn't he? Yeah, he's coming up out of the ground. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna drink my swiftness. I've drunk the strength, and I am ready to go. You might be bigger than me, you might be stronger than me, and you might have a lot more health, but you are blind and stupid, and that is how I'm going to defeat you. Okay, so far so well. Doing some good strafes. That's it. Oh my god, look at this. You just can't get him. Okay, hold on. That's the attack we have got to worry about. That does a lot of damage, but... Okay, hold on. Oh, things are getting a little bit messy there. There we go, we're good. Just pop another notch apple. I'm just going to have a lot of notch apples, okay? Have another one. Okay, yeah, you get a bit of thorns in there. You don't like that, do you? Okay. He does not miss that attack. That's the worrying thing. Maybe if I'd got pearls, I could have avoided it, but... Oh my goodness, he's got me low. Oh, okay, I've got to be careful. Just keep